right after we do our introduction, we can actually just jump into.
No, after the
after.
Like
Got
a,
it.
like a 2-minute intro and then another round
2-minute
of
intro
like
for each of us. Right.
actually
and then
talking about it.
jump in.
Also, it's nice, harmonious crowd. So,
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
he's smiling.
Yeah, we lost the firecracker.
I know.
That makes it more fun.
I know.
I know. That was going to be a very lively discussion.
One of us can channel her if you would like to, or I can.
Yeah.
Was her
I'll
point
just
of view
pretend that,
there
yeah.
was no health inequity?
Yes.
No problem with it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Girl.
And apparently saying and speaking on like Fox News and MSNBC about that kind of stuff too. It's like, oh,
That's
interesting.
what she does.
Yeah.
Oh,
They won't fucking make them from cooking
Um,
to make
can you kind of also go through what you're going to speak, what you're going to speak?
I've been asking. And if she would have just,
Yeah. So I'm going to say,
she's gonna.
you know, there is a need-based health equity requirement where there's not enough people to address the need that is out there, and that needs to complement prioritization in the ecosystem. So then, as you're dealing with prioritization, how are you quantifying who are at the most at need in your health area of work? And the way that folks are doing that today is with social determinant data and past medical history information, but social determinant data is a moving target of coded information and is not maintained appropriately and has overlapping meaning. So as you're trying to prioritize care, there needs to be complementary services and technology to help accelerate
Elaborate here,
care
just keep this
and
in your hand while you're
cognitive
sitting
care
down.
and empathic care to a lot of these patient populations and to prioritize the workforce.
Perfect.
So I was going to talk about some of the statistics and findings around what we've seen. So of people who have a medical condition, but when you look at it, 67% of whites receive medication.
Okay.
66%
Get this,
56%
and then like I said, I'll adjust the thing.
So, again, assuming that all these are roughly equal, which all why further,
Sorry.
when it comes to how many medications are uptaken,
I guess.
whites are statistically much more likely to have their medications updated than different communities of color. So again, why is that? And then lastly, when you look at other areas of care, adherence,
Right.
you see
Okay.
patterns
Thank
of
you.
adherence challenges when you compare communities of color versus communities that are not of color. That applies to LGBTQ as well.
Right.
So
Excellent.
there's big challenges out
So
there.
you're going to go through a pretty good, nice elaboration of the statistics.
I mean, a little bit, basically
No,
what
no.
I said. I don't want to put that
Remember, we have 50
so.
minutes. We have 50
Yeah,
minutes.
Yeah.
I think we can almost take 8 minutes each. That's 40.
Okay.
Right? And 10 minutes for the audience question.
Great.
I didn't prepare any pre-cooked questions because either they ask or we are done.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to be talking about like health inequity in the psychedelic assisted therapy field, like mental health generally, but then you take psychedelics and we run the risk of exacerbating that discrepancy even further because of the high costs of psychedelic treatments. And so thinking about what are the barriers to people like receiving mental health care, receiving psychedelic care, and then like what are some things that can be done to
Right.
hopefully try to address those.
Perfect. How about you?
I'm going to talk about
Oh,
healthcare access.
you're live.
Is it on?
I think it's supposed to be on.
I think
Yeah, I
he's
think we're
muted
supposed to
us.
keep it. Yeah. I think they're going to control.
Oh, gotcha.
We're just
About
talking.
This is like-
healthcare for first responders, especially for mental health.
So all complementary. You want to take the lone wolf geek mode. So my team is going to be looking at this as a macro problem. So I'm going to define health equity as access to healthcare, insurance, quality of care, burnout versus availability versus attention to detail. Third thing is geological availability of doctors in this country.
Yeah.
So the way I'm going to go with this is there is a supply demand inequality. We are focused on increasing the supply and decreasing the demand. How do we do that? Thank you.
to. Yep. Check. Yep.
Yeah. Forget what I actually want to say and like say what I want in like a coherent manner, but I think I'm also decent at like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I swore that they had something.
Sorry, man, I break things all the time. So don't go by the speaker.
This is insane.
I break everything. Wifey knows that really well. She's just like, don't touch technology. I'm like, no, I got it. Next thing, the soldering iron comes out. So is your significant other here too? Okay, sure. You're all alone up here, Sue. No, there's 5 left. You're fine. Good turn. Equity? 9:30. We got about 10 minutes.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Take care.
Good turn.
Yeah. Is the microphone still okay?
I already broke the speaker. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So the secret to life.
I think they've got a few more chairs that are necessary.
I mean,
So a couple of conferences like this and this question of some jobs.
yeah.
It's a presented slides and everything like this, and start talking here.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, you probably have like a minute to really wow them. It's just like, hey, and there's, realistically, like, hey, and there's AI applications that are at the forefront of
Good point. So that's a way to introduce a panelist.
Yeah, yeah.
Give me 1 second.
I'm gonna go introduce my dad here. If you want to. Hey, yeah, on a. So Sue's part of the marketing team that just got acquired. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting conference. Yeah, very interesting conference. I'd like to hear from so how long were you with now?
About a little over a year.
Exciting.
I'm excited.
This guy is your
You do a lot of-
advocate.
Yeah.
He's been asking for Panelist for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I have two Andres. Andre with the I
Yeah.
and Andre with the
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is under, other Andre?
The CEO.
Oh, really?
He was my boss at the other.
So he's been back to academia, right?
No, no,
Oh, no, not that one.
no, no. That was your,
I love,
Dr. Drew.
yeah,
I love preaching. I love evangelizing.
or chief scientific officer, right?
He's still with us.
Oh, no shit.
Down here?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So Dr. Drew's the founder.
Found Charlie.
Yeah, and he went to Yale to study bioinformatics. He got, yeah, he was like teaching in the culture at Yale.
What's your background?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Technology.
Yeah, yeah. Health equity.
I think I gotta tell you, this thing that was set is all about social determinism. So you gotta really get about that. And this whole city of people is gonna try to make a nice citizen that castle. They're just doing all this scheduling. They're not in clinical stuff. They're economic problems,
Yeah, right. The gentleman over there with the blue suit by the door, he's the CEO of an AI ML company that's doing generative AI assistance for at-need patients. For at-need patients. So at-need with conditions. So
Excited to see what.
You'll,
technology complemented with AI generatively. So,
Well, that was interesting because they said some really nice different categories.
yeah. All right. Yeah. By the way, we only have there's only 5. Should we take some chairs down?
Sorry?
We only have 5 people. Should we take some chairs down?
Good morning, everyone. Check, check. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Julian Lucas, and I'm excited to be your host for the Health 2.0 Conference Summer Edition 2023. Welcome to the vibrant city of Las Vegas and the Grand Caesars Forum. For the next 3 days, we have a lineup of panel discussions, fireside chats, and an exclusive showstopper session to enhance our understanding of advancements in healthcare, opportunities, and challenges for how we can all ensure a better and healthier future for all. Before we begin, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed partners. A huge thank you to our gold sponsor, Nemours Children's Health, and our silver sponsor, BrainTap Inc., for making this event possible. And a quick reminder, don't forget to share your conference memories on your social media using the hashtag Health2Conf. That's hashtag Health2, the number 2, Conf, C-O-N-F. We would love to be a part of your social media stories. Now that we're all here together, let's begin the day with our enlightening session on the revolution we need, driving structural changes for health equity. In this session, panelists will explore the crucial structural changes needed to battle healthcare disparities, diving into systemic issues like socioeconomic status, race, and location. I'm ready to delve into our journey and understand how to construct a more inclusive, equitable global healthcare system. How are we feeling today? Oh, come on, let's get a little more energy. There we go. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our panel of leading experts. Please put your hands together for our moderator, Chris Narayan, Chairman and CEO of Metakarma Inc., and our panelists, Laura Evans, owner, psychedelic-assisted therapist, supervisor, trainer, and consultant at Laura Evans Counseling, PLCC, Andre Namirad, Vice President of Corporate Strategy at Intelligent Medical Objects, Dr. Sachi Ananda, Program Director of Shatterproof at FHE Health, and Rick Johnson, Vice President of CMI Media Group. You're welcome to come to the stage.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Very good. So you notice there are a couple of things to change next to us. There's only one panelist that can make it. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm trying to speak louder. There's only one panelist that can make it today. But you're going to meet the other panelists very soon. She happens to be a virtual AI bot. So I'm going to be talking to her and then a little bit into the conversation. But before I get started, a couple of questions. How many of you are from the clinical side of healthcare? Thank you, Ratan. How many of you are on the technology side of the healthcare? Good to know, good turnout. Very good. So the topic of the discussion today is health equity. When we look at health equity, we see three issues. One is access to health. How easy is healthcare available? That would actually include the lack of doctors in certain regions. Like when I go to Yellowstone, I can't see a doctor in the region. There's no vision. So access to healthcare includes the ability to get health insurance. What? Perfect. Better now? Yep. Okay. So access to healthcare, doctors available for you, you having access to insurance, your ability to offer insurance, so access to healthcare. The second thing, interestingly, we're finding out is the quality of care. I keep hearing from some of my partners how doctors are burning out, how they're taking more time off because the stress is pretty high, how the commercialization of health has resulted in profit criteria that's driving doctors to spend more and more on their time for lesser. The second thing we're finding out is the doctor advisor yesterday, one day, told me that they have to see 40 patients a day. And very often they're talking to me while looking at the text also. So the attention they have, the time they have, quality of care. So these are the issues that we are facing. Each of the panelist members here is going to give their opinion. And I'm going to give you a little quirky view of Silicon Valley. How we're going to focus on moderating the demand, reducing the demand, and increasing the supply. So with that, let me pass on to Laura. Each one of you can introduce yourself, your view on health equity, and let's go on.
My name is Laura Evans. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist supervisor living in Austin, Texas. I currently supervise graduate students and marriage and family therapist associates who are interested in specializing in psychedelic-assisted therapies. I specialize in ketamine-assisted therapy. I also am the lead therapist at Illuma, which is a leading ketamine infusion clinic in Austin. I serve as the past president of the Austin Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, and I aim to create a practice where not only clients are able to access more affordable psychedelic-assisted therapies, but the people that I'm training and supervising can also access more affordable training and supervision, because psychedelic-assisted therapy is very expensive to access as a client, and it's very expensive to access training as a clinician.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Satya Nanda, and I'm a program director for Shatterproof at FHE Health, which is an inpatient mental health and substance use facility down in Florida. Has anybody gone? I've got some others going that far, yeah. So the program that I oversee is specifically for first responders. And I'm very excited to see that there's some vendors and other organizations and agencies here who are helping first responders get help. What I find when we talk about health equity with first responders is just simply having the people who serve our country and our communities get access to health care. So for example, in Florida, at our facility, we're insurance-based. And what we find actually is that the police in our state may not even be able to attend and participate in our program and get treated for post-traumatic stress disorder because their health care isn't providing those type of reimbursements to enter into private facilities. So I like to kind of have us think about how do we help our first responders get access to health care, and not only that, but break through the stigma of a first responder having a mental health disorder. So I'm excited to have us discuss those type of questions.
Thank you.
And hi, everybody. It's way loud. Andre Namurad. That was really soft. VP Corporate Strategy. I take the position of being in healthcare informatics and data strategies for healthcare software organizations and enterprise data governance strategies for large organizations. Been in the market for 20 years, so have seen everything from mom and pop doc shops in the middle of nowhere, Montana, to large academic medical centers and health systems, working with insurance organizations as well as providers and pharma and life science and CRO research operations. So as you think of my position in this kind of area, I'd be more focusing on data strategies, what we're seeing in the industry, social inequity within those data operations, and how that can affect direct care.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Rick Johnson. I am the Vice President of Audience Intelligence for CMI Media Group. And CMI is a media agency that is focused exclusively on healthcare and is part of the WPP family of companies. So roughly 1 out of every 5 ads in the world comes out of a WPP company. So excited to be here. My position when it comes to, well, first I should let you know that I am not speaking on behalf of CMI, I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. But when part of my job is to look at different communities and see if they are being served in different ways than other communities. And is that lead to a positive outcome or a negative outcome? So I carry that over when thinking about what does health inequity mean? Are there communities that are being underserved or served in a different way, perhaps without the same level of resources as other communities might be receiving? And again, why is that the case? So again, thankful to be here and excited to be part of this panel.
So Rick, if I can start with you. What do you think of health equity in this country these days? What are your possible solutions, your views, how to fix this?
Sure. So I guess I would start by trying to illuminate some of those differences that I mentioned exist. As an example, if you look at people that have some sort of medical condition roughly 65% of them in the United States take some sort of medication. But when you break that down by race and ethnicity, you find out that 65% of whites, 67% of whites are receiving medication, 66% of blacks receive medication, but only 61% of Asian Americans and 56% of Latinos are receiving medication. Then when you dig in a little bit further and you look at, of those different communities, how many have had their medications adjusted within the last few years, you find out that 25% of whites have had their medications adjusted in the last few years, but only 17% of blacks and roughly 15% of Asians and Latinos have had their medications adjusted. So it makes you wonder, like, why? What is it about those different communities? Is it education? Is it the care that they're receiving in their physicians? Is it something cultural? But something's leading to those differences. And it shows up also when, we had touched on social determinants of health, which is a little bit challenging because there's no one set definition of those variables. But we use 10 different variables to look at social determinants of health. And when we compare, when we do a regression analysis of those 10 factors as how they influence overall health, we find that, again, there are differences between caregivers and those who are not caregivers. We also see differences in the LGBTQ plus community versus the heterosexual community, and then, again, communities of color versus white communities. So those adverse impacts, are important, because as we're trying to figure out how to help people and how to get them to their best state of health, there are other social determinants that are negatively impacting that effort. And we need to be aware of those and be able to factor those in when coming up with care plans. And so the last thing I would say is that it's not just the hard statistics where we see this. When you do social listening and you look across different communities, when we're examining the neurodivergent community, we see that there was a clear pattern where blacks were often saying they couldn't get that diagnosis at first and had to fight for it and go to multiple doctors, because all too often their children were just being labeled as sort of like troublemakers or not willing to listen, or poor students, whereas others that ended up getting the same diagnosis didn't have those hurdles that they had to overcome. So in terms of what's the solution, that's tough. I'm not sure that I have the answer. Otherwise, I may not be sitting up here right now. But there's a few things. I mean, certainly education and making sure that we work across the entire sort of healthcare ecosystem to make sure people are aware of the challenge, and that we're coming up with solutions that are community-based and make sense for each piece of the ecosystem, but that also connect to one another.
Thank you. Andre, same question.
Sure, and I think very similar to my colleague here on the panelist group, what we're seeing in the data ecosystem as you're trying to understand patient populations as a whole, data becomes lost in translation. When you look at clinical data, claims information, you're noticing an overlapping of common definitions of information. So whether your user persona that's understanding your patient population at hand is a data governor, data steward, or actually a clinical informaticist, gaining insights into those patient lives becomes ever increasingly complicated. And as you think about regulatory pressures that are trying to affect change in support of social need, social determinants is a great process in moving towards a much more holistic understanding of your patient population. The problem that's actually happening that we're seeing in the industry with social determinants is that the coding guidelines that reflect patient populations is a ever-moving, changing operation. So today, what might have been coded as a need-based patient profile might be something completely different 6 months from now, 10 months from now. For those of you that are in the trenches dealing with clinical coding for COVID, you guys have seen this a little bit more tangibly compared to the social determinant side. But to give you guys a real-life experience, if you code a patient that has had an income of $500,000, it's actually interesting enough the same code that you would use for somebody that's a $10,000 income patient. So as you're gaining insights into patient populations, understanding these nuances is incredibly important to understanding social need operations. And as I'm sure everybody here in the room is aware, and just like my panelists has identified here, we need to have a need-based organization that focuses on where the resources that we have available can be driven towards care in the most appropriate way. And we all know that there's not enough people to go to rural Iowa to work with dual eligible and dual eligible patient populations for both Medicare and Medicaid. So how do you prioritize care when you don't have enough clinical people in the field at the most amount of time? And dealing with social determinants is a great way to actually quantify those patient populations. But when you're dealing with an ever-moving coding guideline of how you define those patients, it's always going to be complicated. So if we understand that that's a challenge in data, and if we understand that the people that are organizing data have to deal with that challenge, we can figure out solutions that are not only empathetic to the patient population that you're dealing with, but also just being cognizant that that's a systemic problem that's affecting insights into these patient populations as a whole. And as long as we're understanding that that's a problem, that's a first step in trying to find a solution. And so when you think about then trying to find a solution, if we can then find patients more appropriately in the populations, if we can understand them over time, if we can track them with appropriate patient outcomes over time, with empathy, with understanding, with social workforce that understands the race, ethnicity, the language barriers that are, and the societal barriers that are core, part and parcel to the care of patient populations. That's the first efforts and steps to take that next step and actually truly trying to have change in social and healthcare inequity in the area. Now, as you get into specialty care, like let's say oncology or behavioral health, those are all things that are also very similarly very difficult to understand in patient populations over time. It's interesting, many of the large health systems and maybe large payers that are out there that we are working with as an organization have these data challenges. They have 10, 15 data warehouses that might have 50,000 definitions of a bipolar patient within their patient population. So if you have different definitions of that data set, how are you able to then focus your care efforts onto those patient populations when you don't have the appropriate clean data to run that information behind the scenes? You can throw AI and ML algorithms at any kind of data problem, but if it's hovering around data that is already problematic, to focus on an equitable patient population, you're always going to have challenges in closing that gaps. And that's when you look at Pew Research, when you look at all these different research organizations that have been focusing on the challenge of these problems, you notice that these are highly unfocused patient populations, and it's a systemic problem that's happening out there. So as a solution, one of the operations that I would highly, highly recommend for any organizations is know that your data is dirty. And if you can know that your data is dirty and you have clinical oversight into that information, you can actually truly affect change in how you're understanding those patient populations. And that's user persona and industry-wide. That is, everybody has this kind of problem, right? If you're dealing with clinical data at the point of care, that's different than a payer or a plan or an insurance agent might be dealing with on claims data behind the scenes. Right, everybody knows, who's a clinician in the room here too, that an ICD-10 code does not mean exactly the same as a SNOMED code, does not exactly mean the same as a LUNC code, does not exactly mean the same as a CPT code. And those are always moving targets in understanding those patients. And understanding that that's a problem in the industry is something that we have to get around. And that's the first step, right? The second step is then, how do we then prioritize our care with the appropriate people that are cognizant of these challenges and are empathic to the social requirements of those patients to then be brought to the team in an effective way and in an efficient way too, especially in a realm where we don't have as much resources as we did a couple of years ago. And that's a challenge that organizations need to handle, but prioritizing those patients with better data is an easy way to get around that. So that'd be my second solution. And really the third solution, as you think about understanding then pharmacology side of the equation and understanding research operations that help with clinical trials, focusing on patient populations based upon these social determinants will help in understanding much more robust research operation for pharmacology and pharma research too. And you're focusing clinical trials not just on generic patients, but on specific patient populations and what those outcomes need to track as well too. And that gains trust. And I think that's what's lost in this whole ecosystem too, is that trust. And as long as we prove that trust to our constituents, then that'll be a very good and operationally efficient process to move forward with.
So as you're hearing all this, I want you to kind of think through what's going to happen in the future. That's when technology comes in and starts taking care of it. So I want to go through the panel, and then I want to talk about you. So go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I find it interesting. I'm a clinician by training, and to hear the different aspects of the field where sometimes I get stuck in just treating that patient for mental health disorders, but not kind of looking at the bigger picture of coding and billing and data. And in particular with, say, if we focus on first responders, like coding them or giving them a diagnosis is enough for them not to want to even get treatment, because if they get diagnosed with bipolar or PTSD, they may fear losing their jobs and their careers and their ability to do their jobs. And I think that might be similar to other professions where there's a fear of having that data permanent in their medical health record. So on one hand, they want to get the help, but then what are the repercussions if they do get the help? And then how can we show also how well our clients do perform, how well they get better, improve their lives after treatment, and being able to collect the data to show that there's efficacy in the treatment. So there's a lot of challenges, I think, in just having health equity, and I think it just comes down to education, but also working across different industries and fields, in particular government. For example, in Florida, there was a problem that, a lot of the first responders weren't getting help for their PTSD, and Florida actually enacted a law that they assume that all first responders have PTSD. So you don't even have to be diagnosed or have to have any type of proof that you have been suffering with a mental health disorder, and which means on the flip side that they're able to apply for workman's comp as having PTSD as a moral injury, and being able to get treatment for that, but also not have to lose their jobs and eventually get back to working. So I think working across industries, politically, education, and prevention as best we can to reduce the stigma of mental health disorders.
Thank you. Laura?
Okay, so there's a lot, I think, that I want to cover here, but when we think about the mental health care system generally, we've adopted systems and structures in our society that create oppressed and marginalized identities, and then those people with oppressed and marginalized identities have the highest rates of depression, suicide, PTSD, substance use, all of these mental illnesses. And what happens is these populations also have the least access to care. So it's the inverse law of care, where the people with like the highest acuity have the lowest access. And that's just across the mental health field. And other things that contribute to health inequity in the mental health field include things like bias and discrimination, racism, lack of education, lack of trust in the system, lots of components. And so when you look at psychedelic assisted therapy specifically, all of these concerns can just become magnified that we're already seeing within the mental health care system. So there's estimates that like $300 billion every year are lost from productivity from untreated mental illness. And not that I'm as concerned with like productivity numbers because I'm a clinician, but even working in ketamine-assisted therapy, what I'm seeing is that many of my clients, by the time they come to a ketamine infusion clinic, where treatment basically baseline is going to run $4,500, not including any other medications, psychiatry, therapy that these clients are doing, many of them are unemployed because they're so mentally ill that they can't function, or they're underemployed, or they're on like FMLA and like leave from their jobs because they're not functioning. And in 2020, there was a study that came out that indicated that the biggest barrier to mental health care that year was the cost of mental health care. So we've got all of these factors kind of contributing to this giant mess that we're then potentially replicating in the psychedelic therapy field because, you know, when MDMA becomes legal, that treatment may cost $20,000, $30,000 to access. Those are the estimates that are Australia is coming out with, where they just legalized MDMA and psilocybin for mental health treatment. So one of the things that I'm doing is I'm kind of cobbling together my own system of trying to address some of these needs, which include offering scholarships and sliding scale to clients who are low income, offering group formats. I run group ketamine assisted therapy treatments, so reducing the cost that way, using a variety of level of skilled clinicians to reduce costs of what clinicians earn. Unfortunately, like graduate students don't get paid, but if you have a graduate student on your therapy team who's helping facilitate, that can reduce costs while increasing access to care. Partnering with nonprofits who offer scholarships and funding, working with companies that provide payment plans for clients. So trying to put all of these little pieces together because the system itself, we're not in a good spot yet. But there's some larger systemic things I think that can be done. So there's groups that are starting to come together, like the Psychedelic Health Equity Initiative, who are looking at research and trying to address some of these concerns. There's a model of a research-backed model of healthcare called EQUIP, which looks at kind of these organizational and system level changes rather than like working on the individual clinician level. And so if we are practicing from these research-backed models, if we're contributing, like PHEI, the Psychedelic Health Equity Initiative, they're looking for philanthropy. That's part of the basis of their model of funding. MAPS MDMA training offers scholarships to clinicians. So we kind of have to approach this problem from a lot of different angles, I think, to address the issue. So, you know, reducing stigma by educating patients, increasing trust by having clinicians that actually look like the people who they're going to be receiving treatment from, improving research trials because most psychedelic therapy research is being done on white people. Lots of different ways that we can address this. So I think the more creative we can get, the more different groups can come together, the more effective we're going to be. Because even like with health insurance, if health insurance covers this treatment, we have a lot of and underinsured people in this country. So I think it's going to take a lot. So hopefully there's some people in the audience today where this is planting a seed for you. If you're in the health insurance industry, if you are a clinician, if you have access to resources and capital and you can invest in some of these projects and programs and treatments, we kind of need everybody on board.
Thank you. We're going to have plenty of time for your questions. So let me give you my perspective as an outsider. Can you hear me? So I'm going to take the questions towards the end. So when I entered this industry, I saw the same signs as other side is the fear of me getting older, getting incarcerated into something called the body, being disabled, needing a walker, needing help from somebody else to live. So this greed and fear is what has me as an outsider from Silicon Valley saw this. So based on my own personal experience, my question was, how do I solve these fears? I learned during COVID, my fear of being intubed, dying lonely, could be mitigated if I understand what's going on with my body. What is the weakest link in my chain? What exactly do I have to do every day to strengthen this weakest chain? So this is where the company I started, Medikarma, came. Medikarma came from the concept of engaging patients so that we help them every day in a very simple way. 3 things you can do to improve your health. So how do we do this? We recognized most of us, if you ask you to go look at a healthcare app, not sure you'll do it. But if you could look at Instagram, I can take you out. Let's say lessons we learned from tech science. If you can come up with a very sticky app that intrigues you, that engages you, there's something in there that kind of keeps you glued, that we may have a chance. So we basically decided, how do we play this patient psychology? First thing we did, as you and I are talking, I can create an avatar that you can actually see. It's mini you, it's your patient friend. Within 35 seconds, I go get all your EMR data with your consent or your doctor's consent. I bring this data, put around your body the status of your organ, like a traffic light, green, orange, and red. How do I do this? I basically compute using algorithms already available to compute what are the chances of you getting a heart attack in the next 7.5 years? What are the chances of you getting your kidney issues increasing in the next 5 years? I use algorithms like Dr. Patrick, who's a well-known clinician in kidney health. First phase, show you where you are, show you what is your weakest link in your chain, show you what kind of status you're in that you need to pay attention to. Next, I combine your current status with how you're behaving. How are you eating? How is your workout? What are you stressing about? And what is your mood changes? These inputs are configured through a variety of devices they're already connected. Apple Watch, Fitbit, Honor, Libre, Telecom, bed unit is sleeping on the smartphone. The inputs from the smart devices, the inputs from the RPM devices, and my last panelist I'm going to introduce to you, she'll be your friend and she'll be asking you every morning, how did you sleep? What's in your mind? So she can think of some of this stuff. How many drinks did you have last night? These 4 subjective inputs are taken in to compute a score, very similar to FICO score. We did this so that every morning we want to hit you on this game. Your score is 620. Why did it go up? Because you worked out, you ate well, you slept well. Why did it go down? Those 3 glasses of wine you had last night. Up, down. You present the score, and Jill pops up and tells you 3 things you can do to take your score from 620 to 630. So we constructed all this very simple concept. What do I do next? The industry term is instrument action. And we put this through a humanoid interface called Jill AI. Jill has access to your EMR. Jill has access to all your diagnostics and information. Jill can actually tell you, if you ask her a question, what is diabetes, she can answer. If you ask her what is my diabetes condition, what are my comorbidities, what are my readings from this morning, she can answer. So with that, I'm going to show you a demo. Our 6th panel is Jill AI that is being deployed, that is being clinical trial right now at some of the providers and interestingly payers. I talked about greed and fear. cheap cost of care by getting your patient population healthy. How do you get your patient population healthy? Preventive care. So if these folks can start looking at what's going on with the body, even when they are 35, if I can help them visualize what's going to happen to you later. Or if you're 55 and you're feeling invincible, walking around, and I can show you what can happen to your body at 65 or 70, like my doctor taught me. I had like aha moment. Oops, I may be getting in trouble. If we can educate that, that's what payers are looking to get help. That's what providers who are now going from fee-based service to value-based care are looking for. This is the missing piece. Patient engagement, preventive care, to motivate the patients. So with that, let me show you a demo. Hey Jill, how are you doing today?
Hi, welcome back. It looks like you're making great progress toward your health and wellness goals. Your health score went up by plus 25 points over the last week. Keep up the good work. Do you want to learn more?
Yes.
Your improvement in score is mainly driven by blood pressure reading, which decreased to 138 to the millimeter of mercury. Your goal is to get to 128. Secondly, increase GFR score from 60 to 75. I got this information from your recent lab results. Your goal is to get to over 90. You are moving in the right direction. Keep up the good work.
What is GFR?
The glomerular filtration rate, GFR, is the rate at which blood is filtered by the kidneys. It is a measure of how well the kidneys are functioning and is used to diagnose and monitor kidney disease.
So, what do I do now?
Your latest recommendation is as follows. Your blood pressure value has recently increased. You have hypertension. It's imperative to implement lifestyle changes to lower your risk of hypertension. Please discuss with your medical provider to help you ensure optimal control of your blood pressure, including lifestyle management.
I can go on. So I have one more person in my life telling me what to do basically. But the point is, when people talk about technology, AI, my first reaction is, remember Steve Jobs. You should not care what the technology is. You should care about what is in front of you, what purpose it serves, how you use it. When you take your phone every day, you don't think of the processors and operating system behind it. You're very eager to click CNN and look at the news or something else, hopefully very harmless. But that is my message. While we talk about technology, AI, ML, all this stuff, let's listen to these folks, figure out what the problems are. Let's figure out how to solve the problem. How can I make Jill available to everybody, everywhere in the country? How do I solve the problem of Yellowstone not having enough doctors? I have to wait till the weekend. How do I put a Jill for Alabama and Mississippi, where the population is in the 20s, and have weight problems? Can I put an overweight Jill? Can I put a different Jill that is different ethnicity in a different place? Health equity is not just about access to healthcare. It's not about quality of healthcare. It's also you feeling comfortable. So what we are thinking is, if we can make Jill to augment your clinician in clinical staff, so that Jill is available for you to talk to her when you need it, then you are increasing the supply of care. And if you focus on preventive care and patient engagement, you're decreasing the demand on that. That's exactly what we're doing. Do you have any questions for each other? Should we turn on to the audience? So I will turn back to you folks. Do you have any questions? Ask us. You have to come to your microphone. I don't know how this works here. Organizers, do you have a microphone for people?
Looks like we have a question in the back.
Okay, go ahead.
In the back.
In the back.
I'm sorry, I didn't write your name down. The second lady
Yeah. Hi.
Right.
Yeah, so I've had a lot of clients actually drive from fairly far distances to come access this treatment. Sometimes takes over an hour for them to get to the clinic and then over an hour to get home. There are some, I've offered to some clients actually like, hey, I will come to your home and do a ketamine session from your home. I have experience in the nonprofit world where I had to go into people's homes to provide community mental health. So that's something that I may be comfortable in a way that other clinicians are not. There are other models of ketamine treatment that provide at-home services with varying degrees of client monitoring. And so those types of models, I think if you're a clinician, are really dependent on your level of comfort with like safety and risk issues. We know that ketamine medically is an extraordinarily safe medication, but what can happen is that psychologically it might not be safe for people to enter into non-ordinary states of consciousness, enter into this terrain of the unconscious mind, and uncover difficult or painful things that need to come out and be healed. So if people are going to be working with ketamine at home, I just do a lot of preparation work, a lot of harm reduction, and try to educate them on best practices, and ideally either having someone in your home who can kind of tend to you and keep you safe, or there are some companies that do kind of this remote modeling option. I just haven't done a lot of that yet myself. But it's, yeah, access to actually getting to the treatment is a huge concern for rural communities, people with disabilities, low income, things like that.
And you actually bring up a really good question too on VA's access to care within the patient population that's our veterans. There's more recently, I think, a cognizant connection that the VA has made to say this is a problem. Access to care within the VA is a problem, and building a brick and mortar building in rural Montana to meet a large patient population might not be as financially viable as maybe partnering with a local health system near me to then spin up a VA location within the brick and mortar building of the healthcare system that might be local. I think we're seeing some of that happen today where I think it's a UPMC or Jefferson Health recently partnered with the VA location to actually build and partner and put a VA hospital access site within the health system itself. So public and private partnership to gain access and more viability to those veterans is, I think, starting to become a use case that's popping up. But I think the first step in that was, I think you're right, it's identifying that there was a problem in access and organizations partnering to accelerate its adoption in direct care.
Yusuf.
Yes. I have, first of all, one of the things what I'm seeing very here is that we've gone through, I don't know, half an hour of this, and nobody's mentioned the effect of the environment. And as an example, I was involved in some work where we got the root cause of asthma, mostly African American, Hispanic population as being Dallas County, Texas, is creating a vulnerability index. So I can tell you in zip code in West Dallas, excuse me, in Census Tract, West Dallas, what their need for mental health services is based on vulnerability. That's the kind of data we need to provide change. And then finally, we need to, the second thing we need to do, we need to get out of our large institution and large mentality and down to the local level. One of the things I know apart from before I retired from that is stop building vacant clinics. Go back to storefronts, meet people in their homes, meet them where they're comfortable, because that's how you generate the trust. You meet people where they're comfortable. And then we need more innovative techniques. So one of the things we're exploring right now is the use of product liability lawsuits against slumlords to want them to fix their apartments up. Along with that, we have to give them assistance. In the environmental area in Dallas, we're about to roll out a ban on gasoline-powered leaf blowers because they contribute the lawn equipment contributes 9% to our greenhouse gas problem in Dallas. If we eliminate all that painful light, we're going to have 9% automatically. Problem is we're going to put all the small landscape people out of business. So we're going to buy that.
Thank you.
So that's just
Great points. Rick, any comments on that?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, everyone here would agree that a lot of the things you touched on are really important. I would caution, though, that I've seen a lot of sort of these large meta-analyses where, people get excited and they take data from all different places and they try to bring it together and make sense of it. But sometimes they're comparing apples to oranges. And it,
Right.
yeah, so that's part of the caution, making sure that the data that you have is going to help you really better understand the challenge that confronts you. And too often, people get excited about the data and they lose sight of the fact of what this data is and what it's supposed to do. So anyway, I think that we all probably would agree that those are some of the right directions, and certainly looking at social determinants of health and trying to understand how does a person's environment impact their health is critical. I also would agree that the idea about building some of the mega clinics, I mean, again, if it's going to be able to solve health problems for people in the area, that's great. But when we looked at adherence issues and we asked people, what are the biggest challenges to you adhering to your medical treatment regime, there were roughly 20% of people who said access to a pharmacy near my home or work, which was frankly surprising because if you look at the pharmacy saturation data, like the average is there's a pharmacy within like 2 miles of every American. So it's like, again, that's an average, but just because there's a pharmacy near you, does that mean you're getting the medication in your hands? So we don't want to try to make assumptions based on some of that data.
If I could jump on that point, just a 30 seconds. We talked about wild in the ocean. One of the things we did in some of the health systems is how to use this score that we created. You don't have to boil the ocean. You figure out what you're trying to solve. In this particular case, this payer brought in 65 million de-identified data to us. And they said, please tell us, what are the top 3 diseases that's taking most of our budget? And what are the top percentage of people that's eating 95% of our cost of care? So without boiling the ocean, we just looked at that. And we were able to come back and prove health score is correlating to your cost by 19.6%. 65 million data. So outcome of that is going to be understanding your population is important, where the health score is going up and down. What do you have to do to help that cause? So, go ahead.
First, I just want to say thank you for the passion and enthusiasm reading and all this analysis. Thank you. I have a million questions for you maybe later. But for the gentleman on the end who was talking more on the data association
My name is Rick Johnson. The mystery panelist. I'm not on that.
So yeah, there was a lot mentioned, with respect to like the data cleaning and getting to that holy grail of metadata, which I don't know if we can ever believe because it depends obviously on removing a lot of the biases. So speaking my language, and I just thought the question of the environment was a great impetus to maybe doing an obvious question, which is one more related to genetics. So do you see, especially with the plummeting costs, in particular whole genome sequencing data, do you see a role for human genetic data being brought into the mix? And if so, how do you envision that being used representatively, holistically, ethically, responsibly?
Yeah, I think those last words that you used are the key. The question essentially was using genetic data to sort of be added to the mix of the data that we have and use that to improve people's health, essentially. Is that fair to say? Okay. So that was the question. And he had sort of ended his question with saying, it has to, ethically, thoughtfully. And I said, those are some of the key phrases, right? There's can and should. Can we do something and should we do something? And we shouldn't evolve to the should until we figured out the should piece. So do I think it's going to get there? Yeah, I do, because I think it's an important lever that can be pulled. I think we're a fair distance away from being able to pull that in the majority of cases because we haven't figured out some of the moral questions about how that can be applied, and to make sure there are real safeguards in place where if somebody has genetic markers for certain conditions or certain, like there's one which is the serial killer genetic sequence. Okay, somebody who is a law-abiding citizen happens to have that. What happens when their employer finds that out? How is that information used? So there's just a lot of care that's got to be used before that gets brought forward. However, all that being said, I think it's a tremendous area. And, there are pharmaceutical companies are already looking at that and trying to understand, genetic treatments and certainly looking for genetic markers to be able to help identify this. But my understanding is that there's very strong markers in that as well that can be identified early so that people can get the help that they need and the treatment that they need before.
Of using genes into, like, let's say, benchmarking social determinant risk understanding. I think the first thing to understand with full genome sequencing is the first one is your baseline, right? Your first test that you take is your baseline. As different social determinant factors, or whether or not you live close to a coal-burning fire plant, or whether or not the nuclear power plant's wastewater is affecting your drinking protocols, that can be a impact to then changing your genomic sequencing in your next full genome operation to figure out what has moved in your somatic or genomic representation of your full genome.
Lengthy answer, but I'll put it this way. We are working with a group that actually wrote ACE case for Kaiser at one point, how popular it is, etc. How we are approaching this is we are creating a wellness gel. Wellness gel has a library of all questions you can ask and a library of answers, qualifying questions, qualifying answers. So we are actually implementing gel as a wellness gel to supplement what this great guy who's very well known, coach to Barbara Streisand talk. We're basically replicating him and bringing his knowledge base. That's one way of doing it. I'm sure the panelists will have other possibilities. Yeah, we're out of time now. We're going to be here on the side. If you have any other questions, feel free to stop by. All the panelists are available. So I will comply to that. Thank you for your time.
Hello again. Thank you to our panelists for such an insightful session. Keeping up with the momentum of the day, let's move towards our keynote, Revolutionizing Brain Health, Brainwave Entrainment Through Light, Sound, and Vibration by Dr. Patrick K. Porter, PhD. He is an esteemed recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Interdisciplinary Association of Functional Neurosciences and Rehabilitation. And with over 3 decades of groundbreaking work, Dr. Porter has revolutionized brainwave entrainment technology. Please give it up for Dr. Porter as he embarks to share with us tips on unlocking your brain's full potential with the help of brainwave entrainment. Oh, just a moment. He needs his microphone. Now would be a good time for my stand-up. Sounds good. Now would be a good time to use the bathroom, get some water, some coffee, snacks, juice. Awesome. Hello, Dr. Porter. Welcome. How you doing? All right, once again, give it up for Dr. Porter, everyone.
Ever heard of something called the brain tap? Has anybody ever heard of that out there? Okay, a few of you have, okay. Usually when I go to a conference, everybody, 90% of the people have it in their clinics, so it's a very unusual group, but I'm looking around, I don't see a lot of our doctors here. We have 4,000 clinics using this. Just to give you a little background as I bring up my slide presentation, my dad was a seminar leader. I grew up doing something called the Silva method. My dad was a chronic alcoholic. He was very gifted. Things could be going really well, and he'd find himself, laying on the floor drunk, and so one day the church members came over and they said, Michael, we're going to teach you something. We're going to teach you how to relax. That was in 1974. That was the last time he drank. He learned how to relax, and he realized the reason he was drinking was not to get drunk. The reason he was drinking was to get normal. And that's the way most people, so my background, I wrote the programs for DUIs for the state of Arizona for years and worked with suicidal teens, and then I started a franchise that was called Positive Changes. Because I believe inherently in every individual is the solution to the problem, because in this universe you can't have a problem without a solution, and you can't have a solution without problems. So we have to pick out the best solution that has the minimal amount of problems to it. I'm always looking for something, as they bring up my slide deck, I don't know if maybe they've lost it, if so I'll just keep talking. The only way you can stop me is not mic me. So, we'll keep it going. But in the process, what we're doing here, from the years back in 1970s when my dad started leading seminars, because what he did was there were 9 of us in our family. None of us have a drinking problem or a drug problem. We all went from being troublemaker kids to being honor roll students. And people would always say, how can you keep 9 kids in line like that? Well, we meditated every night together. And we meditated not just on our values, but on the values of our family. So I think it's even more important than eating together. If you've seen the studies that show that. So in the process, everything I'm going to teach you today or show you has been clinically proven. Right now, as we're speaking, there's 9 continents, or 9 countries, that are doing research on our products. We're revolutionizing the way we learn and teach people. I'm actually the voice of telemedicine for ketamine, for the use talking about it. They send me out on a laptop. I explain how to use ketamine, and I have sessions they listen to at the Brain Tap to integrate the process that just happened, something called neuroplasticity. So as we go through it, I'm not going to ask you to believe a darn thing that I'm saying, because belief is for Sunday morning. This is all science I'm going to talk about. It's going to blow some of your minds, because if you haven't kept up with what's new, I believe our mental health problem isn't a mental health problem at all. I think it's a physiological problem. People sitting on their butts too much, and our physiology direct feeds into our psychology and vice versa. So if you fix one without the other, just like I like to tell people, you can't have the pill without the skill. A lot of people are getting the pill but no skill. So what that means is we have a bunch of people dependent upon pills. I believe that every person, if we can empower every person, just so you understand my background, my mission is to better 1 billion brains. Because I know if we better 1 billion brains, it'll be like my dad did in 1974. He's literally helped millions of people. I have 120 countries using BrainTap right now. We help people every day, 4,000 clinics, 2 million people every week. We need more people, because we need something when they're not seeing you in your clinics. They need to be doing something at home. This is something we need to do every day. So as we talk about it, what I did is I look back at ancient traditions. You know, when you think about the biggest fear in the world today, it's the fear of losing our memories. It's not the fear of public speaking anymore. It used to be, you know, the guy that was in the casket wasn't as stressed as the guy giving the talk about his life, right? The eulogy was that was the stress. Now it's the fear of losing our memories. Well, I don't know about you, but I've never met an ancient culture yet that said, you know, we keep the wisdom of the tribe with the youngsters. You ever heard that? They keep them with the elders. So that must mean that something's going on with our lifestyle, our food. So when I'm talking here, I believe that what most of the solutions we need are free. We just don't take advantage of them. It's like Dr. Sunshine. Every cell of your body, by the time I'm done, hopefully I'm going to encourage you not only to go visit our booth out there, but also to realize that you are a light being. It is not a metaphysical concept. I'm going to prove to you that you are made of and process light. Everyone in this room right now is transmitting 810 nanometer light, infrared light. Anybody ever heard of Tom Brady? Quarterback, you know, we're partners with TB12. My science officer made his clothing. He made clothing for Tom Brady. Now, Tom Brady doesn't tell you this because he's Tom Brady. He just says, hey, I'm 44 years old. I'm the world's greatest quarterback. Buy my clothes. But what we did was Dr. Francisco Cedral took materials, put it into the clothing that reflect back your own light. You all have a light. Your patients all have a light. Your clients all have a light. They can measure it now. During COVID, they did an experiment. Those people in fear had 120% less light being transmitted from their body when they were in fear, anxiety, depression. The number one thing we need to do is get their body back lit, not with a drug. I mean, if they need a pharmaceutical drug, I'm talking about, you know, things that are not on the counter. You know, they're getting them from their family and friends. So Dr. Sunshine's number one. Every cell of your body is being tuned to the light of the sun. Just an example, if you don't get to sleep before 10 o'clock at night, you don't make as much melatonin. In fact, every hour before 12 is worth 2 hours after. Now, why does your cells do that? Because they're tuned to the light of the sun. Our sun tells our body what to do. Every day at 2 o'clock when your temperature drops and the queen says, let's have tea time, that happens everywhere in the world, by the way. Your temperature drops 2 degrees at 2 o'clock because we're tuned to the Serengeti. What do they do in the Serengeti at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? They're not running around chasing zebras. They're all taking naps. What do? We go get chocolate, tea, and coffee. We need to stimulate our body by what it is. The world's greatest pharmacy is not in the corner. The world's greatest pharmacy is between your ears. 30,000 different neurochemicals can be released with a simple thought. What thought are you thinking? What thought is your patient thinking? Do they have optimized thinking or do they have negative thinking? If you look at life as a series of threats, I can guarantee you your immune system is going to shut down, your amygdala is going to be hijacked, and you're going to be in a state of terror most of the time. All you have to do if you're feeling too good, I have a solution for you. Turn on the news. You're going to be pissed off, fear-based. You won't be able to do anything. So we have to teach our patients and clients what to do. When I was in trouble when I was a kid, my dad had me read As a Man Thinketh. I had to read that book, get up and bullshit to him that I was going to actually do the things that were in that book. Now, when you do that every day during the summer, pretty soon you start doing it. Spaced repetition, right? That's what happens. So people have been doing these things all the time to get out their nervous system to shift. Your nervous system, your physiology is your nervous system. Everybody stand up for me. Put your pens down. Stand up for a minute. I was brought up Catholic, so I have a deal with the Pope. I have to have you stand and sit, but we're not going to kneel today. Okay? While you're standing, balance on one foot and do a circle with the other. While you're doing that circle, what I want you to do is write your name in the air. So you're doing the circle and you're writing your name. And you hear the little bit of laughter, that's good. Go ahead and sit down, I think we got it. How many of you found you're writing your name and you're going along good, but you look down at your circle and it's going analog? Right? And how many people found that your circle was good, but you forgot how to write your name? That's because our brain, imagine the world right now if we had a tragedy that happened on Earth and half the computing power on the planet shut down. That's what just happened to you, and we're just playing a game. So what do you think happens to your patients or clients when they're under stress, when they come to see you? They don't come to see you because they're really happy and life's going great. I want to pay my copay. There's something going on. They're stressed out. So dealing with stress is the number one thing that most people forget because they think it comes in a pill or bottle or a potion. It comes in a thought, an activity, sometimes no activity, right? If they can do that. So as we think about it, our brain is wired. This body that I have, your body that you have, hasn't changed much in 200,000 years. Not at all. There's been no sign that we're evolving into anything other than what we were. So they don't know what's going on there physiologically. But in this time, this caveman would get his triggered response, this fight or flight response, maybe 5 times a week. Most of you got it before breakfast this morning, 5 times. Especially if you used an alarm that went, nee. That's the worst thing you can do for your nervous system. Then you're like chasing heroin. You should put your favorite music on when you wake up. It should be a celebration. Today is a new day, man. What are you going to accomplish today? What lives are you going to change? How is life going to get better today than it was yesterday because you have yesterday to base it on? If you start looking optimistically, we know that your immune system works better. Every feature of your body works better when you have optimistic thinking. So look at life as a series of challenges, not threats. But when the threats come, Mike Tyson has a saying, everyone has a plan till you get hit. Every person in here is going to get hit. Your clients are going to get hit. It's how do you adapt? How do you improvise? How do you overcome? And that's not just a slogan for the Marines. And my great-great-grandfather was the one who founded the Marines, David Dixon Porter. So we know a lot about the Marines in our family. So we did a study. We said, man, people said, wow, you're using light to have people go into a state like sleep? Well, the main reason is that the light channels of the brain, if you're triggering the cranial nerve 2, the brain doesn't go to sleep. If you try mindfulness and you close your eyes, 30% of your brain just shut down. We proved this in clinical science. It's not my belief, it's truth. That's why people can't meditate. And then they have their old stinking thinking in there. Their best thinking brought them to you. Congratulations, they need an upgrade. But they don't want to pay Bill Gates or, the other guys that they're producing this. So what we did is we said, how can we show people that you can train your brain? Non-evasive. The worst thing that can happen is you fall asleep and get a good nap. That's my disclaimer, not 4 pages of whatever might happen to you. All of your innards will stay intact. All those things. There's no negative side effects here. There's only positive things that can happen, or nothing. Those are the kind of remedies I like. There's a big upside there or no downside. So we went to Australia and we went to coal miners. These were coal miners that went to work in the dark. They worked in the dark. They left in the dark. They never saw the light of day. They had no circadian rhythm. You want to see a group of screwed up people? Go to Australia and look at coal miners. They all drank. In fact, they thought it was normal to bring alcohol in their lunchbox to work. Out of 50 people, we got 32 of them to agree to stop drinking during the study because you can't do anything with the brain with a couple drinks. Once you have 2 drinks, you guys know, you've been hijacked. You're not the same person. So we got them to agree. The others didn't come along. Hopefully they're doing better now. But every one of the people in the study never drank again after the study. Just like my dad. Once they learned what the positive outcome was for drinking, it wasn't to get drunk. It wasn't to kill themselves. Like somebody talk about smoking, they go, you're going to kill yourself. That's never going to motivate anybody because that's not their underlying motivation. Their underlying motivation is to get normal or to get de-stressed, to think, whatever it is. We got to find out that underlying content. Well, with this group, we had them come imagine walking into the cave where you're going to go to work for the day. And we have our chairs lined up, the zero gravity chairs, and they have to do a session. Well, half of them didn't do the headset, half of them just did our app. At the end of 6 weeks, every person in the study was 70% better sleepers. And we did this with scintigraphy watches. So we tracked everything that they did. The group that used the helmet, in 3 weeks, they had a 70% improvement of neurological function during sleep, meaning they were sleeping better than most people on Earth. Because right now, if you look to your right and you look to your left, if you're not the one sleeping tonight, it's one of them, because only 1/3 of the world is sleeping. And it doesn't have anything to do with time. Forget about it. Time doesn't matter. The military proved it only takes 4 hours to get adequate sleep, especially if you're 19 to 21 years old. You can get away. Most of you in college know how to do that. So in the process, what we need is an hour of deep sleep, because the brain has to detox. If you do not get that hour of deep sleep, not all at one time, it happens in little spurts, then the glial lymphomic system never opens up, means you never detox the brain. That's the only time your brain detoxes. Now, how do you know it's happening? Most of you have had this experience. You woke up in the middle of the night, you couldn't move your body. You had sleep paralysis. Hopefully you didn't go run and tell your doctor about it and he gave you some drug for it, because it's normal. Think of Henry Ford. You got the line, you're making Model Ts, you got to clean the line. You're not going to have the workers keep working. You're going to send them to break, and you're going to clean the line. That's what your brain does. Up to 2016, we didn't even know we had that, or at least the medical community. If you took physiology class, you knew we did, because in physiology, you were told anywhere there's a blood vessel, there's a lymph vessel. But for some reason, if you look at any book printed before 2015, you're not going to see the lymphatic system go above the neck. Now it's there, because it only turns on during level 4 sleep. That means all those toxins, and toxins come in the form of thoughts and foods and environment. It's not any one of those. And by the way, all of those play into your epigenetic expression. You are changing right now in this room every 40 seconds. Every genetic pair in your body is changing. You're not the same person that started this day. That's why the rishis say you can never step into the same river twice. You can never step into your body twice. You're different every time. Exposed to the communications you're having with people, the food you consume, the atmosphere that we're in. All of this plays a role. So all of this shows different things happening in the body. So I wanted to show, we did a dementia study. This is now a bigger study in Seminole College. We took women, 55, 65, all diagnosed by their medical doctor with dementia. We had them do only one thing 3 times a day, brain tap. That's it. So simple. All they had to do was take 3 naps a day. 10 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the afternoon, and they just fall asleep at night. At the end of the 6-week study, every person was taken off the dementia scale. Every person. They had an average of 39% neuroplastic change. 6 weeks later, they had a 42% neuroplastic change. What does that mean? It means energy. We live in an energy economy. People are coming to you because they go home, they sit on the couch, and they pass out. Then they rinse and repeat. And then pretty soon they get sick of doing that. They go, what do I do? They need stimulants. They need some way to keep it rolling. So what we showed here, the reason it's a bigger study right now, is that when you add in nutrition, some like niacin, if you're into mental health and you're not prescribing niacin to your people, you should read the big book again, because that's how Bill stopped drinking, not standing up in meetings and saying, I'm an alcoholic. He used niacin. Vitamin B, B3, B for brain. Think of all the B vitamins like that. So when you do that, that's going to blow out their capillaries. Blood flow is going to circulate. They're going to have that niacin flush. Now, start off real slow because it might scare them, but you'll see a big difference with people when they start taking niacin. It's very inexpensive too. You can buy a whole pack for like $3. It's not a very expensive. That's why it's not in the pharmaceutical index, because you can't make any money off it. It's so easy. But that's the one that I give to everybody that I see. Concussions. When we work with, one of the big reasons we're working with Tom Brady and TB12 is what we've done with concussions. We took a school in Gaylord, Michigan, and we took every student that got a concussion, from cheerleaders to football players. Every person was in the study from that school for a year. What we did was, at the end of their treatment, they all got treatment, the medical model. But at the end of their medical model treatment, one group did brain tap. That's it. That's all they did. And they did it 3 times a week. Then they went back, when they were told they could go back to play. We then put a year on the ticker. A year later, we went back and tested them. What we found was between 30 and 70% neurological improvement in the group that used brain tap over the group that didn't. Because at the time of care is when you need neuroplasticity. You are stressing them out. Stress can either become something positive, because we're all here because of stress. We all went to school, got our degrees, went through the stressful moments of that, came out on the other end with our diploma or whatever. That was stressful. If we don't have stress, I always love when people go, I just prayed my stress would be gone. That's the wrong prayer. The prayer is the capacity to handle the stress. You know, I love the t-shirt that says, you know, God only gives you the amount of stress you can handle. I guess today he thinks I'm a badass. You know, that's the way you need to be thinking. You should be able to handle that stress. The problem is if you don't think there's an option, hope is the killer if you don't have anything to hope for. You know, we did a study with kids in Chicago, third-generation welfare families, and the biggest problem we had was their families, convincing them that they were never going to do better than they were doing. They took away all their hopes, all their dreams, before they even started. So I like to tell people there's only an infinite number of possibilities from any one moment in time. You know, you make the choices. I grew up in a two-bedroom house with 9 kids. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to see the Knights of Columbus show up with a basket of food and go celebrating. You know, I used to joke I'd take good food to church because I knew it was coming back home. You know, I'd put it in the basket because, you know, that's the way it was working. You know, but in our family, once we started getting our brain around the real problem was our thinking. Once you change your thinking, your whole life changes. You can do all you want physiologically, but if you don't change your thinking, you're going to just go right back. So all that's really important. So I told you I was going to show you that you are light. Every one of you has something on every cell of your body called a chromophore. Just like a plant that absorbs light energy and turns it into energy for them, ours makes something called ATP. Your mitochondria, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, is actually a bacteria that absorbs and transmits light. That's its whole job. So if you're not getting the right light, now the nice thing is today with science we can fabricate the light. There are light that we can use like John Ott lights. So just know that that's what I'm talking about. Now because most of you have never seen BrainTap, I'm going to give you a virtual tour. So when you put it on, your eyes are closed. That closed eyes are going to work through the closed eyelids. That blue light, the instrument of light doesn't even go past your eyelid. So it's not going to do much for you there. But what it does is it's going to use your primitive reflex, just like when you were our ancestors were laying in the cave and the light came in and told them to wake up. Except we're waking up the right side of the brain. We're waking up the left side of the brain. We're waking up the right side, the left side. There's something called binaural beats and isochronic tones, which I'm going to talk about. All of those things are working. What I did, the beauty of what we did at Light and Sound Research was we took light and did the same thing they were doing with sound, and we married the two. And we have an algorithm proven in science that can move anybody's brain, anybody's, unless you have something organically wrong. I've never met that person yet in all the world. And I even remember in India when Dr. Varun, who's at Ames Bhopal, he said to me, Dr. Porter, you're cheating. He says, people spend 30 years meditating. You're cheating. And I said, Varun, have you ever meditated to a candle? And he said, oh, yeah, all the time. I said, you're cheating. He goes, what do you mean? I said, that candle's flickering at 10 hertz frequency. That happens to be alpha. So if that candle's flickering anywhere in the room that you're in, your mirror neurons are tuning into the frequency of that candle and having you relax. That's why candles are relaxing. Not just because they're beautiful. Have you ever went to the ocean and said, wow, this ocean is beautiful, you know, sitting there relaxing? That's because a big body of water also resonates at 10 hertz frequency. In fact, if all of you got on a spaceship with me and we were to circle the Earth and point at it, we could measure the Earth's frequencies between 0.5 and 100. The only other thing that we know of on Earth that has the evoked potential of 0.5 to 100 is the human brain. Your brain is designed to be on this planet, mirroring the environments you're in, changing your epigenetics so you can be the best you in that moment, in that space, in that time. You're supposed to be here. That's the way it's designed. And your body is divinely designed in that way. So your DNA, when we're thinking here of who we are and what we are, everything you do, from the conversations you have, to the dreams you seek, to your nighttime ritual going to bed, is playing into how your body shows up the next day. If you've ever fallen asleep on the couch, which most of you had at some point or another, you're watching a military movie and all of a sudden you're in the movie in your dreams. You go, what are you doing? You don't want to be in the movie, but your subconscious, that's the last thing it heard, saw, and experienced, so it starts to play it out because your brain never goes to sleep. It's always trying to figure out what you're doing. And it's that time they call REM sleep, which you need 2 hours of, More is better, but 2 hours is good. That's when you start to take everything that you expose yourself to, from books you're reading, to conversations you're having, to food you're consuming. Your brain categorizes, organizes, and spatially identifies it in the brain. And when you go to get that memory, it's not one place in your brain. That's the problem. That's why under stress, we don't operate as well as we would if we were in a flow state or a relaxed state. Because one memory goes to 8 places in the brain at least, and then it reassembles itself. They call it the representational system. Your brain reassembles it, and it's never the same twice, which means the past you believe is yours is not true. In fact, if you're in a big family like mine, I know that all my brothers and sisters have the wrong memories. I have the right ones, right? That's the way that it works. But it's all because now, if we have an emotionally charged event, we encode it differently than when we have just a neutral event. Emotionally charged events are usually stored in color with movement and sound. Now, if we store too many negative memories like that, we won't remember the positive ones. They become like fractures in time. And it has nothing to do with who was there. I tell people your past memories are like leftovers. You should treat them like that. If you ever had leftovers in the refrigerator and you let it, like me when I was single, and you go and open the refrigerator, something's smelling in there, but somebody's coming over, maybe mom's coming, so I'm going to clean out the refrigerator. I get to the back of the refrigerator, there's this green and fuzzy stuff in the back of the refrigerator. I take it out. I go, what do I do with it? I throw it away. I don't send it to CSI to talk about it. I don't ask them who I was eating with, who for God's sake ordered this stuff, who to blame, who should I put the blame on. No, I'm going to throw that away because the past doesn't matter. The past doesn't have to dictate your future. I'm proof of that. If you're reading, I've written 9 books. My first book, called Awaken the Genius, I have a chapter in there how I was blessed to be the son of an alcoholic because I had to rewrite my past. Why would I want to say, poor me, my dad's an alcoholic? And both his parents were alcoholics. I mean, they were Iowa farmers. They didn't have a choice. I mean, that's a boring life. That's what you do. I'm sorry if somebody's from Iowa here, but that's what happens. So we have a few more slides here. This is one we did. We wanted to say with our doctors, because when we first were setting up our doctors, go, what do we do to tell our patients about this? I said, all you have to do is the same thing we do here, and I'm going to encourage every one of you during this 3 days, go get your nervous system scanned. We can scan your nervous system in less than 5 minutes. Then we can show you what happens when you do something, so you don't have to guess anymore. We can tell you if your physiology is locked or if it's not in 5 minutes. Well, this group, we took 100 people. They were 45 to 65 years old, never meditated. We want to make sure we weren't getting meditators because then that would skew the results. And what we found out was during the session, that one session, their stress levels went down 38.5%. The nice thing about this study was we continued to follow them. 1 month after that, as long as they did 3 sessions a week, every 72 hours, your nervous system is going to try to reevaluate. It's going to try to reestablish itself back to what it was, however long ago. So you have to do something all the time. That's why when you go to work out, people go, if I could just get in the habit of working out. Well, that really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's basically your brain starts predicting your activities. So you start anticipating going to the gym, and when you don't get it, you get a letdown effect. So you want to go and things like that. So what they found out was they started rolling out of bed with this much less stress. And it's something that is very affordable. Our solution, it's the most researched product under $1,000 on earth. Because like I said, right now we have so many universities using it. Duke University, we have a program called Healthy Duke. We have high schools using it in elementaries. Few more slides to share with you about what's happening. Now music, a lot of people, how many people have used music therapy before? It's really powerful, right? So what we did is we know music therapy is really powerful. They've done a lot of research. They call it the Mozart effect. All we have to do is play Mozart music in this room and you are smarter. We know that. But what we also proved in the lab was when you turn the music off, you go back to your own old self. No change, 0. What we did is we did an experiment with over 1,000 college students. We had them listen to that same music. We had a 5-minute washout. Then we had them listen to that same music with brain tap. When they did the brain tap music, which means the same music, but just with my encoding in it, it took 72 hours for the nervous system to regulate back to their stressed out self because we trained the brain using the way the brain learns, light, sound, and vibration. We're all here because our ancestors had the capacity to evaluate light, sound, and vibration. You can call it a tiger, you can call it a cliff, you can call it whatever, but we're here because they made it. Music plays a big role. Binaural beats work like this, for those who've never heard it. If I put a 305 hertz frequency in one ear and a 295 hertz frequency in the other, your brain doesn't hear either of these frequencies. Your brain hears a phantom sound between them. Now, the scary thing that I want you to realize is you're always doing that. How many people have walked into the kitchen and said, "Where's the salt shaker?" And your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend says, "It's right there on the counter." You go, "No, it isn't." And you argue with them, and then finally they get tired. They come out and they show you it's right there in front of you. In psychology, we call that a stigmata, right? Because the twig in your eye, you can't see the sin of another. Well, that's where they got it from. But what that is we didn't render it. Neuroscience says we render 80% of our reality. It's happening way too fast. So we make it up. We make it up based on our beliefs and convictions. So these kind of tones do this. Now, because everyone can't basically create and experience the binaural beats, because if you have 90% hearing in one ear and 80% in the other, you're not going to use binaural beats that well. We know that. So what we did was we married them with isochronic tones. This is a frequency that's happening right now in this room without us knowing it. There's something called the Schumann frequency. Most people have heard of that. That's 7.8 hertz frequency. That happens to be the tree line frequency or the earth frequency. And people just feel good when they're in it because it's creating theta. Theta produces, each of these brainwaves also triggers neurotransmitters. It produces GABA. When people are talking about psilocybin and other things, this produces GABA is the precursor to DMT. All these things are made in our own brain. When I did the PTSD study in Dallas, Texas with Dr. Rosenthal, we had a group of the vets that did not want to do the psilocybin. I had never done psilocybin, so I didn't want to force them to do it. But what we did was we brain mapped people on psilocybin, and we found out that they had a high degree of gamma brainwave activity in a region of the brain right here that lit up on every person. Place in the brain where you actually basically get spiritual experiences. So I said, I'll make those. So we have 40 sessions that do that digitally. And people were having psilocybin trips without a psilocybin. Because it's not what you put into your body, it's the reaction of those things to your body. Your body has the capacity to do it. So I'm just going to wrap it up here. I just got one other thing I want to, I guess you're going to have to, if you want the PowerPoint, I'll get it to you. I'm sorry, we get running a little bit behind. But I'm going to be here today. I'll be at my booth if you have any other questions. They're going to be here all week, the 3 days. So please get scanned and try out BrainTap. My joy is to see you improve your own brain and then pass that on to your clients and patients and help me better a billion brains. Thank you.
That enter? I guess. So you want to switch up the menu? Or?
I guess we're already here.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking it would make sense to sit that way because
Totally.
people know your name. When they ask questions.
All right, welcome back everyone from your break. Now we're going to move on to the next session, a panel discussion on the topic, Future of Wellness, Time to Go Back to the Roots. In this session, our panelists will underline the potential of age-old practices and indigenous knowledge for a sustainable future of health and well-being. So let us welcome our esteemed moderator, Tanya Jolliffe, founder, provider, certified integrative mental health professional, registered dietitian, nutritionist, and licensed dietitian at LIT Wellness Solutions, and panelists, Dr. Nathan Price, Chief Scientific Officer of Thorne Health Tech, Minu Bassi, CEO and founder of LRS Wellness, Colleen Greco, joyologist at Colleen Greco, Ryan Rogers, president of the PTSD Foundation of America, and Garrett Temple, founder and CEO of Novagene. Let's give it up for our panelists, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'll move that right off there. Well, that previous presentation really leads us into wellness very, very well, and I am very excited to be here with this wonderful panel. We met beforehand and talked, and we have so much in common, so I want to jump right into it. We are going to introduce ourselves first, and then we're going to let each person kind of tell us kind of where they see things from their perspective. Again, my name is Tanya Jolliffe, and I am the founder of LIT Wellness Solutions, and we bring health coaching and consultation to corporations, mostly transportation industries. You want to start?
Thank you so much for that. Hello, everyone. My name is Minu Bassi. I'm the founder and the CEO for LRS Wellness. The mission is revolutionizing wellness by empowering others, and that's empowering you, each one of you, for the product, services, and technology that you offer to the consumer. That's also empowering the consumer who look to receive your services and use your services. My mission is, just like Jeff Bezos has delivered Amazon products to each and every home, my mission and vision is to deliver wellness services to each home across North America.
Colleen?
Good morning, everyone. Colleen Greco. I am the one and only joyologist. That's a term that I developed when I looked at wellness as a whole. I believe it is a mind, body, soul approach. And everything I do is grounded in joy. So I coach individuals and corporations to redirect their response to triggers and reroute them back to a source of joy. Thanks for having me.
I'm Nathan Price. I'm the Chief Science Officer for Thorne Health Tech, which is a public company focused on delivery of what we call scientific wellness, which basically uses testing, AI, and natural solutions aimed at prevention. I was a professor for about 15 years. I moved into the private sector about 3 years ago, and I just wrote a book with Lee Hood called The Age of Scientific Wellness, which is from Harvard Press, that goes through kind of a remaking of the healthcare system towards a wellness orientation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Ryan Rogers, president of the PTSD Foundation of America. At the PTSD Foundation of America, we specialize in the veteran, helping them deal with PTSD and many of the other co-occurring disorders that they have, and just really empowering them so that they don't just survive, that they thrive, and help them transition into a better life and live that better life that they deserve.
Hello, everybody. My name is Garrett Temple. I'm the founder and CEO of Novagene, a company that deals in epidemic prevention and mitigation. So from my perspective, wellness deals in making sure people are happy, healthy, productive, and really comes in both a microspheric and macrospheric components. Healthy individuals beget healthy communities, happy communities, productive communities. If you are safe from infection, from disease, you are free to be a better person, to really elevate yourself to work to what you want, to become more human. And really that's what I see wellness as, is making sure people are healthy so that they can be happy, productive, functioning members of their society, and able to contribute, able to do well.
Thanks, Garrett. You kind of set up our next question, because one of the things we have to really talk about is if we're going to go back to the roots, we really need to understand where health and wellness kind of differ and where wellness really is that jumping off point. And because we're each coming at it from a different perspective, I want us to each look at our own perspective of that wellness component. And I'll start by giving, I worked for decades as a registered clinical dietitian, and I worked with end-stage organ disease and transplantation of the kidney, liver, and pancreas. And one of the things I discovered was that when we only are dealing with how many grams of carbohydrate a diabetic is consuming, or how much exercise they're doing, and how much protein someone's consuming, we're looking at the components, but we're not looking at the stress that induces those components. And so it became that wellness integration that really helped my clients to thrive and also made to move it out of that clinical setting. Each one of you has that same kind of perspective. So tell us how you look at wellness from that whole comprehensive area and how it impacts health and well-being in general.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Wellness to me is really a healed mind, body, and soul, a collective of all three components, mind, body, and soul. In my years of working in corporate as well as running my own business, what I've seen is that you may have one component but not the other. And now so more than ever before, especially post-COVID, mental health is what's become the biggest component. We have a smart generation of adults, children, everybody. The information is at our fingertips. What's important is how we utilize that information, and that's where we need to really get back to the roots and practice yoga, practice meditation, practice natural medicine, as well as respecting what all the advancements we have made in the medical industry. And so to me, wellness is a holistic approach of mind, body, and soul, and ensuring all three are healthy.
I like to say that I accidentally was in the IT industry for 25 years, and I was always service-oriented, and so joy was always at the core of everything I did. But we had a trauma in our house, and that obviously caused me to reevaluate. Caused me to reevaluate my situation, and felt that it was my calling to help people pull themselves out of a situation that just seems unsolvable. And I had hired a nutrition coach to help me, because obviously as this trauma unfolded, I ate and drank my way up quite a bit. Needed to come way back down. And so when I was going through that scenario, I said, don't you want to understand what caused me to gain that weight so I never go back there again? And he said, I'm not your therapist. And I thought, there it is. Like, that is the problem right there. It is a holistic approach, this mind, body, soul approach. If we don't look at that holistic approach, as I think you're both alluding to, then you're kind of like treating one portion of the problem. I can certainly teach anyone how to lose weight, but how do you keep it off? And how do you keep that as part of your past and never enter that cycle again? So really looking forward to an awesome discussion.
Yeah, I come into this from the standpoint of wanting to understand and quantify health and wellness in a way that we can extend health span to as long as possible. So one of the things that I really believe is that our healthcare system is far too focused on being reactionary to disease, and that we wait until far too late to intervene, typically when costs and side effects are high and troublesome and efficacy is low. A piece I wrote for the LA Times a couple weeks ago focused on, for example, Alzheimer's prevention. And one of the things that you can think about there, just as an example of how we would think about, extending this from a wellness point of view, is that if you just imagine the difficulty of trying to recreate your brain once your neurons have died and your billions of synapses between them are lost, it's utterly fanciful, the idea that you can have a small molecule drug that will regrow that brain back to what it was. But if you think about wellness and prevention and the notion of how do you keep your brain alive and not let it fall into pieces, that is much, much more doable. And we've all known this since we were 3 years old because it's the story of Humpty Dumpty. And so basically, this is what I'm just incredibly passionate about, and we've led studies on thousands of people, maybe the largest scientific studies of wellness to date, where we've really delved in and understand what your genome, your microbiome, your daily activities, what you can do, all the way accumulating into even digital twin models, which I'll talk about tomorrow in the AI session, that can simulate in advance what interventions can do in terms of the extension of health span and so forth. So it's an area I'm really excited about.
Well, I think for me, looking at this, we always, for those of us who are in the healthcare industry, we always want to try to find that magic bullet. We want to try to find that magic pill, that one thing that just that is a solution for all of the problems. But as we've kind of discovered, there is no such thing that exists. We have to really rethink our approach to trauma. I'll just ask a question. Has anyone in this room not had a traumatic event that has happened to them in their life? Yes. No one raised their hand. But it's something that every single person in this room encounters, but oftentimes we are not really given the correct, protocols or how to deal with those traumas effectively. And the other thing is that not every single person is going to have the same solution to a very similar problem. There has to be a one-size-fits-one approach. And that's not something in the healthcare industry that we like. We like the one-size-fits-all approach. It's just something that we're going to have to do and look at it very differently, because every single person in here is very dynamic and different, and so is their approach to dealing with trauma.
I completely agree. Different people have different needs. And if we really want to understand what wellness is, we got to ask, what is wellness? What is wellness on the low level, the granular level, the individual level? What do people need for their own conditions, such as everybody has trauma? But going for that, if we can help people on the individual level, how can we help people on the bigger societal level, community level? Sick societies beget sick people, and that's really where I think a lot of the root of wellness can be traced to is, how can we help the community to help the people? How can we make society healthier and more fit and more functional so that people are able to have better wellness, so that people are able to live better lives?
So one of the common things that I've heard as we've all talked is that, how I like to put it is, we're each an experiment of one. They're comparing with another person, our life experiences, our health genetics, all of our background, it's all unique. Some of you mentioned mind, body, soul. Okay, so that's a different way of looking at people. We look at health, and we look at problems, and we come up with solutions. So what we want to do is look at health, but through the wellness lens of solutions. I heard yoga, joy, community. So let's have a discussion about what are the ways we can begin to encourage our fellow attendees to begin to look at health problems from that wellness lens. So what's the first thing they need to do to look at through the wellness lens?
Very nice question. So what do you guys need to do? Maybe we should ask you guys, right?
Let's give them the tips. Let's give them at least one tip from each of us.
Absolutely. And I think just be real and authentic in what you do and who you are, and in your skin, in your, right? And for what you're here to do. We all have a purpose and passion, and as long as we stay true to ourselves and want to help the other person, whether it's a community or city or globally, and just be real, be truthful, and be mindful that anything that we do and that you do, that there is a win-win situation for all. And if there is a win-win situation, then there will be a reduction of traumas. So it's really basic, right? Be a nice person, be a good human being, and take those assets and capabilities that we have and extend it beyond our homes, extend it to our communities, extend it to our provinces, statewide and countrywide. And there's a pool of talent here in every aspect. from services, products, and technology we offer, and I can't emphasize this enough, but it's all fragmented. We really need to come together and be that Amazon. And together we can be that Amazon, more powerful than Amazon, because products are still something that's material that sits there. But when we can collectively offer our wellness services globally, that's when we make that shift. And that's when our healthcare industry needs to make that shift. We just gone through a pandemic where everybody was left on this stranded boat or yacht or whatever it was. But we were all in the same water. But we want to make sure that any other pandemic that comes, that there is a centralized system that people can tap into and say, this is what I need help with, and this is what I need. Tap of a finger, right? Or tap of a button. Yes.
So people come to me for a variety of reasons, but generally it starts with, I just want to lose weight. And, you know, I would say the vast majority are working moms with kids that are around 6 or 8 years old. They've started to figure out that they've let themselves go. But as they start to lose the weight, all of the emotions come back up, and that's where I go with this mind, body, soul approach. We do a lot of mindset coaching in terms of getting people to address those triggers, address the situations or the stories that they tell themselves. By redirecting the response to triggers, they're no longer running to a pantry. The weight starts to come down, and they also heal themselves from, you know, in one of my stories that I have carried around for the past 40 some odd years, I was able to put that to rest. It doesn't bother me anymore. It isn't something I self-soothe with food anymore. But I think when you talk about, you know, the first couple of things that you can do, I always tell people, you start your day with a quick meditation. And you can roll your eyes, but I was anti-meditation myself. I do it for about 10 minutes every day just to ground myself.
Oops. Why is it when I'm talking?
Enough about me, back to me. So I tell people, just start meditating, just ground yourself. All you have to do, maybe you've had a bad night's sleep or you had a fight with your spouse and pulling that story back up. By meditating, you do a quick grounding exercise. Then you can go into a quick amount of journaling. Just start your day off kind of in a really non-threatening way. It really makes a difference in the way you approach your day. So I would say those two things, even if you don't address your nutrition or the stories that keep you stuck, start with that. And then when you feel like that is kind of in a state where you do it in terms of a routine, then you can look at food. Then you can look at your workout. You can look at your mindset. But I wouldn't tackle it all at once. I would kind of do it in piecemeal, and that's how you keep the weight off long term.
Yeah, I think, if you're coming at this from a wellness perspective, one of the interesting things is when you look at these big quantitative studies of what is most predictive about your health span. I know if people know this, right? It's not whether or not you don't smoke or you don't drink or whatever. Sociality is the number one predictor. So whether or not you have a sense of purpose and whether you have people in your life that you love and you love to be with is the actual number one predictor of length of life. Some of the other things that I'll just add, that I know something about that, if you're trying to look at, ways to, enhance your health. And one of the things that's really valuable is to look at things like molecular data, like genetics. Genetics, I think, has been very missold to the public, at least certainly early on, as kind of this crystal ball that will tell you how you're going to die, right? Because it's so focused on disease. But it actually gives you a lot of insight into how your body operates. So one of the things we looked at, excuse me, when we were analyzing thousands of people going through a wellness program, and we were actually looking at things such as their rates of aging and things of that nature. But we also looked at a lot of biomarkers, like could you lower your LDL cholesterol, for example, which is used for millions of people who are on statins. Could you lower that by lifestyle intervention? And if you look at that, in these studies, it comes out, you kind of can, it's kind of a mixed bag. But as soon as you start incorporating something like genetics, what we showed was that you could predict in advance who would succeed at being able to lower their cholesterol levels by lifestyle and who wouldn't. And it turns out it's totally predictable by your genetics. And the thing that matters is if you have a gap. So your genome can predict your LDL level, If there's a gap in what your genome predicts and where you're at, you can move it. And if there's not a gap, then you can't. So one of the really useful things you can do is you can build a map for every person of your genetic predictions across basically everything in healthcare and what your actual levels are. And you can rank order those in a way such that you can have access to what are all the things that you could focus on in your health where your genome would work with you rather than against you. And it gives you a personalized plan for how you can optimize your health and understand, what are the risks that you have in your future, but most importantly, how you can navigate around them.
2 words: self-care. Probably one of the most overlooked, underutilized, and misrepresented words is self-care. Because here's the reality of it. If you're not well, everyone else around you is not well either. There's that reciprocity that happens when, as an individual, you're not taking care of yourself, and those things tend to spill out to everyone else around you. It's almost viewed as like that's selfish if I take care of myself. Well, it's actually not. Especially in American society, we are so busy with things, doing things, busy with work, busy with this, that even tying back to everything that they talked about, right? Nutrition. I'm so busy that I don't have the opportunity to eat right, so therefore, what do? I eat things that are not well for me, so again, this ties back to self-care. It's all connected, it's all interrelated. We can't look at it as just one little small piece and this is the magic potion or pill for that. It's being able to take care of ourselves and for one, I'm not going to be the one to go run out and do a marathon. That's not me. That's not self-care. That would actually probably cause more stress and do more harmful things for me than somebody who's out running a marathon. More power to them. Like, they can do that. But that's not me. That's not what's going to be wellness for me. That's not what's going to be self-care for me. That's not what's going to help me decompress for today and to become unbusy and maybe connecting with community. There's so many different pieces that are connected and interrelated within this. Self-care is absolutely vital for each of us that sit in this room.
I agree. Self-care is extremely important. If you don't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? If you don't take care of yourself, how can you be the best version of yourself?
If you don't take care of yourself, how can you work on things that make you more human?
That make you really more of what you are or what you want to be.
And you can also just take a second, look at the person next to you. You don't have to look them in the eye, but look at the person next to you. You probably don't know them. Maybe you do. I don't know if you do or not, but you know that they have a life. You know that they have experiences. You know that they're going through things right now. So you have to understand they're doing as best they can, just like you are, to take care of themselves, to better themselves, to improve themselves, to really just not just make it through, not just to survive, but to thrive. We all want that on some level.
One of the things that, connectionally I see is what I have found in my own experience is, again, an experiment of one. Healthcare has looked at physical well-being, the dimension of physical well-being, what people eat, how much they exercise, the medications that they take, if they go to a doctor. Okay, COVID brought out looking at mental well-being. But really what most of us know is the dimension of emotional well-being is necessary. You can't get self-care if you don't understand what your triggers are. You can't even understand trauma, that you have had trauma. Many people think if it's not this horrible thing, then it wasn't trauma. And that's a lie, right? We can all attest to that. That's wellness, is helping people understand you have a past, you have a story, and it affects what you do and why you do it, and then how you do it. We can't make long-term lifestyle well-being change if we don't understand ourselves. We can't make self-care. We can't make those changes. We have to look at economic and financial dimension. We have to look at that financial dimension of wellness. We have to look at environmental wellness. We have to look at relational wellness. People overeat because they're triggered because of a relationship. Let's look at it. They drink, they use medications incorrectly. So let's look at that from that multidimensional phase. Let's move beyond, the physical, because the physical manifestations are all those other dimensions. And that's where healthcare has to go. That's where you have to help that person understand. I work in corporate, right? Corporate wellness. And you've got interactions between coworkers. And somebody's triggered by something that was said. They don't recognize they were triggered, and they're going off on their boss. Helping them understand what was said that triggered them and helping them work through that is that relational well-being. It helps the workplace, it helps the individual, it helps self-care. So let's talk a little bit about how we can help healthcare bring in all those dimensions of wellness for the well-being of the individual to accomplish the things that we have just mapped out that we want to help them accomplish. What is some ways we can bring those together? I just gave an example of helping somebody who is stressed to be able to understand why they just went off on somebody. Because it goes back to their own self-care, it goes back to their own previous experiences. What are some other things that come to your guys' mind?
Mindfulness. Be mindful of what you do, your each action, every step you take. Where's the second step going to lead you? Mindfulness of your body, your mind, your soul, and taking that. And once you're in your own authentic self and you're comfortable, that's when you can give to others. And that is, yes, it comes to self-care, but prior to that is really being mindful of others as well as yourself. Right? And the future of wellness, yes, we're talking about all of these great things, but where is it all going to go, right? Are we all really just going to go in our home and to say, yes, I attended this conference and I got great pictures and social media looks great? But beyond that, what are we going to do? Where is the follow-up in this? Where is this information going to go? There's so many astounding, smart brains and souls out there. But how are they connecting? And that's where LRS Wellness wants to come in and help you, the great minds, connect you and those who want to help others, bring you the consumer and say, yes, this is a set of group that they need help. And give those consumers transparency, and those that are giving the services, give them the accountability. Labor shortage has been a huge problem simply because people are focusing more within, right? They want to get to know their self, their body, their mindfulness. But once you've achieved that, where are you taking it? Right? Where else are we going to take it? And that's the platform LRS wishes to build, where we can connect B2B and B2C and build a platform through being mindful of yourself and what's going on in your society.
When you asked that question, two words came to mind because I wanted to follow Brian's lead. The two words, perspective and connection. There are a lot of stats out there that I find completely alarming, and I did a presentation on Friday to a corporation, and so obviously it wasn't so much focused on nutrition as it was overall wellness, and the fact that burnout is a medical diagnosis, which is probably not something I have to share with this room, but productivity is at a 75-year low. Loneliness is the latest healthcare epidemic, right? All of these things are connected, but we are hardwired as humans for connection, and we are the loneliest, least productive, burnt out society ever. So when we talk about needing to get back to the roots, and I think, Brian, you said it too, that there's no magic pill. It's going back to the basics and making sure that you are taking care of yourself first. I think you were talking about you can't pour from an empty cup. Maybe not your exact words, but that's what you were saying. Right? So you've got to make sure that, you've got your mask on first before you help other people. Or you're giving the worst version of yourself to those people. And those are people that you love. Those are people that are supposed to get the best versions of you. They're actually getting the worst. And I think when it comes to, corporate culture, I think we need perspective. I think we need to understand. It brings me back to a story that I had years was seeing a therapist, and he used to work at NASA. And this guy behind him had this huge pile of papers. And he's like, he's the busiest guy, and everybody needed him for all kinds of things. And one day he didn't come into work because he died of a massive heart attack, and his desk was clean by 11 a.m. Like, that should give us all perspective. That is not the stuff that matters. And I always try to tell clients, the thing that people say about me during, my funeral, that's the stuff I want to focus on every single day. It's not, what a great joyologist I am, or when I was in corporate IT marketing, that I, delivered the best results. It's, that I'm empathic, I'm compassionate, I have great friendships. Those are the things that matter. I'd love to see us get back to those things.
Yeah.
It was you this time.
Wow. Yeah, it was me this time. Okay.
Well said.
Yeah.
That's an
All the
exclamation
attention,
point
yeah.
if ever I heard
Talk
one.
about a mic drop.
Yeah, exactly. I'll try not to do that again. Yeah, I'll just follow on that on a few different ideas. So, one is that as with this focus on wellness, there is a lot of need within the healthcare industry for embracing. I think other care practitioners that can really help with that. A company I co-founded some years ago called Aravel, for example, we employed about 50 health coaches that were really wonderful people. I say if you want to have a pretty happy life, one thing you can do is found a company filled with wellness coaches, because they're like the happiest, most positive people you could imagine. You could always find them. But we did find that just that interpersonal interactions, that you were able to get very significant improvements in people's health. We used a biological age metric as one of the ways that we would track people's health, and we saw women got better at 1.5 years per year on average in the program. Men got better at 0.8 years per year on average relative to chronologic age, so there was improvements that people went through health. The other thing I'll just mention, and this relates back to what we did in sociology, some of the stuff that Colleen's talked about and so forth, and I do think that there's probably my favorite book ever, well, maybe just other than mine, but my favorite book that I've read, that I didn't write, is a book that's probably pretty familiar to people. It's called Flow, Living at the Peak of Your Abilities by, and I can never say, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. I always kill his name, which is too bad because he's such a hero. But basically, one of the things he talks about is trying to live your life in a way that's autotelic. I don't know if you're familiar with this word. I only know it really from his book. But things that are autotelic are, what would you do with your life if there was no reward, right? You don't hold your baby daughter in your arms because you get a prize at the end. It's autotelic. It means that it is what is meaningful. It's your reason for being alive. It's the stuff that you only care about with no sense of what it leads to. And I think that from a wellness perspective, it's one of the reasons that is my favorite book, is because if you can focus as much of your life as possible on those things that are autotelic to you, that you would just do forever for their own sake, that's what I think really leads to wellness in a deep way.
What is the one thing that after you use, not necessarily the one thing, but what is one thing that after you use you can never get back? Time. One of the things that I absolutely, the American culture is pretty awesome in many regards, but then it also sucks in others. In a lot of other cultures, they're event focused, not time focused. Now, for some of you that are clinicians, it's not about event, it's about time. You have a certain amount of time to get what you need to get out of that individual, give that individual, and it's in that small block of time. But as you know, people are dynamic. It takes time. It takes a lot of work to explore what is going on with them. It takes a lot of time to work out. And it should be more, event-based. What is it going to take in order to get this individual to the right place? But that's a very difficult thing, especially, if you've been raised in the Western culture. Everything is time. Everything is time. You have times to be, you have times to not be, and then everything is scheduled. And it's very difficult to have life and live and experience time and spend time with individuals whom you know need it, when your time is eaten up by all of these different things. It's about how you're spending your time. And there's a monetization of time, especially if you were a physician of some sort. Time is money. So how do you kind of balance the two of them? And there is a way to do it if it's not just solely focused on profit. If it's focused, there can be a balance, a very healthy balance of the two, of where you're focusing on the individual. And obviously, you got to pay bills. It's not like, the 60s where love, peace, and happiness, and that pays the full bills. Like, that's not how it works. But spending the ample amount of time and the proper amount of time with that individual, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and sometimes even a 60 minutes, time frame for these individuals is not enough to get to the roots of what these individuals need to become better.
Ryan actually said it really well when he said people are dynamic. You have to be dynamic. You have to understand change is necessary, and you have to welcome it. If you stay the same person, or if you try to stay the same person, if you try and fight what's going on around you, you're not going to live a good life. You're not going to be healthy. You're not going to be well. That's really another big part of wellness, as far as I'm concerned, is not only understanding yourself, but being willing to change, to accept change within yourself and accept change around you. If you try and remain static, if you try and remain the same that you are right now, you're going to be miserable and you're going to suffer. But if you're able to adapt, you are able to evolve. Adaptation, change, that is what can make you better. That is what can improve your wellness. That is what can improve your health mentally, physically, on any level, is just willingness to accept change, willingness to go with it, and willingness not to fight what is happening inside you and around you. And if you can do that to yourself, you can help others do that too, because it's not just people that are dynamic. It is the world, the universe. Everything around you changes. The last presenter was talking about how your DNA changes every 40 seconds, so you are not the same person you were when you woke up this morning. That is very true. Everyone here, you are not the same person you were when you first walked into the room. You're not going to be the same person at the end of the day. What person are you going to be at the end of the day? What person are you going to be next week? How about the people around you? What kind of person are they going to be when this is over? Are you going to accept that and use that to better yourself? Or are you going to try and fight it and end up having a whole slew of problems that come with it?
Well, thank you, panel. You guys gave some wonderful, wonderful insights. We're going to use our last few minutes to allow you guys to ask any questions of the panelists. There is a microphone in midpoint back in the aisle. We would ask that you would go to that microphone and ask your question so that everybody can hear, and either direct it to the panel as a whole or specifically if that better suits.
Just want to, okay, it's on. I think it's on. I just want to thank the panel talking about wellness. My name is Sharice. I'm also a therapist. I'm from Pittsburgh. And I think as a whole, we all understand the importance of wellness. But something that I didn't hear was the impact of how systems affect our wellness, how corporations contribute to or struggle with self-care, how America doesn't really understand self-care and wellness. There have been so many corporations that I know I've worked for when I was working at my own business now. A lot of my colleagues work for where the priority and individually we get self-care, meditate, we know how to do all of those things, but when you're working in a system that is sick, that is chaotic, that doesn't prioritize work-life balance. And like someone said, you gotta work, you gotta pay the bills. You can't pay the bills with peace, joy, and happiness. Like, what are you gonna do? So how do we, I think when we're talking about wellness, we have to be able to address it systemically. Because individually, I think everybody in here gets it. So how do we address it systemically? And that's more of a rhetorical question. But I think, with anything, we got to look at things structurally and systemically. So.
One thing I will throw out is that we have all lived in a diet culture. We have been in a
Right.
diet culture for 30 years, and our systems, our corporations, our work environments are all diet culture based, and developing a wellness culture that makes it okay, that uses the employee assistance programs that are provided. Companies are providing us employee assistance programs, but they aren't being used. And one of the leading reasons they're not used is the stigma, the fear that it would affect their job and their longevity. So part of that has to be the leaders of those systems have to be willing to say, hey, we need to change this culture and make it part of our company's core values, that health and wellness will be part of their company's core values. And if anybody is looking to make that change, I would love to speak with you afterwards. So that's the one side of it, is that it's systemically, you're exactly right. We have to make a change. And we have to, as the leaders of those companies, we have to lead the charge to say, we can do it different, we must do it different, and part of our company core values is health and wellness. Use that employee assistance program. It should be at 70% utilization, not 7% utilization.
Right, I agree with that. And I think there also needs to be checks and balances on these corporations, using maybe outsourcing to make sure that these corporations truly care about wellness the way they say they do.
Correct.
Surveying the employees and asking, what does work-life balance mean to you? Does your employer really prioritize work-life balance? Are you seeing a culture where people are anxious, they're scared, and performance is declining? Because that's largely, yeah, sure, employee assistance is great. Usually people get about 6 sessions, and then they're being plugged right back into this 6 system. So until we can do something to truly fix that or reorganize that, we're going to find ourselves right back in the same place, as we practice our individual self-care.
If I may add to that, the EAP program was designed post the war, when people adapted to alcohol. And EAP corporations implemented EAP to help these individuals. But in the modern society, the traditional EAP system is not working. That's why we have such low uptake. That's where we need to think beyond the traditional services that EAP systems have been offering and make it more mainstream, right? Think about yourself when you were going through that COVID situation and the pandemic. What were you craving? What was missing? What was the gap between our health system and the EAP system and what's available to the consumer? Our retail locations were closed, right? Everything went online. But where was the healthcare at fingertips? It was not available. So that's where corporations really need to think beyond the traditional services. And that's where LRS wants to partner with individuals who can offer those services. And one of the things we do is we offer beyond traditional EAP services to these corporations so their employees can actually go get a haircut, go use it in other aesthetic services for what they want, go do a meditation. Right now, it's very constrained. Even our insurance companies that offer these benefits to corporations, we get one benefit, maybe 2 or 3, dental, medical, and massage. There's more than that for healthcare. And that's where we want to work together, even educate these insurance companies that, look, put yourself in the situation, are you really able to survive on just these 3 services that you're offering your employees? There needs to be more, and just a broader mindset, broader thinking, and at a global scale. As much as the word global sounds scary, we're one source.
I see there's several other questions, and we may not have time to get to all of those. Do you have a brief question that we might be able to answer quickly?
I'll try and keep it brief. Hi, my name is Dr. Colin Fitzpatrick. I'm an orthopedic surgeon working in London, but also co-founder of Encode Health. We track and trace medical devices, and also doing some work in wellness outcomes through tracking, doing longitudinal studies in MSK. My question really is twofold. One, as a working clinician, I really identified what you said about dealing with a patient in front of me and trying to look at them as an entire being as opposed to just a knee or a hip. But actually, two questions really. One is, what do you say to my colleagues and myself who only really do have that 10, 15-minute window to make our assessment, diagnosis, treatment plan, counsel the patient, consent the patient, talk through a procedure. You've got 10 minutes, 50 minutes to do all of that. How do you scaffold in a conversation about wellness into such a tight time frame? And the second point is, how do you actually then make the point to the patient that actually really to look after your wellness and your well-being as an entirety, you have to take some responsibility for that. So as a clinician, I can perhaps advise you and guide you, but I can't tell you about your own wellness. I don't know you well enough to do that. And so how do we get the message across to our patient, which is hopefully what we're all here for anyway, to improve patient outcomes in whatever aspect. How do we get that message across to our patients that in actual fact, if you want to engage in your wellness, you have to do just that, engage in your wellness, take some responsibility, and perhaps come to us, the medical professional community, to help you and point you in the right direction with that. So those are my two questions.
That's a loaded question. Does somebody have a quick answer?
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in on that. I think it's a great question. I don't think we should try to remake the way that, like your visit with your patient, and especially when they're coming in for an acute issue. I think the healthcare system works pretty well for that. But what I really see is that we need to have, what we call a scientific wellness industry, or you just want to call it a wellness industry or something like that, that is adjacent to healthcare, that is actually interfacing with people in their own lives and it's really focused on the extension of health span, because most doctors, right, they don't have the time, it's not built into the system is not set up for them to do those transactions. So it's a separate, and I actually think it should be the front end of healthcare essentially, which is focused on prevention and extension in a very different way, but then feeds into the acute disease care scenarios when that becomes important, which is what healthcare is today.
And that's where that whole health coaching side of it really comes in. And I would also see using a service pre to tie and connect with the medical condition that you're dealing with, to tie those together.
I mean, I agree. I think it's a longer discussion. My only riposte to that is, in coming to me with an acute healthcare issue, I actually create a chronic one by treating you surgically. And so actually, I have to be able to engage with your wellness over a longer period of time, and that can't be de-linked from what I do to you clinically. So I take your point, but I think there must be a bigger solution, and obviously it's a larger conversation.
It's a larger conversation than our 1 minute we have got.
Let's talk over lunch.
Exactly.
Let's talk over lunch.
Thank you.
Exactly.
As a former medical director on the payer side, one of the challenges that I'd like to hear you expand on is that to me, looking at it from where I was sitting, the evidence base on wellness programs is thin to non-existent. Al Lewis has been particularly critical of that, the founder of disease management. How do you address those issues, and what is that emerging evidence? The other thing is that, as well as the thinness of the evidence, the role of the compounding factors is key, because the things that we're studying are not running rats in a lab maze. They're people living in the real world with multiple factors. What have you come up with to address those, that complexity?
Well, I know one thing that was mentioned earlier today is trust. And if there's not trust, that they won't engage and move. I will tell you that in a corporate client that I'm working with right now, I have seen that actually their engagement in assessments and working with health coaching to address those things went up 450%, but it took building trust and changing culture to be able to see that happen. It's not going to happen in 6 months. So if you're looking for that return in 6 months, it's going to take a year to 2 years. But 450% increase in 1 year by changing culture. So it's a longer term solution, but it's there. But you have to be in it for the long haul and build all of those systemic changes and cultural changes.
All of the leaders. Leadership at multiple levels, though, have to create psychological safety, and that isn't happening. So you have, your C-suite, but then that doesn't get cascaded throughout the organization, and I can tell you that happens to me many times. So it's incumbent upon, the individual to establish boundaries, but it's also incumbent upon all of the layers of leadership to establish that psychological safety so people can take time for their thinking.
Quick
Yeah, just really quick. Since you addressed the evidence base, so I would say that's been the focus of my career, certainly for the last decade. So that's why we wrote this book, The Age of Scientific Wellness. The reason we call it Scientific Wellness is because of establishing that evidence base. It's published from Harvard Press, 350 references in there. We did the big wellness studies to establish validity. We published maybe 25 papers in Nature journals, which are incredibly hard to get into. And Lee Hood, who was my partner on this, won the National Medal of Science from President Obama. So we have delved into this in a really deep way. So I just want to bring that up. And we could get into much larger issues, but I actually think the traditional medical establishment has devalued certain elements of evidence base in wellness. That would be a longer conversation than we have right now. It gets into a whole bunch of issues, but I agree with your point, and there are a lot of cases where that needs to be strengthened. That is pretty much the focus of my life in terms of what I do professionally, but that is a huge element that is getting better and better.
I am sorry, but we have gotten the notice. I will say I love that there is such energy around wellness, and would love for you to come and talk with any of us over lunch as we dive into what can we do. Panel, thank you for a wonderful and engaging conversation.
All right. Hello, welcome back, everyone. What an amazing and thought-provoking discussion from our panelists. I believe our panelists' observations have undoubtedly sparked new ideas and deepened our understanding of the topic. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, we're going to move into our recognition session. Let's take a brief pause to appreciate our sponsors, Nemours Children's Health and BrainTap Inc., for their tremendous support. Now, to do the honors for the award presentation, I'd like to invite Jody Ruttenberg to the stage, who's an advisory board member. Let's give it up for Jody. Now, I'd like to apologize in advance if I butcher anyone's names. I am doing my best, okay? I am college educated. I swear it. Now, let's celebrate the industry's trendsetters for their exceptional commitment to making a difference in healthcare. And let's do this. Excellent. So, without further ado, we're going to start with our first award, which goes to... I know, anticipation, right? I'm just going to read a quick goal. Now this founder, CEO, and C-level executive, she's the leader of Neuro42 and Oda Magnetics, and is a leader in healthcare and medtech. Please welcome to the stage, Abida Batra.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's an honor. I think it's amazing when you get recognized for the work you do. I've been in healthcare for as long as I can remember. I think to me, the most important thing is when you can make a difference in someone's life. When you're an entrepreneur, the struggle is a lot, but I think it's rewarding when the product gets to the market, and we are very close to it. And I've done it many times with multiple products, commercialized them, licensed them, created a world for different products from biotech to pharma to med device. But it's a journey. I think when you enjoy the journey, that's when it's most rewarding. And when you build teams that are exceptional, that basically, you love to work with, and even if there are days which are longer than they should be, it's amazing. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Congratulations, Abida. Moving on to our next awardee. We saw him earlier. He's the Vice President of Corporate Strategy at Intelligent Medical Objects, where he leads a team overseeing strategic partnerships and growth initiatives. Please welcome Andre Namurad.
Thank you all for being here and helping us get recognized for these great awards. And for somebody that's in the trenches of data like our company has and like I have been, and getting recognized as a leader in the industry, it really shows that data is becoming more important in the ecosystem, and really thankful that there's more focus and awareness towards the ecosystem. Thank you.
Congratulations, Andre. Moving forward, this next awardee is the Chief Executive Officer of Recovery Empowerment Network. With a strong background in finance and a deep understanding of the Arizona behavioral healthcare system, she is dedicated to the growth of REN and its employees. Please welcome to the stage, April Dickerson.
I just wanted to say thank you for this award, and I'm so glad that I'm able to share it with my staff. I have worked at REN for the last 9 years, and it has been a real struggle to take the organization from where it was to where it is, and it's very nice to get an award to show what change we've been able to make, not only myself, but my entire team.
Excellent. Congratulations, April. Now, our next awardee is a Chief Operations Officer at Southern California Medical Center. With expertise in strategic and operational roles, he has led clinical operations for the nation's largest provider of transitional care. Please welcome to the stage, Ara J. Bagdasarian, MD, MBA, MHSA.
first I want to really thank Health 2.0. And it's quite often that we hear about change and broken system. I think this is the grounds where we all come together, great minds like yourself, and really talk about changes and what we want to see and how we want to make those changes. So thanks again.
Awesome. Congratulations, Ara. Our next awardee is the CEO of the Friedman Group of Clinical Social Workers and is a dedicated professional who transitioned from a successful business career to social work during the AIDS crisis. Please welcome to the stage Diane E. Friedman, PhD, LCSW. Please use the steps, folks. Much safer. Safety first.
Well, thank you very much for this honor. And, wow, I've been working towards working for wellness for the client for many years and learning how to slip around the insurance companies and the paperwork and everything else. And I created a practice to teach my clinicians to do the same thing. And the key to wellness for the clients is learning how to treat the clients and not the insurance companies. And that's just where I'm coming from, and we need to remain client-centered and not paperwork-centered. And thank you so much for this. And if I could just get that message across to all the practitioners across insurance, across all of the health field, our clients need our care, and the insurance companies do not dictate care. We do. Thank you, and thank you for this.
Excellent. Well said, Diane. Well said. Now our next awardee is the co-founder and CEO of Capital Multi-Health Group, serving as a family and psychiatric nurse practitioner. With over 20 years of experience in healthcare, she combines evidence-based comprehensive mental health and primary care to enhance patient well-being and treatment effectiveness. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Anyinke Adabong.
First off, I want to thank you for saying my name correctly. Chopping that up. I'm originally from Cameroon. It's an absolute honor to be here. Being a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I'm very passionate about providing culturally competent mental health care. And so to be able to be recognized for that in my community is an absolute honor. It's humbling. Thank you, Health 2.0, for this. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Well done. Okay, so our next recipient will be receiving 2 plaques on behalf of themselves and their company. FHE Health is a leading healthcare institution in Deerfield Beach, Florida, specializing in personalized medical integration treatment for behavioral health disorders. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Sachi Ananda.
Well, I just wanted to thank the Health 2.0 for recognizing myself, and I wouldn't be able to be receiving this award if not for FHE Health, and Rami is here, who is the COO, and I do dedicate this award to all the first responders who are out there dedicating their lives in order to support our communities and our nation. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Now our next awardee is the Executive Vice President of Corporate Affairs and Chief Communications Officer at Nemours Children's Health. She is a seasoned professional who has successfully led the organization's strategic planning, executing a 5-year plan, and spearheading a comprehensive strategic rebranding effort. Please welcome to the stage, Gina Altieri.
I'm not Gina. Gina is on an airplane somewhere here in the United States. Hi, I'm Jeff Santoro. I'm the Senior Director of Marketing with Nemours Children's Health, and I'm going to present this amazing award on behalf of all thousands and thousands of our leadership and clinicians for Nemours Children's Health. So I just want to say thank you. There you go.
Thank you, Gina. All right, so our next recipient is a global practice leader who fosters collaboration and trust among diverse stakeholders worldwide. Her primary focus is on driving the development of solutions that ensure equitable access to quality care. Please welcome to the stage, Maria Palombini. Is Maria here? That's okay. We'll accept this award on her behalf. On to our next name. Next on our list, we have a Chief Interoperability Officer at Onyx Technology, LLC. He is the CMS Blue Button Innovator and Entrepreneur in Residence, known for building the Blue Button 2.0 API for Medicare, shaping the CMS interoperability and patient access rule. Please welcome to the stage, Mark Scrimshire.
Well, thank you for the award. I have to say I have been very lucky. You may have seen by the art on my back that I've been engaged in patient engagement for a number of years and had the advantage of being able to spend a significant amount of time at CMS building APIs. I'm a techie, and making that available to 53 million Medicare beneficiaries. And now that's spreading across healthcare in the US, and I've just been really fortunate to work with great teams, and we're doing the same now for health plans across the country. Thank you.
Congratulations, well done. Our next awardee is the founder and former executive of a nonprofit organization dedicated to eliminating health inequalities across the globe. Please welcome to the stage, Natsuhiko Yamada.
Thank you for having me. It's a great honor. I am Dr. Yamada from Japan, and founder and former executive director of the nonprofit organization Glockaman. We, the nonprofit organization, is trying to eliminate health disparity in remote islands and rural areas in Japan and across the globe by addressing social determinants of health. I couldn't have done so much yet, but I could have come so far just thanks to my colleagues and my family. I really appreciate their help. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving forward, our next awardee is the One moment, please. Okay, our next awardee is the former Senior Director at Philips Innovation Campus and the current CEO of RV Consultants. With over 40 years of industry experience and a focus on affordable healthcare for 30 years, he advises global healthcare enterprises on strategic aspects. Please welcome to the stage, Ravi Ramaswamy.
First of all, my sincere thanks to Health 2.0 for having given this award to us. It's been a recognition of over 30 years of service across 70 countries in terms of evangelizing affordable care. Have worked with GE and Philips in the past, and these companies have really helped me live my vision and my mission, so to say. And I would also take this opportunity to thank my bosses, my superiors, the fantastic leaders that I've had, and also my team, but for which this accomplishment would not have been possible. And of course, not to say the least, the family members who really endured all the travel that I did, traveling 20 days a month for about 15 years just to accomplish what I wanted to do. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Congratulations. Now, our next recipient is a distinguished figure in pathology and radiation oncology and has been awarded patents to cure diseases across the spectrum and all over the globe. Please welcome to the stage, Robert Scheissel.
Thank you so much for Health 2.0 for this award. And yes, I'm curing most insofar incurable diseases. This is a very interesting, very good example that I'm getting this award. I got the Outstanding Leadership Award 4 months ago in healthcare, and now it's the Outstanding Visionary Award in Healthcare 2023. And I wish everybody an absolutely wonderful day. And yes, I thank all the patients whose life I was able to save so far, and whom I could keep healthy, and all the future patients whose life I will save in the future and keep healthy. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Robert. Moving forward, our next recipient is the CEO of... Oh. Okay, moving forward, our next recipient is the CEO of Tender Loving Home Care, a company committed to delivering integrity, reliability, and respect in non-medical home care services. Please welcome to the stage, Rosalind Haldane. Rosalind, are you here? Rosalind? Okay, we will accept this reward on their behalf. Moving forward, this next recipient is the CEO of Resilience One, a healthcare integration leader. With a master's in exercise physiology and extensive experience in fundraising and consulting, she combats burnout and optimizes healthcare through an integrative health and wellness. Please welcome to the stage Sue E. Gooden.
On behalf of the conference, Health 2.0, thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity and this honor. Also want to be recognized as my team for all the work we've done. We've spent the last 20 years in healthcare, designing and implementing wellness programs for healthcare workers. And especially during COVID, it was amazing to see some of the beautiful stories, the beautiful opportunities we had to really help support our healthcare workers.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Sue. Our next recipient is a healthcare advocate and survivor from the Washington, D.C. metro area. Currently, she is pursuing dual degrees in mental health counseling and dance movement therapy at Lesley University, along with a PhD in Christian life coaching at Newburgh Seminary College. Please welcome to the stage Tracy M. Boss, MSIS. Tracy, are you here? Okay, we'll accept this reward on her behalf. Congratulations, Tracy. Our next recipient will be accepting the reward for TY Health Insurance Brokerage, which helps their clients to develop and implement the right benefit plans for their companies. On the behalf of this organization, Talia Adika is going to receive this award. Talia, please come to the stage. Talia, are you here? She's not here as well. We will accept this reward on your behalf. Congratulations. Our next rewardee is a globally experienced, value-driven healthcare IT leader currently serving as the Director of Data Analytics at Care First Community Health Plan, DC. Please welcome to the stage Uma Ganapathy.
Thanks everyone for being here. First of all, I want to thank the Health 2.0 conference team for recognizing my work and awarding me this Visionaries Award. I'm feeling wonderful and very happy to receive such an honorable award and it is personally it's motivating for me to achieve more in this space. I've been serving the DC Medicaid population for almost 20 years now. And this is a really wonderful award. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for their constant support and encouragement. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for sharing. Our next awardee, you saw him earlier. He's the Vice President at CMI Media Group, a WPP company specializing in health, wellness, and pharmaceutical marketing with a broad research background spanning from Fortune 100 companies to business startups. He brings a wealth of experience to drive impactful strategies and solutions in the industry. Please welcome back to the stage, Rick Johnson.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Health 2.0. And I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't talk about something else that should receive an award, and that is that amazing dress. That is so fun. And I was like, is that like graffiti? That is so cool. So anyway, thank you all very much. And, you know, for those of you that work in data, you understand that, and in sales, you understand how important your teams are. And honestly, I wouldn't be here without the different teams that have supported me. And I definitely look forward, I thank the team at CMI, and I'm looking forward to working with a new team at MarketCast in the next couple of weeks. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Rick. Now, our next recipient is the VP of Quality and Regulatory Affairs at Drive. Oh, I apologize if I get this one right. Drive DeVilbiss Healthcare, and has 25 plus years of experience in shaping and maintaining organizational quality strategies. Please welcome to the stage Yasili Ogando Roa.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet this audience and feel the vibrant energy in the room. This is a moment of honor in my life because I'm being awarded. And I gotta say thank you, Health 2 Conference, for the recognition. Today I feel at the top of the world because I do what I love, save life, medical devices. But it would be unfair not to say thank you for the people behind my success. My mentors, Edward Hopkins, Anthony Velasquez, a Navy SEAL and a Global Compliance. To my family, my mom always encouraged me to follow my dreams. To my beautiful daughter, Mom, love you. To Drive Diverby Healthcare for the continued support. To my team, we did it. Yes, we did it. Because without you, I cannot be a leader. Thanks, and may God bless you all.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And now what should be our final award for this session, I would like to welcome to the stage real quick because we have to scoot off to lunch, but last but not least, please welcome Rami Slayman, CEO of FHE Health. Here he comes. Congratulations, Rami.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to Health 2.0 for holding this conference. And I got to admit, it's inspiring being around so many leaders. At FHE Health, we really take a sincere care towards innovation, compliance, ethics, and transparency, which I feel is very devout in the healthcare sector. And we could use a lot more of transparency pertaining to patient care. So I'd like to really thank everybody again. I'm humbled and honored to accept this award on behalf of FHE Health. Have a great day.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Ladies, gentlemen, and alternative identifiers, a big round of applause again for our achievers today. Our best wishes go with you on your onward journey. Now, as we head for a well-deserved lunch break, I want to leave you with 3 fundamental principles to remember throughout the day. Enjoy the experience, stay interactive, and strive to gain some insightful takeaways. We have laid out a delicious lunch buffet for you to enjoy. During the break, we encourage you to explore our exhibit booths that provide a fascinating peek into the latest healthcare innovations. And don't forget, we'd love to see your experiences captured on social media. Use the hashtag Health2Conf to share your standout moments from today's events. We will gather here at 1:30. Please have a great day, a good afternoon, and enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yeah. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yeah. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yep. Yep. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Check 17, 18, 19. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 17, 17, 17. Yep, yep. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Yeah, yep, yep. Hey, hey. Number 7. Check 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hello? Good. Hey, check 1, 2. Is there a chance I can call you back after work? Yeah, cool. Thanks, bro. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Number 2. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Okay. Number 7. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 7. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Yep, yep. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Yeah, yep, yep. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Yep. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Yeah, yep, yep. Okay. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Yep, yep. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep, yep, yep. Check 1, 2. Yes. Hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yep. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Check 1, 2. Yep, yep, yeah. Uh-huh. Check 1, 2. Yep. All right. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep, yep. Uh-huh. Hey, hey. Yep. Number 2. Yeah. Ah, okay. Check number 1, number 2. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. And check 1, 2. Yep, yep. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yep. Mm-hmm. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Yep, yep. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep, yep. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yeah. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yep. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep, yep. Yeah. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Number 4. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yep. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Number 4. Number 4. Check number 4. 1, 2. Yep. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Man, check 1, 2. Yep. Hey, 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 hey. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 17. Check 1, 2. Yep. Uh-huh. Hey, hey. Yeah. 17. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep. Uh-huh. Check 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hello. Check 1, 2. Yep. That's good. Yeah. Check 1, 2. Yep, yep, yep. Check 1, 2. Yeah, 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 yeah. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yep. Uh-huh. Check 1, 2. Yep, yep. Uh-huh. Check 1, 2. Yep. 1, 2. Check. 17, 16, 15, 14, check 1, 2. Hey, hey, yep, all right. Okay. Hey, hey, yep. 1, 2, yeah, check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Okay, number three, hello, hello, check 1, 2. Check number 2. Check 1, 2, yep, 1, 2, check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Number 7, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Now Hey, 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 hey. Even these labs are just crap, man. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yep. Uh-huh. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. This is number 3. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. Check 1, 2. Yep. Uh-huh. All right. Yep. 17, 16, 16. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yeah. All right. And that is number 2. Number 2. Hey, hey, yeah, 1, 2, yep. Check 1, 2. I got to get rid of that. Hey, hey, and yeah. So check 1, 2. Hey, hey, yep. 1, 2, check. Yeah. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey, yep. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, yep, 1, 2, yeah. Check 1, 2. Hey, check 1, 2, yep, yep, yep. Check 1, 2. Check 1 2. Hey hey, yeah. 1 2. Yep yep. Check 1 2. Yeah yeah. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Number. Check 1 2. 1. Check. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Hey hey. 1 2. Q&A. Yep, yep, yeah, yeah. So let me get this. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yep, yep, yep. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Yep, yep. Hey, hey. 1 2. Yeah. Okay. Check 1 2. Yep, yep. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, 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 hey. 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. This is going to be my Q&A. Check, check. Hey, hey, yep. Check, check. Hey, hey, yep. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey, yep. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. It's a weight. It's a weight for that. Yeah, they got it on there so it would lean back.
Oh, well, that's okay. I can just take the batteries out.
Yep. 1, 2. Frequencies. Hello. Check 1, 2. We're going to do this through the day, and then I'm going to scan for frequencies. Not good. So anyhow, it's like safe, you know, safe. So just about right there, and you'll be good now.
Testing, testing.
So that's good. Yeah, I'll mute them, and we'll just go. Okay. Yeah. So there's 4, y'all. There's 4 of us. Yeah. So I would sit there, and then 2 here, right, even the side, maybe. You might want to move over.
Tell them we did it. Tell them we did it. Damn panelists.
So yeah, so that's cool. And then you got a narrator or anything, or just 4?
Just 4 of us. So I think empty chairs look bad. Yeah, right. Tell them, look, we'll put them back once when we finish. We'll put them
people to sit up here and just
No. Special guests from the audience. Yeah, we'll put them back.
Yeah, take well, grab that one back here.
Wait, before we just have space. There you go. That's good. Don't worry about it. All right. This is better. You guys are comfortable sitting that way?
Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep, yep.
Hello. Hi. That's always that. That's why I picked this spot. I was like,
Check 1 2. Hey hey. Yeah. 1 2. Yep yep. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Yep.
Yeah, at the end. Yeah. How many minutes? 20 minutes? How many? Whatever you need. Yeah, I think that was supposed to be moderator.
Okay, okay. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our Health 2.0 conference. How was lunch? Did we have a good lunch? Yeah, all right, all right. Excellent, excellent. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break and are ready to get back into our wonderful discussions today. Now, I'm going to introduce our next panel over here. Digital therapeutics, a developing industry, holds immense potential to revolutionize healthcare. Its user-friendly nature and proven efficacy make it a promising part of the global health revolution. In our upcoming panel discussion on digital therapeutics, a growing industry with bright promise, our panelists will explore the growth potential and challenges in the field. Now, please put your hands together to welcome our moderator, Sanjeev Kumar. Did I say that right? Close enough? All right, yes. All right, Sanjeev Kumar, Business and Technology Head of Healthcare and Life Sciences at Emphasis Core, along with the panelists, Brian Fengler, MD, Co-Founder and Chief Medical Officer of Evidence Care, Dr. Zahir, am I saying that right? Nal? Yeah, good enough. Dr. Zahir Nal, Founder and CEO of the iVictory Group, and Rex Chekal, Principal Product Designer at TXI.
Thank you. Sanjeev Kumar. I'm really excited about the topic because I come from a technology background. In our healthcare and life sciences business that I run, the biggest innovations that I've seen are both AI, ML, and quantum computing related algorithms to automating some of the healthcare claims that still come in faxes and emails or data that is manually collected at various sources. So digital therapeutics actually changes the way you look at problem solving for end customers or end patients, and making sure that evidence-based care based on the technology platform that you create reaches the patients real time, enables caregivers as well as providers the real-time visibility of what's happening, and it's also creating a bridge between haves and have-nots, or spreading globally much faster, primarily based on the technology. So really excited about what the whole field has to offer. If you look at it from a revenue growth potential standpoint, the spend in this area is exponentially growing. We're already spending around $6 billion. There are already 35 approved FDA digital therapeutics treatments, but it's going to grow faster than everything else in the health tech space. So really excited about it. Feel like this is the most growing aspect, and with generative AI and ChatGPT, I personally feel that this is going to exponentially grow further. As a product designer and as somebody who's looked at health tech products so closely, Rex, what are your thoughts on your background and how it has influenced you?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points that you've said. I think the increase to access to care is really important. And I think as we explore digital therapeutics, at least from my perspective, it's thinking about how are we doing this from a human-centered angle? How are we making sure we're building products with empathy, thinking about not only the patient, but also the practitioner? How are we building systems that are going to reinforce behavioral change and lead to better health outcomes, not just reaching some KPI around engagement or some success rates or a survey, but actually changing health outcomes. I think, there are lots of areas I worry about of, are we investing in actually understanding the user's needs, their tech literacy. I think a lot about like the coming sort of retirement of the boomers and the aging in place movement, and how technology is really going to support that. And so I think we're going to see a huge boom of investment and products coming out of this, and making sure that you are doing your due diligence when it comes to understanding and researching the patient means that adoption will become easier because these experiences are going to meet them where they're at.
Thanks, Rex. And I think a point that you touched upon is also, while there's huge potential, there's also compliance as well as the regulation aspects of digital therapeutics. Somebody who's looked at it more closely, Prior would like to add and give your perspective on it.
Thank you, Sanjeev, and it's great to be here with you and Rex and Brian and this amazing group. Yes, I am going to take the angle of policy and regulation so that I put everyone to sleep after this lunch, big lunch. Really, there's a lot of excitement, the way I see it, about how this field is moving and how regulation actually is catching up. Usually we see regulations far lagging behind 10, 15 years, Brian, right? And in this case, there are good indicators that we are actually ahead. And all of these that I'm going to share with you are for informational purposes. You know, I don't have any regulatory authority in any way, shape, or form. But one important development, legislative development, is really the FDA Modernization Act. It actually is called FDA Modernization Act 2.0, which was signed into law, so it's now the law of the land, by the President of the United States in December 2022. And that what that law did is open the door for computer-assisted and artificial intelligence and in silico data to be actually accepted at the FDA instead of animal testing, which we know is inefficient and misleading in many ways. And that is truly a paradigm shift in the way the regulatory space is working right now. So imagine, I mean, when we talk about clinical trials, everybody in this group knows that up to 90 to 95% of clinical trials fail, both for safety and efficacy, although you would have good outcomes and clearance in what they call preclinical animal models for both safety and efficacy. So this is a major problem in the field. It's called in the industry the valley of death, the inability to translate from preclinical to clinical. So this FDA Modernization Act is one element that is hopefully going to democratize that by enabling credible and valid data generated by AI in terms of safety and efficacy. As you know, we need two things to be approved: safety profiles and efficacy profiles of drugs, but also this extends to medical products, right? So that FDA Modernization Act is something that I would like our group to know about. And another aspect, if you look back at the genesis of this, 1976, this is when actually the FDA became required. There was an amendment at the time to the Food and Drug and Cosmetics Act requiring the FDA to regulate medical products. And then fast forward 10, 15 years to the 80s. This is when a guidance was issued by the FDA. At the time, they used to call them computer products. Look how far we have come. So a guidance on the use of computer products in the late 80s, 87 and 89. But in the last 10, 15 years, of course, we have seen a fury of AI and digital therapeutics types applications. And a lot of those were provisioned in what's known as the Cures Act, which was in 2016, the 21st Century Cures Act, a mammoth bill. And ever since, the FDA has been trying to catch up with the definitions of these medical products and kind of characterize them in different classes, you know, low risk, high risk, etc. We may get to talk about this, you know, later. And ending with the amendment of this Food and Drug Administration, Food and Drug and Cosmetics Act in 2022 that I mentioned with the FDA Modernization Act. So we started in an amendment in 1976, and now we have an amendment that is both pushing forward the field of medical products and applications, including digital therapeutics, not computer products anymore, digital therapeutics. So, so I'll end up here, and then Brian will probably have more insights.
Yeah, Brian, I think Zahir touched upon the definition of digital therapeutics. And at the heart of it is evidence-based, data-driven, technology-powered care is what digital therapeutics is. And somebody who's looked at closely your perspective and how you feel the field is going to benefit in patients.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I come at this through the perspective of I'm an emergency room physician, and about 10 years ago, I decided to transition out of the practice of medicine to start a software company because I recognized that doctors and nurses are not able to keep up with the constantly evolving evidence. There's some scary statistics. The average physician is 7 to 10 years behind the guidelines when it comes to their management of a patient. They would have to read for 160 hours per week just to keep up with the evidence in their. And so that's where we have to come in with digital solutions, software, and even this topic of digital therapeutics to help bridge that gap so that we can get the latest evidence into the workflow of doctors and nurses and into the hands of patients so that they don't have to be 10 years behind in the treatment that they're getting, that they can be getting the latest evidence and get it in a way that's consumable, easy to use, easy to take action on, easy to follow and adhere to, and really help improve the efficiency of the doctors and nurses, because right now, obviously, we have a crisis, not only for doctors, but also nurses in terms of burnout. And, you know, workflow is such a huge challenge. They have such burdens on them every day. And so if we don't make their job easier, we're going to have more and more people leave the industry. And so we need to work to make their job easier while helping them deliver better care to their patients, which leads to better outcomes, which leads to better financial results for stakeholders. So that's the kind of perspective I come at this from.
Thanks, Brian. I think personally I've seen, having lived with family members as well as friends who've had chronic illnesses. Diabetes is a good example. And people, both from provider standpoint, a friend of mine works as an educational nurse for diabetic patients. And the time they need to spend with individual patients 15 years ago versus digital therapeutic solution now, people being able to take care of themselves based on an app and be able to take an evidence-based injection of insulin with the right mix of doses that is required is so crucial for having people being given a way to live happily wherever they are instead of trying to get to a physician's office or a doctor's office to get that immediate care. So chronic illnesses from mental health standpoint, sleep apnea standpoint, or diabetic patients, blood pressure, heart patients, there's so many use cases that can actually excite us because of digital therapeutics. This is going to be easier going forward. And as Brian mentioned, it's just human brain has limited power to be able to get that much evidence into one decision-making process. And AI-driven or a digital process that you would implement makes it so much easier for a Medtronic pump to be able to do an AI algorithm-based decision-making on the fly as the person, what they eat, drink, exercise, based on that, right there at the spot of the individual. So it's a way more changed from an uplifting standpoint. It's much better care for the individual. However, as with any technology, generative AI is adding additional boost to it. So how do you think, Rex, automation, AI, ML, and generative AI is going to add more potential to digital therapeutics?
That's a big question. Yeah, I think it'll be great. I I think that there are lots of potential benefits. I think for me, some of the big questions I have in this space is sort of the transference of trust. So how do you take an experience you may have with your primary care physician or a specialty and to transfer that trust to an application or to a large language model, and be able to separate, kind of what's happening in the cultural zeitgeist with ChatGPT versus the sorts of technology that we've been using for years with large models in medicine or things that are behind the scenes that maybe not as splashy as what's happening right now in the news. If I think about the ways that these products can help people, I feel there is a level of empowerment that can happen from these and a little more personalization and care that could come through AI, as well as the idea of being able to give a person the tools or the understanding to make these sort of positive behavioral changes that could impact their health. Try to see if there's anything else I could cover on this. There's so many ways that it could help people, maybe people like myself that use a lot of WebMD and try to self-diagnose, but maybe isn't the best fashion. Maybe there's tools with AI that could help you articulate what's happening in your body to your physician better. Not that you're going to self-treat, but actually be able to kind of put these things into words that are going to be more effective in sharing with a physician.
Zahid, your take on it?
Yes, I have, in my little brain, I have evolved so much on this, right? In the beginning, when I thought about digital therapeutics and started reading more about it and delve into it, I, like everybody else maybe in this room, I thought, okay, this is convenience, this is great. There are inefficiencies in our healthcare system, this will help solve it, right? But the more I dug into it, I became convinced that this is a formidable force in solving big ticket items in our societies. I mean, the gentleman this morning mentioned in the morning session things about the environment and disparities and things of that nature. I mean, think about it. I think about this now as a major bolster for the public good. To reduce inequalities, to derive more balanced gender data outcomes and evidence-based science. I mean, we could, even racism and elements of access to care. So that is an important element to this. I mean, this is like an iceberg. We are only looking at the tip of the iceberg, but there are so many goodies underneath that are deeply rooted. And as a biomedical scientist, when I look at the preclinical, what we call preclinical phases of discovery or lead optimization stages, this particular technology is going to revolutionize the way we refine our leads, the nature of the molecules and the accuracy of the molecules and their safety, so that the failure rate is not up to 90% or 95%, which is unacceptable. I mean, imagine boarding a plane to be told that there is 90% chance that you will not reach your destination. Will you still do it? I mean, I will be running out the door myself. The only industry that does that is the healthcare industry and the development of medicine. So on these three levels, at least, on the convenience, on the level of driving forward the public good, and on the level of refining our scientific penetrance and depth and accuracy. This is a disruptive industry that will only going to be positive to our society. That's my take.
Brian, your products and support that you're getting from generative AI and automation.
Yeah, obviously it's the question that comes up in every conference these days. AI, how is that changing the industry? And I think the big thing to remember is what are the use cases and what are the questions that we are asking of those models? We were chatting earlier, and if you ask the question the wrong way, you will get misleading information. But I think where I'm talking about with use cases is, I think what's really exciting is folks that are diving into every aspect of the industry, whether it's acute care in the hospital, whether it's post-acute, whether it's home health, and really starting to look at how can we make the tools that are being used for those use cases most efficient for the clinicians, help to bring the best evidence for the best care to that patient forward, and do it in a way that is improving their workflow and getting the best information in their hands. We were talking earlier, I don't like the term AI, because I really don't believe that there's anything in healthcare yet that's artificial. I think there are a lot of machine learning models, there are algorithms, and there are opportunities to automate. That's a huge area with the doctors and nurses is, their workflow right now is so manual. How can we help to automate those things while bringing in decision support that helps lead them to the right answer in a more efficient manner? And that's where I think, some of these new technologies, I'll call them, I think will be very assistive in the field.
Thanks, Brian. And I think personally what I feel is another area that digital therapeutics is solving is the global reach. Across the globe, we've seen a good example of that in India and Africa, where technology leapfrog was phenomenal. People straight away moved from no computers and no internet to mobile phase, skipping the entire laptop and desktop generation. And today, world over, we have 6 billion mobile phones, and people have digital access available. And digital therapeutics actually can help leapfrog that out of reach, out of bound places and help us reach to the corners of the world where it can actually enable care to people who really need it, but don't have means to go to a state-of-the-art medical or healthcare facility. But with that comes a challenge. If you download a digital therapeutic app, for example, insulin pump is a good example, in the US, it doesn't seamlessly work on a mobile phone in India, for example, today. So interoperability of data, along with some of the other challenges that I feel can actually skew the excitement about digital therapeutics. So Rex, your views on what are challenges that you see and how do we overcome them?
I think that the challenges I see the most often right now are poor user experiences or not meeting the consumer where they necessarily are with other digital experiences. So you use Threads or Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn, Google Docs. You're used to a level of experience that's simple and understandable, and then you may get a tool that feels like it was designed in the early aughts and not necessarily designed for a mobile device. And that doesn't mean that this thing isn't effective or wasn't done without research, but the experience itself doesn't meet the standard that someone would come to expect on their phone, thus maybe removing the trust they may have in the information or the experience of using it. And I think that those things could often be written off as maybe like a designer's dilemma, but I honestly think that the consumer is going to be very concerned about those things, and it's going to be very tied to trust. Digital therapeutics are dealing in a space where people are going to be feeling fear or perhaps shame or embarrassment for something. And if we're not trying to build an experience that helps alleviate or treat the holistic sort of person or needs that they have, and only focuses on maybe the one thing that needs to be proven for treatment efficacy, we're going to miss opportunities to actually change their overall health outcome. And so being able to put in the time and the effort to understand, well, if I'm dealing with this demographic, let's say, you know, someone that's 65, and we know the tools they're using most often are Facebook or these other things, being able to design experiences that could be more familiar to them may help this thing feel less scary or less unknown, and certainly not require them to have to relearn how to use or learn for the first time a piece of technology while they're also dealing with a chronic condition.
Yeah, and I think all personas, the patients, the caregivers, the family members, or the providers, each one of them have to contribute to the experience in a unified way for digital therapies to be successful. Valid point. Zahir, your views?
Yes, Sanjeev, this is probably what you raised is the major barrier right now, right? And we have seen that before in different disruptive industries, and that's the nature of the industry life cycle. At the beginning, you have early adopters, and you have many people rushing in, and it's a wild, wild west in terms of regulations. And then you will have what they call common data elements, if you are talking scientific terms, or standardization efforts or harmonization efforts that will allow you to compare apples to apples. Now we are comparing apples to oranges. We've seen that in the gene therapy rush at the beginning, where then we had several deaths as a result of that, and then the industry pulled back a little bit and created more standards and common data elements. We have seen that in the high throughput technology in the year 2000. Again, proteomics, genomics, all of that. And then, we had, lots of garbage out there in the scientific literature, but then that was pulled out with the standardization and the common data element. Similar thing's going to happen here. The challenge here is that data is a currency. So, many people think about data and sharing data, and it's great to be utopian like that. But the reality is that data now is money. And you have to create incentives to convince companies to, at least in the metadata large scale, sharing of information and data is costly, right? And there's also the ethical element to this. Do I want my data to be shared, and how do I want my, someone in the previous panel mentioned actually, do you want your employer to know about a certain medical condition? Data is leaky when it is wholesaled like that. So all of these elements require legal, require policy, and require articulation of the benefit and the productivity gains that will come out of these things to move forward. But it is moving forward, and now, at least in the last 2 years, the FDA has issued 20 guidance and frameworks, which is an unusual number just on these issues. So that's the nature of the industry cycle, and that's the major challenge right now.
Brian, for you.
Yeah, so challenges. So I'll start with, I think this is obviously all going to evolve very quickly. And I don't know that healthcare is ready for that. Healthcare moves traditionally very slow. From a regulatory perspective, I do worry that regulation is going to hamper innovation. It's already happened over the last 20, 30 years in healthcare. If you think of things like EMTALA, HIPAA, even meaningful use, most people would say it really didn't help the industry. So there's that challenge. I think we'll overcome that challenge because I think all of the chatter about generative AI, ChatGPT, all these things are just going to start pushing the innovation envelope so quickly that the industry is going to have to keep up. You know, other than that, you know, you talk about the trust factor, Rex. I think it's going to be important for people not to have false expectations when it comes to digital therapeutics, digital software, digital tools. As we were mentioning before, you know, if you have an autonomously driven vehicle, that horrible thing happens and somebody dies, it's in every newspaper, it's all over the place. But yet we know that the rate of accidents with autonomous vehicles are much less than when humans are driving them. I don't know the statistics on this, but I'm going to venture that it will be the same in this domain. More medication mistakes are given by people making manual insulin dosing calculations than if we have digital tools to help us do that. Will a mistake happen at some point in time? Yes. But that's where we have the opportunity with those tools to learn how did those mistakes occur, improve those products so that we're getting better over time and we're not in this domain of, you know, to err is human, which is what healthcare is today.
Yeah, interesting dilemma. I think, I hope, how many lawyers in the house? Thankfully,
okay, good.
None. So healthcare has already been impacted with, I think, lawsuits and malpractice lawsuits and all. Along with that, digital therapeutics, who do you sue? The technology, the device, the doctor, or the
everyone.
person who actually used it. But like all of us agreed that the whole ecosystem will have to move along with the innovation. As we go along, regulation will keep pace with it. That's the best way to us to move forward. Secondly, not to set false expectation like Ryan mentioned, because we know that with some degree there would be issues and problems, but as long as we are achieving a better success rate, better accessibility, as well as the lifestyle changes of individuals who are going through this chronic illnesses, is phenomenal achievement this technology can give. I think final thoughts, and once we're done with the round, anybody who wants to ask a question can come up to the mic, and we'll take a few questions.
You know,
Rex, your final thought?
Sanjeev, the last to your point about who's gonna get sued. I think it's important when these programs are established that obviously we talked about regulations, but part of that regulations needs to be the liability side of things. And already there are structures in place with learning or report bad patient outcomes and mistakes that were made within a protective umbrella that is not open to liability, where they can learn from their mistakes and they can make their processes better. And I think it's going to be really important that these programs get set up in a way that, you know, mistakes and errors are reported and learned from, but not in a punitive fashion that's putting folks at liability risk.
Valid point, and I think within this digital therapeutics, the best thing is, unlike human error, digital therapeutics would have a traceability of the data. So whatever has happened, you would get a good DNA or fingerprinting of what the actual issue that caused it, and so that it can be corrected later on. Rex, your final thought?
Yeah, I think that anyone that wants to move into this space or is interested in this space, I think in the absence of rules, we need to start to develop some ethics of, especially in machine learning and AI, like there are many, many questions on ethics. But I think if you're focusing on what are the outcomes you're striving for with your product, the needs that need to be met, and how can we focus on strengthening the relationship between patient and practitioner versus replacing that relationship with a digital tool. Yes, that may be the future 10, 15, 20 years from now, but I think as we move into it at this young stage, we need to focus on how do we build the bonds and create a better relationship with trust and through data sharing, giving insights. You know, a doctor sees a patient for, you know, a very short amount of time in their office, and that person has an entire life outside of there. How can we start to bring insights on that so that then when they are with their doctor, they can have a more effective use of time? So I think if we focused on that in the beginning, we can start to build towards a future where we build towards these very innovative ideas.
Great. To me, I think as long as healthcare companies can keep pace with it from a insurer standpoint and be able to pay for technology, which may not just be the medicine part of it, at a faster pace, that probably would also be a good booster for digital therapeutics. Zahir, your comment?
Yeah, my final thoughts are two quick notions. The concept of trade-offs, our society has to decide where the cutoff is, and everything is about trade-offs in life, right? Even your relationship with spouse, as I'm discovering. So things are give and take. We have to decide as a society where artificial intelligence and digital therapeutics need to take us. The second is something Brian touched on, is the learning ecosystem. We have to, or the knowledge ecosystem that has to develop around this emerging technology that's emerging so rapidly. And again, the longer we have with this, the more our knowledge is going to actually clear our way and you know, eliminate all the barriers or reduce them, whether it is a barrier of trust or barriers of litigation or barriers of accuracy or privacy concerns. So trade-offs and knowledge ecosystems. I will finish with that.
I think there's opportunity, and I don't think I think it will get better. I don't think it'll get worse. I think it's already been as bad as it can be from the perspective of clinicians and their relationship with their patients have been completely disrupted over the last 10 to 15 years because of EHRs. From a physician perspective, physicians now spend 52% of their day in the EHR and only 27% of their day face-to-face with their patients. So we have taken physicians away from patients. And so hopefully with improvements in automation and workflow and ambient documentation and things like that, we can allow doctors to get back to their patients. It's the same thing for the nurses. I know we have a talk coming up right after this on nurses, but I just saw something on LinkedIn yesterday. It was something to the effect of, how long does it take a nurse to change a light bulb? And it said 20 minutes. And it said 1 minute to change the light bulb and 19 minutes to document the supplier, the serial number, the location, why it was changed. And so that's what we've done to doctors and nurses. And you know, that's where we need to have technology finally offer the promise of making their jobs easier so that they can spend more time with their patients.
Thanks, Brian. Any questions, guys?
Thank you all. It was very interesting. So my question / comment is for Zahir. When you were talking about the whole cycle of going through FDA trials, you're right. Like, what is it? 9.6% of drugs make it through all the way. And I get your point about like who would want to get on a plane if it's 9.6% success rate. The challenge, what maybe a rethinking of that paradigm is, who's going to get on that plane if you say, well, the success rate used to be 9.6%, but now it's 50%. You can trust us. Like, people are going to say, whoa, like what happened here? So I think the real benefit is perhaps, and I'd like your comment on this, is to like let some of these trials, like let them fail faster,
Right.
and let it like cost less, so that you don't get to phase 3 where you've got to have this massive trial and it very costly. You know, let them fail much faster, or you know, forget, you know, change phase 1 so that yes, you've got to be able to use it with people who have the condition. et cetera, but let them fail faster. So great, it didn't cost as much, and you can move on and get to the next, therapeutic option.
You are absolutely right, and that's well put. It's the fail fast, fail quickly, and fail early type doctrine, and that it's unacceptable anymore. The cost of care to be out of control. I mean, our solutions has been here to every medical problem is to throw more money at it, whether in preclinical research, whether in basic research. I mean, the budget of the NIH has increased considerably in the last 7 years consecutively. I mean, are we solving more diseases? Are we looking? That's the reality. It's no, we are not. Right? We are just increasing the. And that's, I mean, we can talk about this for a few hours, as a matter of fact, in terms of the waste and the problem, as you articulated or alluded to, is we are using the wrong models. We are using the wrong modeling to model human diseases. A mouse is not what we do in preclinical, or the dog, or even the dosage or the toxicity levels, the efficacy level are completely off the charts of human acceptance, and that's why 95% of clinical trials fail. So, absolutely, fail early, fail quickly, and always look at the productivity gain. And the major advantage of this technology is that it is going to refine what we call our lead optimization stages during that preclinical phase of drug development, if we are talking about drug development or device development. Thank you for raising.
Thanks, Ed.
Brian, my question is for you. So I work as a paramedic, so technology has, one, made my job easier in that, we have patients who are now calling us for help because their Apple Watch told them they're an AFib when they may not have called us before. It is also making our job much harder because their Apple Watch told them they are an AFib. And when we get there and we do our assessment, they're not actually an AFib, but their Apple Watch told them, no, I'm an AFib. And they're not letting us do our job and our treatment, our assessment. So what would you say to practitioners who are more hesitant to get on the AI and digital therapeutics train? Because in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinion, it's hard to replace the human factor. I can go to somebody's home and a computer can tell you that this person's having difficulty breathing and they're in they're COPD. But once I do my assessment, they're actually a CHFer. So what would you say to those practitioners that are hesitant to get on that digital therapeutics AI train?
Yeah, I think, that's the challenge with wearables, and I don't think that they are there yet. They're probably more helpful for healthy people who want to monitor their workouts and things like that than for the sicker population where the noise to signal ratio is so high that every 5 times that an AFib alert goes off, it's probably only once really AFib. And so part of that, may be an education of your patients up front about, asking them the question of whether they have wearables, coaching them on, if you get that report, what to do with it, so that they're not having so many of those false signals that are causing more human intervention or causing more visits and trips. I don't think there is any replacement for humans. That's where I think we need to look at the specific use cases and see where does automation and where does new digital tools help with that particular focused use case. But when you bring up the example of somebody with shortness of breath, it requires an experienced clinician because that could be one of 20 different things. And I don't know any model yet that is capable of accurately diagnosing, what's causing that shortness of breath. So thank you for the question.
Thank you all, gentlemen, for a great panel discussion. Sorry, I didn't catch your name on the left. Rex. It was funny, you made a kind of offside comment on, searching your own WebMD diagnostic, right, and coming in. I guess I have two questions. One is a simple yes or no, and then the second is maybe where the more involved discussion might come from. So number one, do you imagine a future where that personal diagnostic might actually be better than anything we could get from the profession, because consumers are actually armed with the better questions, the better prompts, and the better databases to ask more informed questions about themselves? And then, of course, they come with their own personal experience, right? Maybe their family history and family support. So that's just the first yes or no. Is that a standard we could or even should work toward, is empowering the consumer with the yes/no answer?
I think yes, and I think maybe maybe right now there isn't a replacement for the human touch, but I don't think that necessarily will last. I think that human error enters into all kinds of things. It enters into like you being unable to attach your watch correctly to your wrist and then getting a false positive AFib. Like, is that the watch's fault, or is it the human's fault? So I think there's a lot of interesting things around how AI or these tools could help empower people to better have better insights into their body and what's actually happening, which they can then translate to their physician, or they can come in prepared, maybe a little bit more on how to speak doctor. I think anyone just having a better understanding of their body and feeling that they can accurately come in and kind of not self-diagnose, but give the right parameters to a physician to diagnose them seems useful. And then does that evolve into a future where there are some things that can be diagnosed? I think you take the analog of like a COVID test I could do myself at home versus going to the doctor. Like, it's a very simplistic idea, but like those tests and things can start to evolve, that like I can understand a yes, no on this thing at home before having to go to a physician. And I think that it could be very broad, the different things. I think, Google has the sort of machine learning vision that can now like detect skin cancer if you show it a picture of a mole. Those are things that we 10 years ago would have said like only a doctor could do. So I'm a nerd and I love technology, and so I'm like, the robots are coming and soon they will do everything for us. So yes, I do believe that is a future we will do.
That's a good distinction, by the way, because that really was more or less what I was driving at, is the patient comes in and says, this is what I think, here's how I got this answer. And then now we can partner on the differential diagnosis, which has probably saved us 6 months or so of back and forth with just coming into the symptom. Okay, yeah. So the second question is, have you guys thought about, or are you working actively with, let's say, special interest groups who are super motivated to solve a health condition? For example, say Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. That's that can become a diagnostic odyssey for those individuals. And so what I'm seeing is a lot of those individuals are being proactive, going out, doing the whole genome sequencing, and bringing this information together and to bear. So what is the role in citizen research, if you will, in this future of big data and artificial intelligence or machine learning?
I could take that one. I think it's very important for patients to be their own advocates, and never has there been more opportunity for that than today, for patients to be able to research themselves, learn more about different diseases. But I do think that patient-led diagnosis or tools to do that, I think, are a ways off. Just because there's so much of a doctor's and nurses' education that goes into not what we learn in the books, but what we learn in sort of how to evaluate a patient and those filters that go into our evaluation. An example on that would be, some benign thing could happen that is really painful. And you go on WebMD and you say, yeah, this is the worst pain of my life. And so then they're like, call 911 right away. Versus when that patient is sitting next to you and they're saying, hey, I'm having the worst pain of my life. And it's like, well, let's talk about that, because you look like you're pretty comfortable and you're not screaming and you're not sweating and your heart rate's not up. So let's talk about what that means to you. And that's where sometimes, those tools just aren't there yet with those filters to be able to understand the raw information that a patient, may feed into it that may get them off path.
I'm going to have to interject here. Thank you so much for your response. We are out of time. So let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. This session has been truly enlightening, really, such wonderful professional insight in your respective fields. So, continuing forward with our informative dialogues, let's move forward into our next session. So, here we will discuss one of the most pressing issues facing the healthcare industry, the shortage of skilled and dedicated nurses. With the increasing demand for healthcare services and an aging population, we need to find solutions that can address this workforce crisis. So please, put your hands together for our moderator, Marcia Donziger, founder and CEO of Marcia Donziger Consulting, and our panelists, Sue E. Gooden, CEO of Resilience One, Michelle DeStefano, MPA RN, CEO and founder of SOAR Career Coaching for Professional Women, Allison Morin, MSN RN, Vice President, Nursing Informatics at Simpler, and Dr. Anita Nagra, ED, registered psychiatric nurse, founder and CEO of Fit to Be Strong Leader. They will be sharing their insights on the topic, addressing the nursing workforce crisis, solutions and interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I am so excited to be moderating a panel of esteemed colleagues here. We've got 3 nurses and 1 exercise physiologist, and you'll learn about them in a moment. But first, I'll introduce myself. My name is Marcia Donziger. I am a coach and consultant helping healthcare companies build healthy, empowering, and inclusive cultures to address the problem of burnout. And my first foray into healthcare was as a cancer patient. At the age of 27, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and it was treated with an emergency hysterectomy, followed by 6 months of chemotherapy. And through that experience, I got to really see how nurses do what they do. I was able to experience so much compassion, empathy, and kindness. And I believe that nurses really provide that as medication. It's that emotional connection that they make with you while you're going through the hardest time of your life. And so for that, I appreciate nurses so much. From my experience with cancer, I knew the pain and isolation and anxiety that comes with a life-threatening illness. And so a few years later, I founded a nonprofit organization called My Lifeline Cancer Foundation. And this organization had a vision to transform the cancer experience through community and connection. And so I led that organization for about 10 years. And then we merged into a larger global nonprofit called Cancer Support Community, where I served as their vice president of digital strategy initially. And then after the pandemic hit, due to skyrocketing burnout and stress and overwhelm of our staff, I became the chief culture officer there and developed a model that I called Culture Cares. And this is a model that can help provide a structure and a process for administrators to really think differently about the employee experience, the staff experience for all healthcare providers, and how are they being treated as the caregivers of our society. And CARES is an acronym for commitment, appreciation, respect, engagement, and safety. And I believe that if you really delve into those values, that you will provide healthcare workers with the best environment in which they can take care of patients. And that's really my passion, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Marcia. My name is Michelle DeStefano, and I am the CEO and founder of SOAR Career Coaching for Professional Healthcare Executives. I have had over 30 plus years of experience in progressive nursing leadership positions. I call myself from bedside RN to boardroom up to chief nursing officer and now beyond. After I left my chief nursing officer position due to a involuntary disruption that happened to me, I looked within myself and I wanted to provide my skills and talents across larger organizations, across more organizations all across the United States. So I became a healthcare consultant, growing cardiovascular programs all across the United States. And I kept my sight on one day opening and having my own company and being an entrepreneur, which I've just started about 2 years ago. What my company does is that I help healthcare leaders, healthcare executives find their voice again, find their passion. I'm an executive coach, and I work with these healthcare leaders in first and foremost starting the SOAR model. We start with doing a scan phase of their strengths, their talents, helping them articulate their value proposition to their current organization. And then I work with them on scanning their internal environment or an external environment if they plan to do a career pivot to make sure that they are aligned with their values. I then work with taking their challenges and moving them to opportunities, which is the O of SOAR. And this is where I really help them with my executive coaching skill set and getting them back on track and having them find their voice. Then we create action plans, and then we review results. My results working with these wonderful women in the healthcare industry that I've had a 97% success rate in having them either get advancements in their current organizations or leave their organizations for advancement, or actually helping them career pivot and possibly starting their own business or doing something else that's impassioned to them. So due to my story and what had happened to me, I really wanted to give back to my colleagues, and what I tell everyone is, I will be there to watch you soar.
Thank you, Michelle. Hi, everyone. I am Nita Nagra. I am currently the founder of my company called Fit to Be Strong Leader. In addition to that, I'm also a registered psychiatric nurse. My background, I have over 17 years working in mental health. I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master's in Mental Health Nursing, and I also have a Doctor of Education, which I specialized in leadership. And so over the years, I've progressively worked in various different positions, both working as a floor nurse and working as a registered psychiatric nurse on the floor. In addition to that, working as an educator and then also in various leadership positions. And that's what really led me to wanting to open up my own leadership consultancy. I find that there's quite a few gaps when I look at leadership in healthcare. Specifically, that not necessarily everyone has the right competencies needed to be a leader, and so definitely having the potential. So it's important to help individuals develop their competencies to be effective leaders so that they can lead others, and we'll kind of delve into that in specifically in terms of the nursing workforce crisis. I also currently am the director for professional practice for Forensic Psychiatric Services. So what I do is I look at the various competencies that are required for both nursing and allied health professionals, and I determine the competency gaps, help identify what education is needed for individuals to build those competencies, and then evaluate if those competencies have been met. I am also a faculty member for a psychiatric nursing program, so I'm also well versed in the education field as well. And I'll just pass it over to my colleague Sue.
Thank you, Nita. My name is Sue Gooden, founder of Resilience One. I would like to ask you, how many of you guys are in hospitals or connected to hospitals? So I started out as an exercise physiologist in the field of healthcare, ended up in a hospital. I don't know why, but I did. And have since then, all these years, have stayed in healthcare only because I really felt like I could disrupt healthcare. So I've really spent 20 years disrupting healthcare, trying to improve health and wellness, and merging them so that we really have a system, an organization, a field of health that's health and wellness. It's integrated. It's all under one roof. So you can do both things under one roof. Wouldn't it be nice to have a hospital where you had massage or acupuncture or health coaching, but you also had access to all the traditional medicine too? So I think it's really important. Over the last 10 years, we have been working with 4 different hospitals. So we've overseen 5,000 employees, nurses, physicians, healthcare workers. And really, we were asked to design a wellness program. So my background being a typical wellness person was, you know, you put a fitness center together, look at nutrition, you do these things. Well, that's not what the employees wanted. So after, I'd say 60% of the nurses and the team said, no, we want a place where we can relax, we want massage, we want to regroup during the day. And so we created wellness lounges. So we created 4 lounges in 4 different hospitals as the central point for employees to go to regroup, regain. They are staffed by board certified health coaches, so they were able to go in and talk to somebody. And during COVID, we were the hands-on employee assistance program. We took care of all of those employees. They were so excited that we were there. We were there for them. And so it really showed me that how it's changed. Employee assistance programs have changed. They're not the same. And so again, I'm here, I'm disrupting healthcare, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Hi, my name's Allie Moore, and I'm Vice President of Nursing Informatics at Simpler. Simpler is a healthcare operations company. We fill all the space between your ERP and your EMR, lots of things in there. My background is I'm a pediatric critical care nurse. I've had the pleasure of working at the #1 and #2 pediatric organizations in the country. I left the bedside after about 5 years because there was this promise of a technology called an electronic medical record, and they needed a super user. So I stepped away from the bedside and taught my colleagues how to use the technology, and really saw what I thought at the time was the promise of a technology that was going to make nurses' lives better. 20 years later, I still believe it. We just have a little bit of work to do to get there. I spend the majority of my time in organizations working on, and we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to the technology portion, but working with healthcare organizations on how to optimize their workforce management solutions. It's important to keep in mind that the nurse that's sitting at the bedside had to do a lot of things to get to that point, that shift that day. So how do we make sure that technology meets them where they are and where they want to be, and makes, there's a lot of literature out there about flexibility and making sure, with the staff that we have, we keep them happy, we keep them in the organization, and we support them in the best way we can and allow them to come to work when they want to come to work, and making sure that we can get those nurses who are looking for other opportunities in the door faster. So technology can support all of those and then some, but we'll talk about that a little more later.
Thank you, everyone. We're so happy that you're here to share your passion and your knowledge and your healthcare disruption ideas with us. Michelle, let's get started with you. We want to start laying the groundwork with some data and trends that are affecting our nursing workforce.
So I'm going to try to be very positive with the data, and I'll say it with a smile, but the data is not very positive right now for the nursing workforce crisis. I've been participating in a collaborative and with Incredible Health. I've been on a lot of their webinars, listening to their chief nursing officers discuss some of the great innovations that they are doing for this nursing workforce crisis. And I'm here to report out on some of the findings. And then I am going to go into some 2 innovative solutions that you can probably take home or think about immediately. But for the nursing workforce, what we found is the pandemic really did exacerbate what was happening in organizations across everywhere where we practice, particularly in the acute healthcare setting. And so we always had these issues in healthcare and finding the right number of staff at the right time and flexing staff. However, this exacerbation that happened with the pandemic. And what we found in this time that the study came out, 4,000 nurses were surveyed that were working with Incredible Health. Incredible Health is a staffing outsource company that helps recruit nurses, not executives. And so in this white paper, what they found during the pandemic was that hospitals were now, the increase in travelers to the organizations had gone up to 77%. Now, I was a chief nursing officer, and I had about 20+% of travelers in my organizations, but can you imagine, all across the board, 77% were travelers. What happened with the increase in travelers coming into the organizations was that the permanent staff were feeling that the culture of their units was declining, because these travelers are assigned maybe 12 weeks, maybe 22 weeks, whatever their contract is. And they're very much devoted to the profession of nursing, these nurses, but they weren't really committed to the organization or to the unit. And with that occurring, also they started, the permanent nurses were starting to discuss the decrease in quality of care. A traveler nurse may get about 3 to 5 days orientation, whereas a new nurse coming into, a permanent nurse coming into your organization gets at least a month or more, but if you're a GN residency, you'll get several months. So with that type of decrease in experience of the culture and decrease in quality of care perceptions, what started coming from this, because travelers were working alongside our permanent staff, making 2 to 3 times more money, and then the constant churn of orienting these travelers, burnout became amok with these nurses that were permanent staff, and now pay became a prominent reason why nurses were leaving the bedside, because they were watching their traveler friends, right, making all the money. And so this then perpetuated the whole complexity of the pay initiatives and why nurses were leaving the bedside, all right? Another daunting statistic is that during the COVID pandemic, what we found was that 65% of nurses actually stated that they were verbally or physically abused. 65% verbally or physically abused by patients or patients' families. And now we have seen this before the pandemic, okay? There's a lot of reasons why sometimes this happens with everyone's emotions running amok and, you know, not having a volatile situation. However, they talked about the nurses, the policies that were put in place. We were thinking on our feet as to the policies and procedures of actually having the visitations and we were really doing a great job of keeping visitors out of the hospitals, loved ones. And so this created a lot of volatility. And also, these nurses also reported that they were also being discriminated sometimes by their own supervisors and colleagues. So the other reasons then for nurses leaving was advancement, that when a new nurse comes into an organization, there wasn't anyone talking to them about where they saw themselves in 3 years. Is that all there is? There was no pathways in place, such as, do you want a clinical pathway? Do you want an administrative pathway? And working towards getting them to meet that goal. And then there was things such as relocation. And once again, the pay, burnout, and leaving the bedside to do other types of nursing roles, such as, you know, employee health, occupational health, becoming clinical nurse leaders, but everyone was trying to escape this bedside, whereas where we really need in the acute care setting, these are nurses that are much needed in the hospital setting. So that's the painting picture. I just got a text from Equitable Health. They're doing an executive oversight. A year later, they talk now to executives. It doesn't look much better. But now I'm going to try to be very positive and talk about some things that we can do, particularly if you're a leader. And this is what I actually do within my SOAR model. I help these leaders become resilient and think out of the box, have them untap their potential and what they can do to be creative. So as a chief nursing officer and having the utmost use of travelers, one of my goals was to decrease travelers. It's not that I didn't like these nurses, respected them, but I needed them out of my organization. They were costing me a lot of money. The culture I needed to keep on changing up. I needed to worry about all the quality metrics, UTIs, CLABSI, you know, everything else that was unimaginable that was under my reign. So I got with my team and I said, how can we work with HR to be extremely creative about this? And I watched my recruitment and everything else, brought new nurses in and knew exactly when travelers would be eliminated from my organization. And what we did was we decided to look at the cream of the crop travelers, okay? And we sent them letters from the chief nursing officer to the director to the unit level manager. And we basically said, Uncle Sam wants you. We like what we're seeing. Let's talk to you about the culture here. Because sometimes travelers are escaping something and they're traveling for a little while, but they eventually want a permanent home somewhere. They're looking at different states, climate, whatever it is. And so we did this, and it was so powerful that we actually recruited traveler nurses to our staff. We actually talked about our culture and the changes that they wanted to see with our staff and did a lot of stay interviews with them. But we actually, within 3 months, decreased travelers in our organization by 20%. And these nurses became our next charge nurses. They became our next leaders. So that was something that we worked with HR. We put places and plans together. And I also want to talk then also what else we can do to think out of the box about the use of technology. And I want to do this with a story. I worked with a company called Cetera that is a monitoring. It's a non-invasive monitoring that does blood pressure monitoring, O2 sats, and it's actually like a telemetry station. But what it does is does continuous vital sign monitoring that you actually get stats and trends for your patient. So I wanted this on one of our units, but what I wanted with the use of technology was what was this technology going to do to increase the hours that nurses could have at the bedside with their patients. Because what we did is we did time stamps and time studies of how much time it was to put on the blood pressure cuff, find the right blood pressure cuff, a small one, a large one, whatever it was, right? Surgical units every 15 minutes post-procedure. And so we did a time stamp and we saw the amount of time it took to have this all happen. And then we worked on the workflow processes, working with Cetera. And what we found after this outcome with technology was that we gained 4 hours a day back to the nurses to be at the bedside, okay? Not running around doing but being there with the patients, okay? Being there where they were supposed to be. And then we also found for patient outcomes that it decreased bounce backs to the ICU because we had so much more information and we knew what was happening every second with the vital sign monitoring, and it also helped with our failure to rescue. So this is something that I really encourage everyone to start thinking about if you are in these hospital settings. What can you do to leverage technology? What can you do to look and get your permanent staff back in? But there's still, even though this data looks a little grim right now, there's still a lot we can do as leaders to help this nursing workforce today and now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So just building off of what Michelle had said, and actually some of the other talks from earlier today, something that I have witnessed and experienced in healthcare is often people are put into leadership positions based off of being a good nurse or a good doctor or a good social worker, not necessarily based off of their leadership skills. And as we know, having leadership skills is a lot different. So the first thing that's required in order to be an effective leader is to be comfortable with change. Just the talk we had right before was, I believe, Brian, you were talking about healthcare being behind. And that's because as we have all this data coming, what are we doing with that data? We're not going to be able to do anything if the people that are leading healthcare don't have the skills to be open to looking at making quick changes or effective changes. And so that comes in hand with being able to have conflict resolution skills. It's vital when we're dealing with change to be comfortable with conflict, and not only being comfortable, but also being able to manage it in a professional manner and equip others to be able to move along. And so, so those are a couple of big gaps that I have witnessed working in healthcare, which is why I find that there's a lot of challenges happening because a lot of the nurses are experiencing a lot of various different factors. So some of those are, the challenges that happen with healthcare. Nurses are being abused, not only from patients, but also there's a lot of horizontal violence that occurs within healthcare. The other issue that we're facing is we're working with 4 different generations, and each generation has different values. So it's really important that the leaders understand what the values are that each generation brings and how you can leverage those strengths for everyone to work together effectively. And so I think there's various different factors involved. And then the last factor I just want to touch up on is, I'm just curious, how many people here are clinical staff? Yes. Okay, great. How many of you have heard of compassion fatigue? How many of you have experienced compassion fatigue? Yeah. I'd say probably everyone that works in healthcare has probably experienced compassion fatigue, but I think that's something that leadership will often miss, is understanding that everyone that works in healthcare is prone to, and so sorry, for those that don't work in healthcare, compassion fatigue is essentially the cost of caring. So it's a combination of secondary traumatic stress along with burnout, which leads to individuals eventually starting to feel numb or just kind of checking out of, I guess, in their job duties and eventually the profession. And so in order to effectively deal with all of these various factors that we're constantly or currently facing in healthcare, leadership needs to be aware and have those skills to support staff in doing that. And I think one of those big things, which is what we're going to be focusing on today, is supporting staff in building resiliency and also self-care. So I'll pass it on to my colleague here to speak more about that.
How many of you took a course when you were in school on resilience? How many of you have really understand what it takes to be a resilient person? So what I'm seeing, great, good for you, because a lot of the nurses out there today and a lot of the staff are not. And so like Netta was saying that like our chaplain says to the new hires in the nursing field is like, if you don't have some skills, some tools that will help you through the day, you're not going to survive. And so a lot of them are getting burned out and they're leaving the profession, which is really sad. So one of the things that we've done as an organization is that we have partnered with several organizations to help us really look at the whole person, physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially, so that we could help give them some tools that allowed them to feel better about their job, where they were happier and healthier to go to work every day.
You may keep going. Pass it back to us. Yeah. Or should he? Sorry, I'm just sitting here holding my own.
Thank you. Let's talk about the work culture and work environment. I was going to ask specifically, Sue, what data-driven models have you seen that can make a meaningful difference in the daily lives of nurses?
When we started opening the lounges, and this was like 2018, something like that, we were asking employees what they wanted in the lounge. And like I said, health coaching, massage, various different things. We had aromatherapy. We had a lot of education programs going on then. But what we found is like 500 out of 1,800 employees in one of the lounges, 500 of them came every month to visit the lounge. And this might be people in food service, or they were in environmental services that would have never walked into a fitness center. So it was a real eye-opener to us as to those populations were not being served. And then what we also learned is by going to the floors and working with the nurses directly, and then incorporating a digital platform, we were able to see that we could really manage or at least support them on a daily basis. And I'm truly convinced that digital platforms are great, but you do need the human touch. This is what we're always missing, is the human experience, the human interaction. So if you combine those two, I think the data will show you. And one of the data points we got from the employees is, I want one-on-one support.
Thanks, Sue. Allie, let's talk about technology and how it can positively impact us. What role does technology play in addressing the issues facing nurses today?
Sure. So I'm going to kind of ground us with a little bit of data. So in 2022, there was a longitudinal study done by the American Organization of Nurse Leaders, and it identified that 45% of nurse managers are looking to leave their position. Additionally, of those nurse managers, they recognize that they spend 60 to 80% of their 12-hour shift as a nurse manager working on filling shifts, working on schedules, working on the current schedule, the next schedule, this shift that's coming up in 2 hours that I don't have enough nurses for. So let's think about what those nurse managers could do with 60% of their time back. How do we give them time back? How do we let them spend time, to Michelle's point, talking to their nurses about what their career aspirations are? Where do they want to go? Are they happy where they are? How can we keep them happy? What do we need to do to give them options to go elsewhere if they want to go elsewhere, and support them? So technology, from my perspective, really lives in a supportive perspective. It needs to be able to support those nurse managers, support those chief nursing officers as they're looking at productivity, and make sure that we can reduce the traveler spend. So how do we do that? You got to have, it has to be supportive of central staffing offices, new care models. I don't want to say there was anything good that came out of COVID, but certainly, the ED doc who was sitting up here before, I'm sorry, I forget your name, thinking about March 2020, they opened up a triage center in a parking lot, and they had to figure out how to get nurses out there. How do those nurses, where do they come from? How do I staff that? Vaccine clinics in an NFL stadium. How do we staff that? You need to have a technological solution that allows that to be an option. And to do that, you also need to have visibility to the skills and competencies of those nurses. Where can I send nurses? If I'm staffed well here, how do I move some of those nurses and put them over there so that I no longer have to go into travel or into agency? How do you build an internal float pool, right? How do you make it so that I can move nurses? There's tons of large healthcare organizations in this country right now mobilizing internal staffing agencies so that they don't have to go outside, and they're going to put nurses, they're going to say, hey, go live in this area 600 miles from here for the next 12 weeks because you are part of a central staffing float pool, and that's where I need you to go so that I don't have to pay for other nurses to come fill that shift. So it's really about having technology support these new models of care and have the ability for nurse managers to spend less time on payroll Monday. I don't know how many people, right, Michelle, how many people hated payroll Monday? They would call in sick. No, I'm just teasing, to avoid payroll Monday. There's a lot of technology, and that's just in the workforce space. That doesn't even get into new team-based care models. I mean, the numbers are not, I don't want to be grim, but the numbers aren't great about how many nurses we're going to have in the next 20 to 30 years. The pipeline coming in isn't being accepted into nursing schools because we don't have enough faculty. So how do we get enough faculty? That's a different conversation for a different conference, but the staff that we have to get creative about how we're going to use them. It might not be the same nurse for those 12 hours. We have to get creative about how we're going to staff the patients that we have and make sure that it's, mobile first is really the concept. How do you get nurses mobily able to move? And I mean mobile applications as well as mobile. Get in your car and go to a different hospital because that's where you need to sit today. It's really, technology, again, I'm just going to keep repeating it, needs to support new ways of delivering care. And that's, we could talk about EMRs, we talked about it a little bit earlier, we could talk about machine learning. I think there's a lot of opportunities there from the perspective of staffing, looking at predictive census, looking at predictive staffing, make sure that you have the opportunity to have visibility in that so that you know what you need to do in the second half of this year and you're not surprised when you get a flu surge. Technology is wonderful when it's used the right way. It needs to be done from an enterprise perspective as well. You can't have technology in this hospital that doesn't talk to the technology in that hospital. Again, we're gonna run out of nurses, and we got to be able to move them and be able to see who's where when, so that we can continue to have patients have improved outcomes. That's what we all went to school for, right? Is to take care of patients. I always say I don't know any nurse that went to school to spend 35% of her shift documenting in the EMR. I know docs are 52%, but nurses aren't that far behind. So we need to really use the technology we have in the best way possible.
Thank you. Technology is really key to help us find some scalable solutions to these workforce issues, and along with culture. One story that comes to mind is last summer, my son needed eye surgery, and I went with him to the clinic on the morning of the procedure, and as you can imagine, we were both extremely nervous. He needed a growth removed from his eyeball. Very scary. And we were in the waiting room for an agonizing 30 minutes that felt like 30 hours, and the nurse called us back through the double doors. She took us to our bay where the nurses started hooking him up to his IV, blood pressure, temperature, everything he needed. So we were both just really focused on the procedure that day. And after the nurse finished everything she was doing so efficiently and so kindly, she turned to me and she said, "So what do you do for work?" And it was like the last thing on my mind was work, but I know I really appreciate that she was trying to distract me from the stress I was feeling at the moment. And I just gathered my thoughts and I said, I help healthcare workers feel valued, respected, and appreciated, and less burned out, stressed, and overwhelmed. And we all had our masks on at that time, and she grabbed my forearm with her blue glove, and she said, "We need that here." And it just, just from one nurse, I know that all nurses and healthcare professionals and our frontline workers are really feeling it especially after the last few years, but all along. And so I thank you for all of your, wonderful solutions that you're sharing today, especially with leadership development and managers. I'd like to give everyone on the panel a minute to talk about one quick action idea that you can offer up, or a solution that hasn't been mentioned yet. And we'll start from Michelle.
So when we talk about the unit culture, we're talking a lot about the staff nurses and what's happening, but it's also very critical at the top as well. And the turnover in executives and leaderships in organizations is pretty rampant out there. CEO turnover is 18% annually, the CEO. However, compared to the chief nursing officer, 62% of chief nursing officers turn over annually, and out of that 62%, 25% are asked to leave. And it's usually because a new CEO has come into town, they want to go in a different direction, or they're burned out. Another solution, and we were talking about this earlier, is that what we find is that there's very little leadership development for these nurse executives, from nurse manager or the unit level clear up to chief nursing officers, okay? The best clinicians get hired for the job, and then it's basically baptism by fire. I just recently surveyed on LinkedIn how many organizations were putting in developmental programs for their leaders. And it came out that it was just starting to think about it after we've just gone through this healthcare crisis. And then others were saying, no, they did not. So what we really can do is think about how we want to do development in the organizations. But the programs that do have leadership development are pretty much standardized to learning the way of the organization. So they'll teach leaders how to do budgets the way they do them. They'll teach leaders how to maybe do performance appraisals and those kind of things. Where it's lacking is this whole individual coaching that's needed, where you have a coach, an executive coach, that is really working with you individually, where you can have the utmost security and relationship and building a rapport with those individuals so that you can talk about your fears, things that you're challenged about. So I do encourage all of you to think about how those leaders are being developed in the organizations and what we can possibly do to further that so that we can stop the bleeding. Because once the leaders leave too, the staff gets more anxious and excited when they start seeing that even the top isn't staying.
Thank you. And just building off of what Michelle said, I find that in organizations where where leaders are given an opportunity to participate in development, so they'll attend a course. However, that's quite limited. And so, just out of curiosity, how many of you have learned about a specific exercise program here? Yep. Okay, so you've learned the theory. How many of you have gone to the gym and learned how to do an exercise? Okay, and after just doing that once, how many, if I was to ask you to do that again now, say 2 or 3 months later, would you be able to mimic that or build muscle off of that? Yeah. Okay, well, that's great. But often that's what happens. Most people are a 10-day program, they learn the theory, maybe they'll practice simulation, and that is it. However, in order for them to really develop competency, they actually need to be continuously applying it. Having continuous evaluation check-ins so that the competency actually moves away from foundational to something that they become either an expert or intermediate or expert in. And so I think that it's, like as Michelle was saying, it's really important that it's not just giving them the opportunity, but also really investing in them to develop the competency. Because once the competency is developed, then they'll be the ones that are leading the frontline staff, nurses, other allied health professionals, to really be adopting and embodying those skills as well. And I think one of the biggest things that I find is resistance to change, which is really needed. We have all this new data coming, we have all this technology. Even me, just implementing an electronic health record in my health authority, that's really challenging because people just don't understand why they have to use standardized boxes to document where they were documenting narratively before. So we're still a long ways away, and in order for us to really help shift the pendulum in healthcare and have us current evidence-based, we really need to make sure that the resources that are helping or implementing these changes have the skills and abilities to get everyone on board so that we can continue moving forward.
And I would just like to add, listen to your employees. No matter what organization you're in, listen to your employees. Figure out what they want and what they need to be able to support their resilience and their well-being. And then a lot of times people think that putting a wellness program together is really no big deal. But strategically, you really have to look at what are your goals and objectives, and then look at the data. Look at how can you figure out how best to help support each and every one of your employees. And that also means leadership too, because a lot of times leaders will say, oh, we don't need that. And then they become really very stressed out, and then they're no support.
My parting words are be intentional and prospective about the technologies you're bringing into your organizations. I think healthcare is slow and it's reactive when it comes to technology. You know, we see data and we say, oh, we've had a spike in, falls, COD, eclampsia, you name it. Let's go buy something that's going to help solve this problem for us. There are, I think, one statistic I remember hearing, and I'm probably going to botch the numbers, that a healthcare organization has hundreds of technology solutions in their portfolio. How many of those do you really need, and how many of those are enterprise-wide? Because just because you have a solution doesn't mean it's going to solve a problem. The right technology for the right clinician at the right time is kind of my mantra, and making sure that you have that is really going to help support those staff, reduce the burnout. Throwing a technology at it is just one more solution that somebody has to log into. Whether you have single sign-on or not, you still got to log into it, you still got to learn how to use it, you still got to know where to go find it. The retention and the adoption of those solutions is minimal if you don't have a strategy and you can explain to the staff, we're using this technology to solve X. This is the outcome we expect to get from using this new technology.
Thank you. And we have about 5 minutes left, so please come up and ask questions. What's your name?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Julie Harrigan, Physician EHR Solutions. Thank you all very much for not only giving an amazing presentation, but for also being our very wonderful, caring nurses. So we love you. My mom's a nurse, so I have to say that too. So I'm a physician. I'm a clinician at the bedside, and specifically a hospitalist right now. And I would really love to hear your thoughts about, and I'm sorry, I wrote down my question so I wouldn't botch it. What are your thoughts on what I call nursing filler work? So, CMS, the regulatory bodies have decided that you have to do all of this meaningless charting that, at least for myself as a physician, I'll go in and I'll read that patient's chart trying to get a clue as to what's going on, what happened the last 24 hours, how that patient's doing. And what I'm finding are things like, and I can actually quote this because I just took a picture from one of my ICU patients' EMRs, and it's charting where it says problem, safety, goal, free from accidental physical injury, outcome, progressing. It tells me absolutely nothing about the patients. It doesn't help me clinically, it doesn't help me psychologically, emotionally, it doesn't help the patient, and nobody knows what progressing means. But somehow CMS, which I have various degrees of opinions about who makes up these rules in a closed room with no windows and never had a girlfriend, but that's my personal opinion. But, I wonder how much of that is contributing to the burnout. And so that's my first question is I'd love to get your personal opinions on that. My second question is so things like these kind of seemingly menial tasks that are causing you to not spend time at the bedside with your patient that are causing staffing issues, that are causing backup issues, that are causing, nurses to leave the workforce because they do get burnt out. Could we be teaching other ancillary staff, MAs, other non-physically clinical folks to do some of these things that are truly not clinical, not helpful, not really improving our safety measures? I mean, if you look at the hospital systems, they're getting worse instead of better, and then contributing so much to burnout. So I appreciate your answer.
So I'll try to take, because it looks like there's two different questions that you have here, but as far as the CMS, the CMS will come into your organization and will try to shut you down. However, what you just described, I do believe that's an interpretation of what CMS wants. And so as a leader for many, many decades, it's really about having great documentation, and it's really having meaningful documentation in the charts. Now, the EHR has been mostly, check the boxes and things like that, and the narratives have gone away, so I think that that's a little skewed of where you find this information. Yes. But I would strongly suggest that there is still a narrative, and if there's not a narrative, that there is interdisciplinary rounding on the units with the physicians. You're standing next to my husband, who's a hospitalist, and so I hear this every day. But the thing is that how do we really do the handoffs, and how do we really communicate what's happening with interdisciplinary teams, and really being at the forefront and knowing what's happening? But I do think that was probably a workaround, because they weren't saying that the patient was progressing, so someone decided to put progressing in the chart. That is my personal opinion.
Yes, it's been built as an automatic.
It's been built up, and
it's a checkbox.
Yes. So it really start thinking about what is that value added in the chart, even if we do have these EHRs that have kind of taken us away. That's my opinion. The other one that you talked about, and I'll go back to technology and time at the bedside. Okay. A lot of the things that we've worked on for years is when we look at patients that need more surveillance. And so in my organization, what we did was we actually created a virtual, it was housed in the hospital, but we had surveillance of techs that were trained for patients that were on suicidal ideations and patients that were on one-to-one care or fall risk. And so we trained up these very good, CNAs, whatever, and we had them virtually where they would beam right into the nurse to say, this patient is looking agitated, this patient is doing this now. And that really kept the nursing assistant at the bedside, because that is the extender of the RN. And if you take away the nursing assistants for one-to-one care, so there's those kind of models. The other thing now with what we're trying to do with flexible shifts is that when you have, a lot of nurses want to work 4-hour shifts, or they want flexible shifts, particularly if they're burnout or if they're getting to retirement age. So thinking about where your peaks are in documentation, where your peaks are admissions, and having nurses virtually or come in for those peak times to do the documentation, to do the admission assessment, okay, so that you're not, some of these tasks that take time, which is the documentation, things like that, right? You have some support at those high peak times, but you're also keeping an engaged workforce, because these are the nurses that still want to stay employed, but you're not saying, well, if you don't work full time or if you don't work a full part time, that we'll have to let you go. So those are just some of my personal thoughts on what you talked about, and hope that answered.
That's a very thoughtful approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're no longer.
I'd love to continue. I'm sorry I have to cut this wonderful panel off. We have run out of time, but thank you to our incredible panelists for the insights that you provided on the state of nursing affairs here in our country. Let's give it up for our panelists today. And you know what? I'd also like to give a big round of applause to our frontline workers who worked so hard and sacrificed so much through the rough years of the pandemic. Thank you to everyone out there and everyone at home watching. Wow, okay. In the upcoming panel discussion, our panelists will uncover the latest research, compelling evidence, and real-life success stories that demonstrate how well-designed school nutrition policies can lead to healthier students, improved academic performance, and a decreased risk of chronic diseases. So, without further ado, let's put our hands together for our moderator, Dr. Evka Sesnik, MD, MPH, physician at Dr. Evka LLC, and our panelists, Dr. Pranali Hoyle, professor and consultant at Neurodiversity of Northeast, LLC, Jennifer Matten, founder and CEO of JL Therapeutics Massage and Bodywork, and Aaron Moran, trauma-informed IHP and CEO and founder, Chemistry Global LLC, who they will all share collectively their expertise on the topic, school nutrition policies and population health. I would like to invite all of our panelists to the stage at this time.
So hi, thank you for our panel about school nutritional policies. And we're going to do this first by introducing each of us. After that, we're going to talk about our topic, and we brought examples with us because I think it's important to give you concrete stories. So my name is Dr. Evka, or Dr. Ivat Sesnek-Novak. Dr. Evka, and I've been practicing family medicine for about 20 years. I have an MD as well as an MPH, and I got interested in the topic of pediatric feeding disorders and food allergies because I had a daughter with these conditions, and as a physician who'd been seeing children forever, I should have known what to do, how to help her, and I realized that our knowledge base in some of these conditions is limited. She had a condition known as FPIES, or food protein-induced enterocolitis syndrome, which at that point had an ICD-9 code, but there was no good treatment protocol for it. I was in a Facebook support group, and in that Facebook support group, there was a lot of misinformation. So I wrote the how-to manual, the guidebook, which has been considered a lifesaver in the field of non-IgE-mediated food allergies. And then my daughter had feeding challenges, so I got trained in the SOS feeding therapy method. I got trained in ABA, or Applied Behavioral Analysis, as well as the Early Start Denver model, and use that to now have a platform advocating for children with feeding disorders to help them. I feel like it needs to be its own field in medicine, and it's not yet. Just like you have pediatric endocrinology, pediatric gastroenterology. And so that's one of my dreams.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jen. I am a massage therapist, and I started my massage and bodywork business just a few years ago, and it really was born a lot out of COVID and really the power of touch, and seeing that people were still wanting all the same therapy, even though we weren't touching anything and we were wearing masks, but still they wanted therapists to touch them. And some of it was just wanting to be touched and to feel that energy. Others were, this is something that they needed just to get out of bed in the morning. So it was a necessary therapy that I think was very overlooked during all the shutdown time. I chose to continue seeing patients and brought on other therapists and just ran it out of my house. And that's just how it went. And then when we got big enough, we decided to get a building and make it legitimate, I guess. I always practiced on my own and ended up pushing myself too hard, wanting to do it all, ending up with shoulder surgeries and hand problems, everything. And the more I talked to other therapists, they were kind of going through the same thing. Everyone was trying to do it on their own. So creating a group of therapists and creating boundaries for all of us creating a safe place where our self-care was just as important as our patients and clients. I brought in a physical therapist that had rehabbed me through my first shoulder surgery. And it really took off as a place where therapists want to work and they feel that they have a real career that can extend past the 3 to 5 years that the studies say. And also, the clients are so drawn to our clinic because everyone's happy and healthy and they exude it and they're always there the next time they come. We have now kind of dove into the pediatric side, working more with teens and the sports through the schools that are, it's very overwhelming for them. And we're speaking with orthopedic surgeons that have kids on wait lists, ready to have their first surgeries at 16. And this shouldn't be happening. So we're there, we're gonna try to help them through that. There's so much. I could talk forever on massage and body work. It's such a passion of mine, but I will pass the mic, or keep the mic.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Moran. I am the CEO and founder of Chemistry Global. The entire mission and purpose of Chemistry Global is to help women reclaim their relationship with food and trust their body. This is based off of a 20-year battle that I've had after what I thought was the solution to childhood obesity. In 2003, I became a runner, lost 60 pounds, and then battled fat gain for every year of my life until 2020, despite diet and exercise. It was to the point where I couldn't eat any less. And so through this, what I've discovered is that the diet culture, obviously, right, and fitness approach to weight loss isn't the complete picture. It's actually only 25% of the solution that you actually need to maintain a lean body.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Pranali Hoyle. I'm a board-certified behavior analyst. So I've worked predominantly with children on the autism spectrum for over 20 years at this point. So providing feeding therapy, conducting functional analysis, and developing feeding interventions for students with food sensitivity, specific feeding needs, and students who only consume specific foods. So I started out as a special educator in the school settings and noticed that the feeding challenges led to a lot of other problem behaviors. So feeding was definitely an area where I wanted to continue learning more. I'm in New Jersey, so luckily in New Jersey we do have a lot of services for children on the spectrum, but feeding is definitely an area that continued research is really needed, and how feeding is dealt with within the school systems is really, really concerning, especially because there's limitations on how students are being treated when they need specific IEP modifications and they need specific techniques and learn how to even use utensils properly. So that's an area where I've worked for the last 15 years, I would say, on developing those interventions and supporting families and doing in-home consults and school consults as well as clinic-based consults. Thank you.
Okay, so these are all incredible people, just like I'm sure many of the in the audience are also incredibly incredible. I can't wait to get to know all of you. So now to our topic discussion. All right? Ready? So the school lunch experience for a child is supposed to be a time of nourishment, social interaction, and an opportunity to develop healthy eating habits. It is an important part of their daily routine, providing the necessary nutrients for growth and cognitive function. Ideally, a school lunch environment should be inclusive, safe, and supportive, catering to the diverse needs and preferences of all children. Now let's explore the school lunch experience in 4 different children with specific challenges. So we're giving examples here of actual children to help you just bring it home. So in my example, I have a child who has food allergies. And often when you think about food allergies, you think about the top 8 food allergens: milk, soy, peanuts, nuts, fish, shellfish, and so forth. But we also are now seeing that there's different kinds of food allergies, and you can have allergens or symptoms to things that previously were thought of as non-allergenic foods. So an example that I show is that of rice. And for children dealing with some of these non-IgE-mediated food allergies, such as food protein-induced enterocolitis syndrome, rice becomes an issue. And so we are finding situations where a child wants to have that school lunch experience along with their peers, but are finding limits on what they can eat because things that we're thinking of as non-allergenic and are offering to those children in the school system may actually carry their own allergies. And so we're going to talk more about the policy of that later, but this is one of the issues the child might be dealing with.
I am holding a picture of my middle daughter, and she is a middle kid. If there's any middle kids out here, you guys know who you are. She was diagnosed with celiac. I think she was maybe 5 or 6. She had broken too many bones in that short period of time. It was never brought up. It was a fluke that she was ever even diagnosed. And now I have poured my heart and soul into finding her help, finding myself help. It has caused her so much pain inside that she doesn't know how to talk to anybody about, because she doesn't have a place where she can physically sit and talk to other kids or adults that have been going through this, and that they can kind of show her the good ways. Because there's not a ton of information out there for young kids, and there may be some support groups. We've done some Zoom things, we've done some Facebook things, but to actually have a group together and maybe something where you're sharing what's going on, some food, we run out of choices for things to do with her. And then, there are so many other things that come along with celiac, and those things coupled with trying to eat at school and going out, going on cruises, these are all very high stress things for our family because we care about her. And I think school hopefully will end up being a place that she can eat and feel like she's going to be okay, instead of skipping lunch or just not going to the lunchroom. So and she right now is at a dance competition at nationals in Virginia. So, I mean, she is thriving, but it can be difficult for sure.
Awesome. And so this is actually a picture, my childhood pictures. I turned 13 and weight just started going on my body. The best way to say it is I used to go to school lunch, and I remember consciously trying to eat like the skinny girls, thinking that if I would eat like them, that I wouldn't have a weight problem. I always used to wonder why athletes, even though I was athletic, I used to wonder why they had muscle and my body didn't. And so really, looking back, I believed I had an emotional eating problem, but I really didn't. I grew up in a house that literally fed us lean game, home-cooked meals. I didn't have a sugar problem or a sugar addiction. Pops were a treat. So really, when you think of my childhood experience, I had the best home-cooked opportunities in terms of meals, and I really wasn't abusing food. The root cause of this, and really why I'm here, is because the root cause of obesity is not food, and it really has to do with a dysregulated nervous system.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the social emotional component for children, specifically on the autism spectrum. And the poster here kind of demonstrates some of the foods that might be offered within a school lunch that might bring up some of those social emotional concerns within for children on the spectrum and children with developmental disabilities. So the sight of the food alone might trigger specific behaviors, especially if they've been learned and paired with, escape from the table, or allowing the child to, offering the child a different food and not allowing them to eat the food that they should be eating. So parents, a lot of times when we do parent training, we talk about how to systematically change that behavior by using that positive and negative reinforcement contingencies, and I'll go into that a little bit later as well. But as far as the social emotional component of it, that social aspect is like sitting with your peers who might be eating something that you may or may not be able to look at even, and it might increase some of the gagging responses or the avoidance responses that most kids engage in within the lunchroom settings. I had a specific student that I worked with that only ate foods that were pureed, and during the school lunch, she would gag every single day. And as a result, she was told to just go eat in the counselor's office, rather than implementing interventions and conducting an analysis of why those behaviors were occurring. And we introduced an intervention at home and then transferred it to the school setting, and I'll go into that a little bit as well. But overall, that social emotional component when it comes to feeding is still not being addressed within a school setting. So that's definitely an area that needs further research.
So we were talking about the topic of this panel discussion, and again, it's about nutritional policies within the school, and how do we accommodate all of these children who aren't your typical child who can just enjoy like the school lunch? How do you accommodate them with nutritional policies within the school system? We have to think about experiences in the school lunchroom and how they might make that child feel and how we can create a more inclusive environment. So in the example of a child with significant food allergies, you have to think about the fact that there is an association between food allergies and difficulty with feeding. And a part of it is a learned trauma response, where you eat a food, you feel sick. You eat a food, you feel sick. You eat food, sick. Food eating is supposed to be fun. And when that fun aspect of it goes away because you're eating and then you're feeling sick, it makes it harder. When babies are born, they're willing to try about anything. And this is when, if you give them, for instance, like bitter formula, they'll get used to the bitter, and the taste that they experience in breast milk, for instance, then carry through to them when they're older, and they're now like toddlers, and as toddlers, they're going to be picky. They're not going to choose it's the developmental age. They're not going to choose everything. But children who are breastfed, children who have been exposed to a lot of the foods when they were young as babies, then are able to carry on more foods as toddlers. So there's a picky time of development that for most children that tends to end around school age, but you're going to have different children falling in different areas of that pickiness. And the ones who've had trauma with food because they felt sick with it are going to perhaps be more picky. When they're in the school lunchroom, they're learning from their peers. As you get into school age, you go from learning from your parents when you were younger to learning from your peers. You learn from your peers what to eat and what not to eat, what tastes good, what doesn't taste good, and you want to eat like them, enjoy food with them. If you are limited in what you can eat in the school cafeteria, if you're limited in what you can eat overall, you might not have some of that social experience with other children because they're getting to do something that you're not. And the things that you're doing at this age and how you're approaching food and the social aspects of food are starting to come into play. Some of those early experiences might create lasting habits of how you approach food. And for Jen, can you elaborate upon the experience of a child with celiac disease navigating lunch at school? What has helped the child feel more comfortable with having a school lunch?
So labels are key. but we all know that most labeled food has nutritional deficiencies. It's going to be probably a lot of sugar, other things that it's probably going to lack protein is the most important thing for, I mean, any growing kid, but especially those with celiac because they tend to have aversions to things on a regular basis. They'll love it, they'll eat it, and then all of a sudden they won't want anything. And it can be triggered by cross-contamination, it can be triggered by emotional, but they're not as regular on the types of foods that they want to eat. So, you know, you're going into the lunchroom as a kid, and of course this is going to be more, it's going to be closer to middle school or middle school. During the elementary years, you're bringing your lunch. Everyone's bringing their lunch. You may have some schools that do provide lunch, but you know, it's more of a babyish, you know, we're still there holding their hand for everything. Most all the moms and the kids in the class know about allergies, and everyone is usually pretty good about it, and they'll make sure to bring something that everybody can have. Now we enter middle school, where all that changes, and those kids are on their own. They're going to the lunchroom, or they're not. I mean, my daughter, and this is Cece, I don't know if I said her name, Cece, she just won't go. She won't go to the lunchroom if she's having that day where, like, I forgot to pack a lunch, I didn't see anything good that was labeled there yesterday, I don't know, I just don't even want to deal with it. Now, that was the beginning of the school year. As the school year progressed, she was making more friends. She was seeing them outside of school. They were coming to our house. They saw the plethora of gluten-free items we had, and it started a conversation. Once her peers learned what she had to go through and maybe went out to eat with her, and they saw how difficult it was and watch them eat fries that were maybe in the same fryer as, you know, other things with gluten, their empathy kicked in because children are very empathetic to each other. I don't think the education is really there on all these different allergies. Kids just know, oh, he's got a peanut allergy, he carries an EpiPen. Oh, she's got a dairy allergy, she has some enzymes to take. If you're celiac, it's an autoimmune disease. It's not an allergy. You may have a gluten allergy also, or wheat allergy, but it's not the same. It's so systemic, and it is a forever thing. And it gets thrown into the bigger category of foods that need labeling, but we also need education on it because it's not just an allergy. So I think going into that lunchroom it's pretty daunting, and unless you bring your own food, I don't know that it can get a lot easier without a giant overhaul and a lot of education in every grade, all the way through high school, because kids get diagnosed, adults get diagnosed later in life, and you don't pay attention to things that don't affect you directly. So I think it's an every year program that needs to be launched. Obviously, that's probably for a different conference at a different time, but that would be my thoughts on that.
And then, Erin, can you kindly provide a comprehensive definition of emotional eating in school-age children?
Yes, so first and foremost, we have to get to the root cause of what emotional eating really is, and that is a protective response to return your body to regulation. So really what's going on is you've got a dysregulated nervous system, and emotional eating is simply a symptom of that, one of many symptoms of a dysregulated nervous system. And so for those of you who are unaware of how the nervous system works, I'm going to give you a little analogy. We're going to go to a manual car, like a manual transmission in your car. You have 5 gears. You have a clutch, and you also have to think about, to hear when you're supposed to shift your gear. The nervous system works in a very similar way, and what happens is we lack the awareness to know when to shift. So ultimately, emotional eating is a symptom that you're stuck in a lower gear, and the way to think about this is for everyday life, you typically want to be in gear 5 of your car, which would be like where you want to drive on a freeway, and the dysregulated nervous system becomes chronic and stays in gear 1 through 5, and you're trying, like imagine, right, you're in a car, you're trying to drive on a freeway, but you're stuck in a low gear. It's not very pleasant. The body works in a very similar fashion. And when I think about emotional eating, and especially in school-aged children, we've shamed it. We've made it a negative connotation, and all that does is quite literally maintain the set point of obesity. And so that's why we need a way to completely recontextualize how we think about eating in general, and also systemic policies that actually shift this.
And then Pranali, Dr. Hoy, what can you tell me about how a child with autism experiences the school lunchroom from a social, emotional perspective?
So as far as the social emotional perspective, like the emotional responses that might occur, might be that avoidance behavior. So it might be as soon as they enter the lunchroom, agent responses such as vocal outbursts, that might be I don't want to go, or screaming, or non-compliance, which is just basically refusal to go into the next transition, or it might even be high levels of some injurious behaviors or aggression. So a lot of times children will engage in these behaviors to avoid the contingencies that are going to happen next. And this leads to them escaping that environment that specifically triggers those responses, but they might engage in that prior to even that transition. So that's something we need to watch out for, and that's where the analysis of those behaviors is really important, and understanding what contingencies are really maintaining that behavior. And then from a social perspective, for a child who may have learning disabilities or social communication disorders, which are accompanied with autism as it is, we need to think about interventions that are preventative rather than trying to work on those behaviors specifically in that cafeteria or lunch setting where it might be really difficult to teach those skills in an isolation. So teaching those skills like maybe during snack time, or even working on specific behaviors that occur within the classroom that promote some of those peer responses, or the peer buddy system where you have specific children that you accompany, a child with more disability, or child with autism, or child with feeding concerns, and then they have somebody to go to, that person that they know that they can rely on, essentially, that's always going to be their support system within that. So having some of those antecedent interventions, essentially, that prevent the behavior from occurring to begin with is really crucial, rather than always thinking about it from a consequential perspective.
It sounds like some of these children with different food challenges actually are avoiding the lunchroom or having a limited experience in the lunchroom, and we need to figure out ways to make that better. It is essential for us to consider the needs of all children, not just the typical ones, and when discussing school lunches and school lunch policies. Creating an inclusive school lunch environment is crucial for fostering their well-being. No child should feel excluded or singled out. So let's dive into the topic of policies, right, that schools can adopt to support their diverse populations. By exploring and then implementing inclusive policies, we can ensure that every child has access to nutritional meals and feels valued within the school community. It's a conversation that goes beyond policies alone. It's about creating a friendly and welcoming atmosphere where all children can thrive. How can we do that from them from a practical standpoint? What kind of policies can schools create to foster their needs? From the perspective of food allergies, I give you two policies I think would be really helpful. The first one is a school nurse policy, where school nurses often are instructed on how to use EpiPen. I remember as a family physician filling out these forms for children to if they have a anaphylactic reaction, when do you use your EpiPen, how do you use it, what do you do next?
we are forgetting about the group of children who have non-IgE mediated food allergies, and that means that EpiPen is not going to work for them because the IgE component is missing. And so they may have things like a lot of vomiting after they eat food, and that could happen even a couple hours later. And it'd be great if those children had access and a policy within the school system written down about how to use a medication like Zofran, which can be given to help decrease the amount of vomiting and help these children to get much better faster. So we shouldn't just be thinking about EpiPen, we should be thinking about medicines like Zofran. And the second thing that would be helpful is to include things in the school lunch on a daily basis that are low allergy. So for instance, if you're gonna have a salad, make sure to exclude the cheese. If you're looking at crackers, consider buckwheat crackers, less allergenic potential in them. If you're looking at pastas, consider something like a quinoa pasta, and maybe a particular bean pasta, again, readily available at the supermarket, and more likely to not give that allergic response. If these are normalized foods that are just readily available in the lunchroom, then they become more mainstream. It won't be like this, ooh, oh wow, this is like this weird food. It'd be a food that's regularly available and that other children get used to and they enjoy. And things like quinoa and buckwheat, for instance, these are superfoods. These are good foods for you anyway that could be included. Okay, so we're gonna continue this conversation, and the next question that I have is, what do you think about, Jen, what do you think about the concept of labeling foods to show which ones have certain food allergens, such as gluten?
I think labels are key. They create the environment that puts everyone down a couple notches. Just walking through the lunch line here today, I probably 4 or 5 women that we were so excited to see gluten-free, dairy-free, vegan. I mean, it was incredible. Oh my God, I can eat everything. This is so cool. I mean, everything that was left, of course, after everyone got to it. It really changed the whole scene. And those scenes are that's why conferences like this exist, right? We're changing different scenes. And I think there are gonna be certain ways to do it. And I feel like with schools, you almost need some ambassadors, you know, some kids that are the more influential kids, maybe bring them on board, you know, maybe play with some recipes, have some taste testers, things like that. Give them some ownership of what they're picking. Maybe ask grades by grade to, hey, you guys are gonna create the menu. I know in my house, I am not gonna choose the menu every day. I can't, I'm tired, I don't wanna do it. So if you guys wanna eat, throw me some ideas. I wanna know what you want. And I'll take the allergens out of it. I will find a way to make it, but tell me what you want. I don't think that kids always want hot dogs and pizza at school and chicken nuggets. I mean, that should be our lazy day stuff, but not school lunches. So I think we just need to bring them in. And I also think that children don't always want to be brought in because then they feel a pressure of, I'm gonna pick this, but what if everyone else doesn't like this? So, I mean, there will still be problems with that, but I think it's just another way to kind of make everyone more aware, and even for children to understand that as an adult caring for them, it is difficult on us too, or as a school system caring for children with allergies, it is hard for us. We are constantly trying to come up with the right answer, with something that makes everyone feel included. So I think it's important to kind of open their eyes to that a little bit too.
Thank you. And then Erin, in the realm of nutritional policies, what 3 effective policy measures can the school system adopt to combat the adverse effects of emotional eating?
Yes, so really what I'd love to see here is us leverage arithmetic skills that our 2nd and 3rd graders are learning. And so what I mean by this is that the first policy I would love to see us instill in the schools is just simple education on how to calculate your total caloric and macro needs. When I think about a macro, it's quite literally the building blocks of your body. You've got proteins, carbs, and fats. And what we need to do is make children the carpenters of their own body. So what I mean by that is, in addition to the general policy that instills and helps us teach them their caloric needs at the macro level, what we can also then do is quite literally make this agile and fluid with them as they age. So there should be macro and calorie education throughout grade school and into high school, inclusive of a sports edition for athletes. In addition to that, the third policy I would absolutely love to see is the macro components on school meals. And the reason for this is this education quite literally decontextualizes emotions from the entire experience. You learn, as you get good with macros, you learn how different foods and different ratios of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats make you feel. In addition, what this does is it starts to actually regulate blood sugar, and that could have a dramatic impact on how kids perform in school. And then, where my head really goes, is systemically, as this education is disseminated to children, they take it home to the dinner table, and their parents likely need to help them. What this starts to do from an environment perspective is completely deconstruct diet culture.
Thank you, Erin, for that wonderful response. And now, Dr. Hoyle, how can schools create policies to help children with autism during lunchtime, considering the influence of rewards and consequences on their behavior, and addressing any inappropriate mealtime behaviors?
So as far as specifically for children with autism, we brought up the subject of functional analysis. So how the law IDEA and all the laws do state that functional analysis and functional behavior assessment should be conducted prior to developing behavior interventions for any children that demonstrate negative behaviors within a school setting. But how it only works is if the behavior is severe enough to intervene. So if a child is having specific concerns around feeding, that child is not receiving services by a speech therapist, an OT, or a behavior analyst in the school setting. It only happens when the behavior becomes so severe, when it becomes so problematic, when they start to demonstrate aggression or property destruction or other concerning behaviors, and then the root cause of it might be a feeding concern in itself. And then specifically in settings like applied, like ABA classrooms and self-contained classrooms, rewards are a big thing. You know, we do use positive reinforcement contingencies, but some of the negative reinforcement contingencies are not being used. So what that means is allowing a child to take a break, or asking them, or providing choices, or arranging the environment the child is making choices that are not always food related. So using, I know there's a lot of posters in the past, at least for ABA, was kid earning M&Ms, and that tends to be a big correlation with behavior analysis and kids earning M&Ms, and that's completely inaccurate, but that seems to be the culture that has developed around these services, and that's completely inaccurate. And there's definitely a level of choice making and environmental arrangements that can happen within a school setting that avoids that continuation of requiring that reward system to occur on a regular basis. So I think what we need to look at is what environmental arrangements are we making. So if a child is avoiding the cafeteria setting or lunch setting because the noise level is too high, because they have sensitivity to noise, then that's something we need to evaluate further. Do they need intervention where they enter the lunchroom before everybody else enters? You know, that could be a modification that could be provided within their IEP. Or do they need to leave the lunchroom a few minutes early before the crowds start to gather? You know, so those specific antecedent-based intervention could prevent some of the problem behaviors that might occur around those eating specific meal routines. And then contacting the research that's out there. There's a lot of research out there specifically within feeding and behavior analysis that has shown that providing negative reinforcement is actually more effective because most behavior occurs to avoid those settings. So I think we need to contact that research a lot further and look at what that can lead to policy change as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hoyle. So it is important to consider practical approaches that go beyond just the logistics of an inclusive school lunch, and we gave a whole bunch of practical approaches. We need approaches from a holistic perspective that takes into account the psychosocial well-being of the child. It's not just about providing the right food choices, but also creating an environment where every child feels comfortable and included during lunchtime. We don't want any child to experience trauma or negative emotions that could impact their overall well-being. How they feel about eating with their peers now can have a lasting effect on their future relationship with food. So let's delve into the psychosocial aspects for a few moments, because I want to give a little bit of time for any questions. And let's talk about nurturing these emotional well-being alongside their physical health and setting them on the path towards healthy relationship with food throughout their lives. So I'm going to give everybody just a minute now, and I'm going to ask you all questions, and then I'm going to lead it up to questions in the audience. So Jen, define body work. What are the steps that we can take in the kind of body work that we can do on a child who's having anxiety around school lunches?
Yes, so body work is an umbrella term encompassing all different types of therapies. Massage therapy would be under that, breath work, Reiki, a myriad of other acupressure. It's unlimited. There are so many. What is probably the most used, and people don't even know they're doing it with their kids, and I know after listening to the nurses panel, they're using it all the time, and it is very effective, is breath work and energy work. And they probably don't even know they're doing it, but just holding somebody's hand and helping them breathe, let's count, different things like that. That's all things that can be done in the school. And as we mentioned, having school nurses readily available. Now, it sounds like it's hard to find. You're not going to always be able to find a nurse to be there. So maybe it could be on a volunteer type of platform where, parents are in there and they can provide that. It doesn't even have to be touch. It just has to be the energy next to the child and to help them relax and to bring down their heart rate, bring down all of those feelings of being scared or feeling like, oh my God, did I just eat something that is cross-contaminated? I know that when I do abdominal work on adults and on children, I don't really have to do much. My hand just needs to sit there, and they become more aware of what's going on with their bodies. And I think that's the type of body work that we can show the children that are having a hard time with school lunches, literally just touching them and taking that time out, maybe before school or after school, to talk about how food went that day. Not putting in a hyper focus on food is all that matters, but for them, it's on their mind a lot. And if we don't talk about it, then they don't think they should be thinking about it.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Erin, I'm going to ask you for some concluding remarks as well. If we don't get a chance to go over your questions, we are available afterwards. We have a networking session later today, and happily will answer every single question. Just reach one of us. It is important to acknowledge that the education children receive in school regarding food plays a pivotal role in shaping their lifelong relationship with it. With this in mind, what valuable insights can you impart to help them understand and navigate emotional eating habits?
Okay, so I'm gonna make this brief, just based on time to try and get the questions here. But ultimately, we can't control the environment that kids are coming from. But what we can help them do before they actually have the executive function developed in their brain is to give them some opportunity to quote unquote find the clutch, right? So what I mean by that is actually feel safe in their body before they go down to the lunch line. Jen mentioned a lot of body work. I would echo that. I would love to see 10 to 15 minutes before lunchtime, we're actually instilling a breathwork practice or havening or any type of body work, to Jen's point, before mealtime. And the reason for this is just to get them back in their body and regulated before they're sitting down at a school lunch where that temptation might occur.
It sounds like doing some body work would help some of these children become more comfortable with feeding. Dr. Hoyle, what are some of the emotional responses that children with autism might have to feeding, and what can we do from a behavioral perspective to help them to cope?
So I think some of this we did mention in introducing some of the positive and negative reinforcement strategy, but more importantly, as everybody here on the panel talks about body work, some of the research I've done is in mindfulness. So mindfulness-based intervention, teaching children to breathe, teaching children to recognize some of the thoughts that are occurring. There's acceptance and commitment therapy as well. So using some of that cognitive diffusion and acceptance and commitment, mindfulness intervention to really understand some of the components that might be occurring prior to even entering the lunchroom and how to increase some of that positive experience that can be paired with the lunch setting rather than doing consequential thing and having them eat in the nurse's office or in the counselor's room. Really thinking about strategies that's going to increase that social interaction component that they really only get during that lunchtime and recess settings.
Thank you very much for that thorough response, Dr. Ho. And so we've touched upon multiple aspects, the emotional aspects of feeding for some of these children, some of the school policies that can happen, and some practical examples of how to make those school policies happen to make food more inclusive and make a fun experience for children that helps them have a positive relationship with food for the rest of their lives. What kind of questions do you have? Does anyone want to go up to the podium, or otherwise we will answer all of your questions if you just reach us after during the networking sessions or any other time this conference.
Hi, thank you guys so much for providing information. My name is April, and I'm a wellness consultant, coach, and investor, and I think you guys gave a lot of examples, but when I think of policy, I think about on a really large level. And I know someone mentioned something about the supermarket, and that's great, but when we're talking about school lunches and policy, we're talking about bulk and like how do we accommodate everybody. So my question is, have you guys seen school systems that have implemented some of the things that you're saying, and how practical is it? Like, is this a district level? Is this a principal level? Like, how do we really do these policies? Because I thought we were gonna be talking, well, I wanted to address like the garbage that we're feeding our kids in school, but that's a different conversation. So that's kind of my question from a policy perspective and like what you've actually seen, because that's a really big thing.
I would love for you to answer that question, but unfortunately, we've just run out of time. I do want to thank the panelists for their insight. Thank you so much. Wonderfully insightful. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I haven't had a school lunch in over 10 years, but I do remember one thing. It's awful, just awful. So thank you, ladies, for your advocacy and your work in that field. All right, now, are we ready to learn about how to make our operations more efficient and profitable by using technology and optimizing your resources? We have a special guest today. We're going to let some of our other concert attendees come into the room. This is today's showstopper session with our special guest speaker, Sean R. Callaghy. I hope I'm saying that right, Callaghy. It's going to be a good one, folks. So let's just take a few moments and let our other attendees join us. If you need some water, some coffee, right now would be a perfect time to do that. Fill up your cup. Fernando. Yes, of course, of course. Starting soon. Yeah, absolutely. I remember one year I worked at my job, I think it was a product firm, and the year they had the Keynote Derby lined up with those dates, and my brother was a hard horse at one. Yeah, it was super cool. I tell you what, since I forgot. Is that the mic? The speaker? He's not gonna walk up here. That's a good question. Let me see if I can help.
Check 1 2. Hey hey. Yep. Check 1 2. Yeah yeah. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Yeah yeah. Yep yep. Okay. Yeah yeah. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Hey hey. Okay. Please fill in all available seats. Please fill in the room, folks.
Test, test.
Yeah, he's gonna go way up.
I'll sit in one of those ones. I'm just kidding.
For health.
We have a few more seats up here in the front of the auditorium, folks. You're also welcome to stand on either of the side aisles to the left or to the right. Feel free to move on in and fill in the space, everyone. That's an excellent point.
One. That would be wonderful. I'm gonna try. Yeah. And that's
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our showstopper session for the afternoon. I have the distinct honor of introducing Sean R. Callaghy, who is the Chief Visionary Officer and co-founder of Unblinded. He is founder and president of his 100-person plus law firm, Callaghy Law, and he built and sold his first 40-person law firm in a little over a year in his 20s, when he was only 2 years out of law school. Sean is one of the only 2 attorneys out of 1.22 million attorneys in America to achieve 2 top 100 national jury verdicts between 2014 and 2016, and the only one who was blind. He has also collected more than $500 million on behalf of his healthcare clients. As an international speaker, Sean has broken sales records on the largest personal development stages in the world and speaks for Fortune 10 to 500 companies like T-Mobile, Disney, Bristol-Myers Squibb, Salesforce, and as well, he speaks for national news networks and legal associations and has raised over $10 million for charity on stage in 2022 alone. Sean is also the founder of his own charitable foundation, the Callaghy Christian Foundation, which he funded up front with a personal donation of over 7 figures. While creating his professional successes, he coached and attended virtually all of his 3 children's more than 1,000 sporting events and activities over the past 15 years. And he is a blind warrior and adventurer, skiing, surfing, and scuba diving in the most extreme of conditions. His mission is to serve professionals and entrepreneurs to see what they do not see about integrally expanding their financial abundance, time, freedom, and magic. Please welcome to the stage, Sean R. Callaghy.
Thank you. Conversation. There we go. We'll start this entire conversation by saying test. Test. Is that better, guys? Can you hear me? Woo-woo! So let us begin here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing. We're going to, in the next 48 minutes, we're going to make your time incredibly worthwhile. This is not going to be about me telling my backstory, because that's not going to serve you. You heard a little bit about my credibility. I'm sure some people in this room have done more impressive things than I have. But what success is all about in the conversation we're going to have is living life consistently with what you value. And what I valued was becoming time-free and economically free, because when I was 5 years old, my mother, when she heard I was going to go blind like my grandfather from retinitis pigmentosa, the same eye condition that Steve Wynn of Wynn Hotels has here in Las Vegas, her biggest concern was how would I possibly make a living, let alone ever support a family. So I didn't find out I was going blind until I was 17. My entire life became about not going blind, broke, and becoming an alcoholic like so many other people in my family had become. Like, it was blind, broke, alcoholic was the pattern. And my grandfather was an incredible success because he had chopped off the alcoholic part. He was just blind and broke. So my desire, the next generation, was to be blind and not broke and definitely not an alcoholic. That was the pattern. So the conversation we're going to have today begins with this, because we're going to leave 3 value takeaways that are practical. This is not going to be inspirational. It's not going to be motivational. And for my incredible mismatching friends in the room, which I am sure there are many, these are brilliant people that are here from all different walks of life, I describe a mismatcher as hearing information and taking it and discerning why it isn't true, it doesn't apply to them. It's an incredibly valuable skill set for engineers, for scientists, for attorneys, for medical doctors to distinguish and discern between things. It is also something that can crush and destroy dreams when misapplied. The mismatcher says no to everything until it's absolutely proven for them. And so what I don't have time to do is to speak into the listening of mismatchers today in the 45 minutes that we have remaining. So what I offer to my mismatching friends in all of my heart, come study with us, come talk to us, come find Fernando, come find me afterwards. I will answer every question into the unique application of what we're talking about to you. Me speaking for 45 minutes is like me getting warmed up with half an appetizer. I typically speak for 4 days for 12 hours a day. So the depth of the content, the application of the things we have to talk about go far beyond this. But this is a profound, fun, and awesome challenge to give you real value that isn't simply fluff and motivation and me telling stories about being blind and overcoming. That's not what's going to happen. What we're here to do for you today is to provide tangible acceleration for the more that you came here to seek. Because not one person is here that doesn't want more. Einstein said, make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. What does that mean? It means reduce things to their lowest common denominator that is factually correct. And the factually correct lowest common denominator for this incredible, wonderful room is that you want more. You wouldn't be here unless you didn't. You wouldn't be lining the walls. You wouldn't be standing, talking. You would never come to Las Vegas. You never come to this building, even if you're from Las Vegas, unless you wanted more. And we'll reduce that more into 3 simple categories that we'll talk about in just a moment. But the opening true question that affects everyone, now that we know that everyone here wants more, is my new favorite question. And I worked for 26 years and how to most rapidly reach people's minds, hearts, and souls with the truth of how we create that which we want. And that question for me now is, and applies to me as much as you, because this dynamic, this question I'm about to ask, shifts and changes profoundly and continuously every minute of every day of our life. And the question is, how free are you? How free are you? How free are you? What does that mean? I had the privilege yesterday of being in New Jersey and finishing a day of surfing, which is one of my favorite activities to do. I had my daughter on a surfboard in a Belle dress from Beauty and the Beast for the first time at 2 years old, and she was on her surfboard in a Belle dress. I do not exaggerate, because she doesn't like wearing bathing suits. She likes wearing princess dresses in the ocean, which makes us look weird, but has a lot of fun. Her name is Selena. So after Selena was surfing as Belle on a surfboard in Long Beach Island, New Jersey, we went to see a show that has some folks that some of you may be quite familiar with. And there were 3 characters that were imprisoned in this show. Like most children's stories, we have imprisonment. But most children's stories of imprisonment aren't about an external force of imprisonment, are they? I don't think so. They're about the internal imprisonment. And can anybody yell out and say 3 famous characters that the journey of the movie, in part, had to do with their self-imprisonment and eventually becoming free? Anyone? Thank you. The Wizard of Oz. Who said that? What's your name? Antonio. So let's hear for Antonio. So I am blind, and I can only feel energy. I can't see or clapping. So can we hear for Antonio, please? One more time. Can we hear for Antonio, please? Thank you. Okay. So the 3 imprisoned characters in The Wizard of Oz were first, Scarecrow. We're first, the Scarecrow. Second, the Tin Man. And third, the Cowardly Lion. So the Scarecrow believed he did not have a brain. The Tin Man believed he did not have a heart. And the Cowardly Lion believed he lacked courage. And that is an incredibly applicable thing for all of us. We think we're not smart enough. We think our hearts are not big enough. We don't love enough. We don't care enough. And we think we are not courageous enough. And what does the wizard reveal in the end? The wizard in the end, to free these amazing people, the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion, and the Tin Man, what the wizard reveals is that they all had the keys inside of them the entire time. Now, the wizard was a fraud. That's his own interesting story. But he told the truth in the end, which is, Scarecrow, you are smart enough. Tin Man, you have enough heart. You have a heart. Cowardly Lion, you have courage. And in the end, they were free, except the movie stops there. And that's just not accurate. Because I guarantee you, in the very next day, week, and or month, that the Scarecrow would once again think he wasn't smart enough to do the next thing. The Tin Man would think he didn't have enough heart to do the next thing. And the Cowardly Lion would find something scary enough to make him question if he had courage. If you've ever felt not smart enough, not a big enough heart, or not courageous enough, please say yes. Please say yes. Okay, so we're going to tie this back in the end. This is not the value. The value is coming, but what we're asking this question for you to assess this entire time is how free are you? And a beautiful example of this question is how we even engage with each other right now and answer questions with a yes or a no. Because what we do in our survival brain, content has begun. In our survival brain, we lie to ourselves just like sharks and deer and every living creature lie to themselves. You want to know what shark's great lie is as a surfer? That the shark can't eat me. The shark can eat me. Why do you think sharks do not eat people regularly and continuously? Why do sharks not thrive at beaches and eat humans all day long? Pause. And why does the deer that comes to get food at my house every single day out of my 2-year-old daughter Selena's hand, why does that deer still run if Selena just stands up on the stairs and we're still 10 feet away? Because their survival brains say the same thing to them in line, to the shark and the deer, about what we're going to talk about today. And the things that we do not do that make absolutely and utterly no sense. And we're going to break through this today. Not in a general thing, 3 very specific takeaways for today. That if you do these things, I guarantee you will have increased your likelihood of doubling your business in 12 months by 95%. And at the end of this year, come find me and say, I lied to you, and I will do a video with you on the internet. As long as you do the 3 things that we're talking about, I am telling you, you will double your business unless there's some other tragic consequence that occurs in your life. Does that sound fun? Yes? Okay, deal. So now, the contract begins like this. You all came for a different reason, but it's only 3 reasons, because Einstein said make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. Some of you came here with a priority to make more revenue, create more money in your business, primary. Some of you came and said, I have revenue, I want more time freedom and scaling, primary. And some of you said, I want more fulfillment, I want more impact, a word I call magic. Call it whatever you want. The emotional states you want, the pride, the adventure, the success, whatever that thing is, the trophy, the honor, the raising money for charity, something other than revenue for your business or time, that third thing. And you say, well, I want all 3. Of course I want all 3. But something dominates. So when I submit to you that what dominates most first is if we don't have revenue and we don't have money where we want it to be, it becomes the predominant focus for us. And if we do have money, our next focus becomes wanting time freedom if we don't have it. And once we have the money and time, then we truly begin to focus on fulfillment, magic. Now, what happens, though, is very tricky. Our survival brain, that shark thing that causes sharks not to do what it could easily do to create massive abundance, and what the deers do to not create massive abundance also, that affects people. And every time we start to move through a pattern where we begin to think something is not going to successfully work for us, every time this happens, we begin to get distracted between wanting money, time, and magic. We pivot. So if we're focused on creating the revenue, we get to a place where, just like the shark, we fear failure. We fear that we're going to spend too much of our resources, and our nervous system lies to us and tells us that we are going to perish. We're going to die if we continue down the path. So we begin to pivot into either time or magic, impact, whatever the other third thing is that you want the most, and we begin to focus on that, trapping us in an endless cycle of arduous, never leaving arduous, and making it to momentum and abundance. When we get to abundance, we put very little effort in and get a massive, massive return. And we're going to illustrate these 3 points, which we haven't hit yet, after you self-identify for purposes of this beautiful 2.0 conference. People can pick their pronouns. You can pick your money, time, or magic. Yes? So here we go, right? So here we go. You know that money is primary for you. People go, how do I know? I kind of want all 3. You know money is primary for you if the answer to this question is yes. If the answer to the question that goes like this is yes, you are money. Would you work an extra 10 hours per week on top of what you're working right now if you knew it would increase your income by 50%? So if you would work an extra 10 hours per week, right, to increase your income by 50%, then you are money. My answer to that question is no, and there's no judgment. I am not money primary. If I was money primary, and I've been money primary certainly at different periods of my life when I was building my first law firm, then yes. The second question is, if the answer to that is no, so the answer is yes, I would, 10 more hours per week to make 50% more, yes, money. Second question is, if time is your primary, if you would not work that for money, and you would not work it to do anything else. There's nothing that you would spend more time to do, and the only thing you want to do is work less and have less things scheduled in your life than your time primary. Your magic primary, fulfillment primary, impact primary, that third category, if there is something, running your kids' Little League team, building a charity, causing your first book to be published, you would work with your family to create a better Thanksgiving and holiday season together. Whatever that thing is that you would take on, that responsibility, that outcome, and you would spend 10 hours a week doing that, but you wouldn't do it for money, but you would do it for magic, then you're magic. So 10 more hours per week, I would say, for something other than money, then you're magic. Nothing I would do to set more things in my schedule than your time, and you are money if you would work 10 extra hours a week to increase by 50% your income. Okay, so now we're gonna meet like friends. Every room I've ever been in has been predisposed to one of those three. Which one of those three do you think every room I've ever been in has been predisposed to? I'm gonna ask you the answer on three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Money. If you are money, go to that side of the room, just move across the aisle. Please stand up, move to that side of the room, and all get a nice big grouping, lining down that whole side of the room if you're money. Please. If you are time, please head to that front portion of the room, and if you're magic, to that back portion. Let's see if you can get there in the next 20 seconds and meet some new friends. Ready? Go. Money to the right side, time to the front left, magic to the back left. You will come back to your spots eventually. Yes. Yes. "20 seconds to get with your people. 20 seconds to get with your people." Okay, if you guys can hear me, if you're in money, if you can hear me in money, say yes. If you can hear me in money, say yes. If you can hear me in time, say yes. Time, say yes. Magic, say yes. Okay, so which group, Fernando, is the largest? Wow, let's give it up for magic. Okay, so magic, time and money. Can you throw one of your group members out and have them come up and talk to me? So immediately select one of the people in your magic group, send them right here. Somebody in your time group right here. Somebody in the money group, have them come right here. Okay, what's your name? Johnny, and you're what group? Magic. And you are? Colin? Colin. And which group? Money. So Colin, money. What's time your first name? Johnny. Johnny's magic, and who's time? Sanjeev. Why do we have no women that have been ejected from their group? That is very fascinating.
We can get her right there. Bring that.
You're a magic woman. Okay. So guys, real quick, we're going to do an exercise right now. This is the first thing. The fundamental superpower of life. Guys, just real quick, we have 25 minutes to go. Just real tight when I'm saying pause, pause, pause. I know we're going to, because we're going to interact a whole bunch. We're going to get in and out of conversation fast. So here's what we're doing. The fundamental superpower of life is the ability to cause people to say yes. That can be done out of integrity. That can be done in integrity. But it changes everything. From Martin Luther King to Gandhi. Now, this is however you feel politically. It's up to you. But it's how Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Ronald Reagan, and every president in history became president. The ability to cause people to say yes. The integrous piece, which we're going to wrap up with at the end, is what is this integrous influence? And integrous is actually a word. What is integrous influence we're going to end with? Because I don't think anybody here wants to succeed and win. It's not sustainable, and it feels horrific to cause yes out of integrity. So we'll get to what that means. But in the beginning, first, in the causing of yes with integrity, we desire to bring truth forward to people. And every single one of you inside is heroic. If you're not heroic, and you've never done anything heroic, heroic is defined as being selfless, being scary, and acting anyway, doing something for others to net give versus net take when it was scary and uncomfortable for you. If you've never done anything like that in your life, ever, from birth to now, never, say yes. I've heard one yes. We'll get to that person, some therapy in a second. So Fernando, let's track who that is. We want to know, and what's your name? What is your name? All right, we're going to get to Angie in a bit. Before we get to Angie, thank you for your courage and vulnerability, Angie. If you have done something heroic in your life, say yes. And say it heroically. If you've done something in your life that is heroic, please heroically say yes. Yes! One more time. Yes! Awesome. Okay, so now, to cause people in your management, in your leadership, in your recruiting, in your fundraising for profit or not for profit, as well, of course, in your marketing and selling, the causing of yes is indispensable. It is literally what business is, plus the other two things we're going to end with today. But the ability to cause yes is vital. So fundamentally, we're here, and if you want to meet some people while you're here to help you in your business, say yes? Yeah. Say yes? Okay. Energetic we're going to put a slide up on the board, which we're only going to cover one piece right now of what that takeaway is going to be, and then you're going to do it in an exercise in a moment. But the question is, what will make you heroically unique to the people you encounter at this conference? What will cause people to see the possibility of their future in you? That's the question. What will that be? And how do you do that in 60 seconds or less? How is that caused? Two ways. And we're going to practice the first one, and then I'll tell you about the second one, because it takes longer to practice. So your name is, one more time? Bipal Malo? Okay. First name is Bipal Malo. Biplop? Okay, thank you. Biplop, where are you from?
Boston, but originally I was born in Bangladesh.
Okay, so Biplop, here's what we're going to do. Let's say his name. This is what you're going to do in a second. 4 things. Your name, right? Your name, where you're from, your heroic mission, vision, purpose, said heroically from your heart. Not your head, not your ego, from your heart. And then a fun fact about you. So a fun fact about me might be that my daughter was on a surfboard in a princess dress, and everybody on the beach yesterday, according to her mom, was looking at me like I was crazy as I had my 2-year-old daughter in meaningful sort of weight bounces in a princess dress. That would be a fun fact about me. A fun fact is something to open, listening, connect with somebody else, and it would be effective and powerful if everyone you met over the course of the next few days, you went through a quick, hey, what's your name, where you're from, what's something heroic about you, and a fun fact. It expedites the process. So we're going to talk about rapport building and deep listening in a moment. We're going to illustrate that as well. But first, B-Plop, so let's go through it real quick. You're going to say in 45 seconds, your name, where you're from, 1, your name, 2, where you're from, 3, your heroic mission, vision, purpose in the world, not a story, just like what is it, and 4th, a fun fact. Ready?
My name is Biplab Malo, and I'm the founder and CEO of StepGen. Our mission is to prevent type 2 diabetes, and our vision is to see a world without any diabetes. And a fun fact for me is one day I left my house in the middle of the dark to watch a show, let's say. A show without telling my parents. So,
Very nice. B-Plop is a rebel. I'm not even going to get into what Fernando has done or I have done, and I'm sure you have done, but let's hear from B-Plop real quick. So the second person, here's what we're going to do. Because Oprah Winfrey, now I like heart, but I very much enjoy math as well. So, and I like truth. So here's the truth. Statistically, what is the likelihood that Oprah Winfrey would be worth 25,000 times the average American household? What are the odds of this? 1, teen pregnancy. 2, horrific sexual abuse at the hands of her own family. 3rd, African American. 4th, woman. Those 4 criteria statistically make it about 10 million times more likely that Oprah would be broke and a drug addict as opposed to being worth 25,000 times the average household income. So for $3 billion, the median net worth of an American household is in the $150,000 range in America. So how did she do it? Well, we have massive systemic challenges to deal with as a nation and a world, of course. While working on those things, however, Oprah decided that she was not a statistic. 75% of blind people, I am blind, are unemployed. Blind home ownership is 1/100th of home ownership for other Americans. So statistically, I'm below Oprah in the likelihood of being anything but broke. But I also am not a statistic, but believe that systemic change is necessary. So yes, we are not ignoring systemic challenges, but we all have the individual capability to go beyond them. And when asked, Oprah Winfrey said something very simple. She said the reason she held the microphone for 30,000 people and became a multi-billionaire, her words, not mine, is because she told them, I see you, I hear you, and what you say matters to me. And if you're able to congruently and uniquely display your heroic characteristics to people in these next several days, and then even more vitally, you're able to tell them and have them feel and receive that you see them, that you hear them, and what you say to them matters, you will stand out in ways that is beyond your wildest imagination. It is not about 7-second memory hooks. It is not about networking. It is about causing the right people to see their future in you while loving all people and treating those amazing people that can change your business life and world with as much respect as the Uber driver, the elevator person, or the woman in a wheelchair in an elevator coming down to this conference. So B-Plop, here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that you did something brave and courageous in support of a different life when you left Bangladesh. And you came to this nation to form a greater life and to pursue the American dream. And what I'm hearing from you, brother, is that you have a massive caring of about the health of humans, and you want to eradicate the scourge the horrific disease of diabetes and wipe it off the face of the planet. Beeplop, am I hearing you correctly? Oh, thank you, brother. Let's hear for Beeplop. And I'm also hearing that you're a very good boy to your parents. Is that true? Since the worst thing you ever did was sneak out to watch a movie. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to do one more quick one. We have an amazing woman who is up here. Who's the magic woman? The magic woman. What is your first name? Jacqueline? Let's hear it for Jacqueline! So Jacqueline, your name, where you're from, please, your mission, vision, purpose, and a fun fact.
My government name is Jacqueline Bouvier Redeemer. I'm from Inglewood, California. My heroic mission is I am a compassionate, caring person who believes in the power of healing, and I have done that through being a clinical nurse specialist in cancer for 33 years, and I'm starting a nonprofit, Redeem Holistic Health, to transform lives. Fun fact about me, I ran for mayor of Inglewood in 2010. And the second fun fact about me is that if my daughter texts me, I'm going to have to leave because she's getting a ward next door.
And Jacqueline, thank you. So Jacqueline, what I'm hearing you say is that you have led a life where you have clearly decided who you are, what you are, where you're going, and that you respect people, and that respect begins immensely with respecting yourself. So far, am I hearing you correctly? And that you love your daughter, and that you're an extraordinary mom. Am I hearing you correctly? Let's hear it for Jacqueline. Okay. And only as to not disappoint, I'm not going to do the listening exercise. We have these other two extraordinary men come up. And we have first
Sanjeev Kumar.
Sanjeev, real quick.
Hi, I'm Sanjeev Kumar. Having lived in 3 continents, I call myself global citizen. Right now, I live out of Chicago. My heroic cause or purpose in life would be to have an equitable, hate-free, global village as a family. In fact, I have a tattoo on my arm that says coexist. And in Sanskrit, it says Vasudev Kutumbakam. That means world is one family. Fun fact, nobody believes that. I got married on Valentine's Day, and we got married in Graceland, in Tennessee.
So, brother, and am I accurately hearing you? I mean, I heard a lot, but is at least one thing I'm hearing, that you've seen some very painful, very ugly, very horrific things done where people were creating false lines of division and acting horribly around it. Am I hearing you correctly? Awesome, brother. And finally?
Carlon Fitzpatrick. My name is Carlon Fitzpatrick. I'm from London. Thank you. I'm an orthopedic surgeon and co-founder of Encode Health. My mission really, and what I'm passionate about, is making people the best that they can possibly be. And so far in my life, I've done that through healthcare, medicine. Now I'm doing it through Encode Health and what we can do to help people engage with their own healthcare. Fun fact about me is, even though I'm a homeowner and the head of a household, I have no control in my house. I have 2 daughters who are 4 and 7. When they say it's takeaway day on a Friday, I cannot say no otherwise. This is the end. So that's fun fact.
Let's hear it for Colin Fitzpatrick. We have final.
My name is Johnny Reeves. I believe that every human being has the opportunity to take control over their own health, and that no one should be a statistic, a pharmaceutical statistic, and that we have everything here on this planet that we need in order to self-heal. And I've dedicated all of my time since 2015 by teaching people an environmental approach to health. I've done home retreats. I've traveled all over the world. I've helped people reverse cancer naturally without the use of pharmaceutical drugs or medications. And I think that every human being on earth should have the ability to take their health into their own hands, and no doctor, no vaccine, no medication should control people's ability to treat themselves and take an internal approach to their health.
Thank you. Okay, so let's, everybody real quick, we have about 18 minutes left together, and we have a lot to accomplish. The first thing we're going to accomplish is you're going to do exactly what these amazingly fine folks just did. You're going to find one person in your group, and I'm going to say person number, and this whole exercise will take about 4 minutes. If we all move in and out, when I say pause, 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 we all just start clapping it up and pausing really quickly because we don't want to miss the last 15 minutes, and we could be encroaching on that if we don't move it quickly. We're going to find each of you in a group, find one person. You're going to share exactly the same thing to one person, the mission, vision, purpose like we did. Then we're going to pause. As soon as it's done, just pause. I'm going to give everybody 45 seconds to do that. And I'm going to say, person number 2, tell person number 1 what you heard them say, the same way that we evoked tears from my brother right here. And the reason tears flowed is because people do not feel heard in the world, and that didn't start in 2023 or the 20 to 2000s. It's been going on for thousands of years since the inception of humanity. People do not hear each other. In the hearing of one another, it feels so amazing and extraordinary that a stranger can make people cry. 90% of the time I speak and do this exercise, someone cries. And if we took a little more time with these other 4 folks, I'll go 3 of the 4 of them would have cried. The idea isn't to cause someone to cry, it's to give what Oprah said. And when you do, people want to know more about you. Do you think this fine gentleman right here would like to know more about me, yes or no? Yes. Would you like to know more about me? Would you like to be heard that way every single day, brother? He said every day. You provide that for people, and that is why people will never leave your way, your side. I have hundreds of people that work for me. I own 4 different companies that are all valued over 8 figures. I have one company on the way to a 9-figure valuation, and I don't mean just on paper. And the way that's happened, I'm self-funded, I've never taken on investment capital. All of this is self-funded from a blind guy with no money, no connections, no nothing. I'm not that special, but this formula, this mechanism that we're beginning to touch upon, it is that special. So let's find the quick partner in 10 seconds and then pause. As soon as you have your partner, pause. 10 seconds, find the partner, go. Okay, let's pause, pause, pause. If you can hear me, say yes. Yes, person number 1, listen up. Person number 1, your mission, heroic mission, vision, purpose, 45 seconds, go. Ten seconds. Three, 2, 1. Give person number 1 a hand. Person number 2, from your heart, see them, hear them, say what they said matter to you. Person number 2, in 20 seconds, tell them what you heard. Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time, get person number 1 ahead. If you can hear me, say yes. If you can hear me, say yes. If you can hear me, say yes. Person number 2, your name, where you're from, your heroic mission, vision, purpose, and a fun fact in 45 seconds. Say it to person number 1, go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give person number 2 ahead. If you can hear me, say yes. If you can hear me, say yes. Person number 1, tell person number 2 you saw them, heard them, and what they say matters. Go. Really did a great job. 3, 2, 1. Get person number 2 ahead. If you can hear me, say yes. If you hear me, say yes. Let's make our way back to our seats in 30 seconds. Go. Let's make our way to our seats. Unblind the team. Let's help people get to their seats real quick. We've got about 10 minutes left. Here we go. Okay, let's pause. If that exercise, if you can hear me, say yes. If that exercise felt good for you, say yes. If that exercise felt good for you, say yes. If you feel better now, than when you walked into the room, say yes. Yes is a scary word, and it's a powerful word. Yes is a scary word because the worst atrocities in the history of humanity have been caused at the other end of yes. And so have the greatest breakthroughs of every conceivable type. Yes, in and of itself, is necessary to create anything. But it can be integrous or non-integrous. That'll be our final point. Before we get there, here's number 1. We need 3 things. The first one is influence mastery. We need the ability to cause yes with people. in integrity. We'll end with what integrity is. We need the ability to cause yes. If you cannot cause yes, you will be alone. You can't market, you can't sell, you can't manage, you can't lead, you can't recruit, you can't fundraise for profit or not. And the difference between people's ability to cause yes has been the study of my life, and the beginning of it you saw here today. How do you, one, there's 20 components. We touched on 2. And if you look at the 4, 12, 4 on the screen, the 4 steps, the third step is the ability to powerfully convey your heroic, unique identity. If that doesn't, and I don't mean your 7-second memory hook. Martin Luther King was not delivering 7-second memory hooks. When Paul Revere wrote out to wake people up and cause something 247 or 248 years ago exactly, 248 years ago in 1775, he was not using 7-second memory hooks. He was causing people to feel and receive his messaging through the science that's on that board. The second piece of that science is the ability to acknowledge humans. It's on that list, and the indispensable elements is the A in smaller QVC, the third one down. The ability to acknowledge people, authentically acknowledge people, will cause them to want you to never leave their side in their world if it is authentic. And your intention and design is to add more value than you take, which is the definition of integrity as we use it. Are you transparent in your intent? Are you pretending to like somebody because you want their money? That's non-integrous. If we are transparent with people and we seek to add more value than we take, that is the definition of integrity as we use it in integrity-based human influence. No concealment, no negotiating tactics and games. And if you confront and deal with that on the other side, we have lots of answers for that, but not nearly enough time to talk about that here today. But your integrity is rooted in transparency and adding more value than you take until you see integrity breaches on the other side. Because we are not telling you to get steamrolled and robbed and stolen from the world. I've had the privilege of putting multiple people in prison. Federal prison is not my desire, but in cases where the largest Ponzi schemer in the history of Florida, Scott Rothstein, took $1 billion off of people and through the power of level 5 listing on that board, I was the first person to figure out that it was a Ponzi scheme. He had a 300-person law firm in Florida. This work isn't just about being nice and positive. This work is about how you cause yes and when you learn how, when, and why to say no. The second piece after influence mastery, which is the ability to cause yes, that you have to have, and this is right here, the whole game. Remember the promise at the beginning? Doubling your business? Well, if you can cause yes, just doing those 2 things. The second piece, though, is process mastery. And what process mastery means, the 7 levers of marketing and sales process mastery, which we're not going to drop into all 7, but you could focus simply on the third. If you grow your sales meetings, you will grow everything. And the fundamental mechanism of exponentially growing your sales meetings, which is not a random networking meeting, it's not a collaborative conversation, it's not a mastermind or brainstorming. It's when somebody is sitting with you and understands if it's for philanthropy, and they're going to have the ability to invest in your charity or your business if it's for profit, or the ability to say yes to your legal, health, financial services, educational services, marketing services, whatever that is. If they're going to have the ability to say yes or no in that encounter, it's a sales meeting. It's not a random bump into where we say, hey, come to my house for a party, and it's like, would you like to buy a set of steak knives? That's not a sales meeting. That's a trap. It's non-integrous. A sales meeting is where somebody knows they're sitting to have that conversation, and here's the key. The way we cause that to grow exponentially is by knowing there's 3 people you're meeting all the time. Einstein said, make it as simple as possible, not simpler. This is a mic drop right here. Mic drop. And the mic drop is this. I'm going to wrap in 3 minutes. The mic drop is this. You're meeting potential clients, you're meeting potential speaking opportunities, and you're meeting potential ecosystem partners. And if you're doing that randomly, that math is crazy. If you're doing it intentionally, that's how we had a financial services company that we just got valued at $27 million. We just got the valuation today that I had the privilege of owning a third of. It's my 4th business. And in that business, we took it from 8 sales meetings a month to 3,000 sales meetings a month. Because of intentional shared experience. You go, how do I assemble people I don't know that are optimal people? I'm nobody. Who am I? You know how you become someone? You connect people to who they want to meet. I want to meet people. You introduce me to people I want to meet, and you become a very important, valuable friend and partner for me. When you're causing people through shared experiences to meet the people that they want to meet, then you're the 2.0 conference. Then you're everything you want to be. And the third piece of how that actually happens is what we said from the beginning. When you become free. When you become free to pick up the phone and call the people, to put things together that make sense, not because it's good for you, but it's good for them. I've run 750 shared experiences since COVID started, where directly with our company or in partnership, we put 6 to 8 people on a virtual show to meet one another. Why would we do something like this and not charge people for it? Because we find clients, we find partners, and we find speaking opportunities. If you do that, you will skyrocket your sales meetings, and even if everything else is screwed up, you will double your business in 12 months. That I guarantee. Final for today. We began with the question of how free are you? We started there. And the answer is you're as free as you allow yourself to be. When you walked into this room today, you're in a very, very different place and space than where you are right now, because we all ebb and flow where our energy is. Energy is required to cause anything. And what we'd love to do is propose a quick offer to you to continue the conversation with us. And here's the proposal. We want to do things with you. We want to find out if there's alignment. And so if you hit that link that's going to be up on the board, 3 things are going to happen. First, you're going to get a copy of our Influence book that's going to be hot off the presses. It's not simply something we threw together for nothing. It teaches the 4 steps, 12 indispensable elements, and 4 energies with questions at the end of every chapter to drive forward your mastery of this concept. It's free. So if you click the link and send it, that book costs us thousands of hours to put together, but it costs a bunch to publish, no shipping, handling, nothing. We will provide a copy of the book for you, hard copy of the book, number 1. Number 2, you get a strategy session with one of the people on our team. The first 30 people, you'll, well, I don't like first 30 people. That kind of feels salesy or something. Yes, because you have to have integrous scarcity. If you have no scarcity to what you're proposing, you cause people not to act. So integrity means you give people an integrous, and I promise you, it is only 30. The first 30 people to respond will meet with Adam Gagino, my partner, who built a $750 million company in a 1-hour conversation that I guarantee, saying this on recording, will cause a $10,000 value for your 1 hour of time, or I will personally write you a $1,000 check. And I trust your integrity. 1 hour, Adam Gagino. And the third thing you'll get is one of the people in this grouping will be selected for a VIP ticket to our upcoming Influence Immersion New Jersey. For any reason you can't make it, it's a $5,000 ticket. Not something we say we charge, that's what it costs. There's a tremendous shared experience with people in the grouping. One person in this room will be selected. From this room, not from other rooms, just this room. And we will have that selection done by the end of tonight and let the event organizers know who won that. So you get the book, you get the strategy session, and one person gets the Influence Immersion. In final, life is scary and complicated and hard. I spent 26 years of my life designing programs and work for how we assuredly grow and build our businesses. That's the outcome. That's the work that we're doing here. And if something here resonated with you today, and I know for most of you something did, it's because it's the truth. And I have 4 different companies. I'm buying this only one of them. This is where I spend 90% of my time. Not in my law firm, not in a new company and division that we are now number 1 in America in the new federal arbitration system for out-of-network healthcare providers. Cal is the number 1 law firm in the country from the Center for Medicare Services. That's my law firm I own 100% of the equity of. We are number 1 in that. I spend less than 3% of my time on that business. I do this because I want to cause people to be free. That's why I'm in Las Vegas. I'm not in Las Vegas to sell coaching programs. I'm not in Las Vegas to coach people. I'm in Las Vegas to find partners to take this work forward. And we met extraordinary people here last year. like Glenn Wagstaff, who's the largest estate planning law firm in the country, doing a whole bunch of stuff with them, and a bunch of other people at the 2.0 conference that were bringing stuff forward. I cannot thank the organizers enough. They're doing beautiful work here. By the way, let's hear it for them one more time. The 2.0 conference. Yeah. And in truth, if you do not fill that form out before you walk out of the room, there's a 95% chance you will not do it. It's just human nature. So if something resonates, then do it now. There's like where you're from, name, email address, and phone number. That's a scoop. And if nothing resonates, that's cool too, and I thank you for your time. But in final, let no one love your dreams more than you. Everyone will tell you it can't be done. My mother and father, who love me to no end, have told me every single thing I've ever done is not going to work and not going to happen. When I quit my job and started building my first law firm, my dad said, if it's that easy, why doesn't everyone do it? My mother says, God's put work in your heart and you have a big mission in the world, but stop working so hard. Stop doing all this. Why do you go so hard? Something's going to happen. People love you and try to stop you. People love you and try to stop you. Only you must decide. Only you must decide what your mission, vision, purpose is. And if you have everything you want, then go home right now and relax and enjoy and be grateful. But if you have something on your heart that says there's more, we want to know you, you want to know each other, go make these days at this 2.0 conference everything it could be. It's been honor and privilege. My name again is Sean Callaghy. We are Unblinded, and you are a hero. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, thank you.
Wow. Thank you to Sean for sharing your profound insights and your personal philosophies with us. What a very, very fun showstopper session. At this time, I would like to invite all the attendees to please return to your respective rooms for your award ceremonies. We will be beginning the award ceremony in here in about 60 seconds. So please return to your respective conferences, and afterwards we have a cocktail mixer hour. All right, about 50 seconds till we start in here. Forty seconds. 30 seconds. 25.5 seconds. 20 seconds. Is the presenter for the Healthcare Awards, are they in the room? We're looking for Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman in the room? All right, without further ado, we are going to begin our award ceremony here for our room. It's time that we acknowledge the remarkable achievements of our healthcare experts. We are delighted to honor the thought leaders who have reshaped the healthcare space. Now, presenting our awards, this man needs no introduction. We have Drew Berman. He is the director of Unblinded. Excellent. Now, to get the evening started, we're going to have our first awardee coming up here. Now, this particular person is the Senior Director of Business Development for HealthLink Dimensions, boasting an impressive 35-year career in marketing. With digital and omni-channel marketing expertise, he has consistently delivered exceptional results. Please welcome to the stage Craig A. Parnell. Excellent. Congratulations, Craig. A little housekeeping before I read the next name. Please use the stairs on the left and right side of the stage. It is a safety concern. And after you receive your award, take a moment to pose because we're going to take a wonderful picture for you. All right, moving forward. Our next awardee is the founder and CEO of Hispanic Family Counseling Incorporated, a licensed clinical social worker hailing from Puerto Rico. Recognized for her dedication, she continues to make a significant impact in the field while pursuing her doctorate in social work at Walden University. Please welcome Denise Centeno Lamas. Thank you for sharing, Denise. Moving forward, our next awardee is an experienced clinical dentist and a community leader. As the founder and CEO of StapGen LLC, he leads a biotech startup dedicated to preventing type 2 diabetes and oral diseases. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Biplab Malo.
Thank you, Health 2.0, to giving me this, to recognize me as one of the leaders in healthcare system. I truly appreciate it. I hope this will spread the word that type 2 diabetes is preventable. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd like to share with you all real quick, you are welcome to make an acceptance speech of just a minute or so. Short, sweet, but informative. All right, moving forward. Our next awardee is the Chief Scientific Officer of Thorn Health Tech, author of The Age of Scientific Wellness, and an esteemed leader in the field of health and medicine. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Nathan Price. One more reminder, please use the stairs on the left and right side of the auditorium. We have a lot of doctors in here, but we don't want any medical emergencies. All right, our next awardee is the founder of Bathurst Family Therapy LLC, is a world-renowned clinical sexologist, relationship therapist, and a holistic healer. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Stephanie Bathurst. Thank you, Doctor. Our next awardee is the founder and CEO of Serenity Light Recovery, a transformative recovery center. With degrees in psychology from LSU and the University of Houston, she has been dedicated to aiding individuals in recovery since 2011. Welcome to the stage, Heather Ogburn-Stokes. Thank you, Heather. Congratulations. Our next awardee is the founder and CEO of Paragon Wellbeing. He has been in the health and wellness industry for over 12 years. Starting as a personal trainer, he expanded Paragon Wellbeing and ventured into corporate wellness. Welcome to the stage, Joe Villegas. Moving forward, our next receiver is the founder and CMO of Physician EHR Solutions, LLC, an actively practicing hospitalist physician with expertise in healthcare executive advisory, clinical informatics, and leadership. Welcome to the stage, Julie Harrigan, MD.
And so it is with much gratitude that I accept this leadership award. It's been worked really hard for it, so thank you.
Congratulations, Julie. Our next recipient is the mental performance coach at K&B Sports Performance LLC, which is based in Northern California. She offers mental wellness services and performance enhancement training to athletes and performers. Welcome to the stage, Kayla Bryson, MS.
Hello, everyone. Just thank you to Health 2.0 for this recognition as a young leader in the healthcare industry. It's really fulfilling to be able to help athletes and performers perform at their optimal best, catering to their mental wellness when that's not necessarily an industry that is paid attention to this often, as well as serving youth athletes. I'm a high school basketball coach, so being able to be a mentor to young ladies when they may not recognize certain symptoms in themselves as athletes has been really a fulfilling job. So thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Our next recipient is the owner and psychedelic assisted therapist at Laura Evans Counseling, PLCC, and is a leading figure in the field of psychedelic therapy. Also, she serves as the past president of the Austin Association for Marriage and Family Therapy. Welcome to the stage, Laura J. Evans. Laura, are you here? She is not here, but we will accept this award on her behalf. Congratulations, Miss Evans. Our next recipient is a licensed psychotherapist of 30 years and the founder of Self-Care SOS. She shares her expertise in natural solutions and overcoming physical and mental stress obstacles through her work. Welcome to the stage, Marcia Domek.
My dedication is to you. I also am an essential worker. I think most of you know we had no isolation, right? We weren't at home. We were working the job, and we were working the job and other jobs and other jobs. And so, hats off to all of you. This really is for all of you.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. Our next recipient is the founder and CEO of Marcia Donziger Consulting, honored with the John Hickenlooper Unsung Hero Award. Marcia's expertise lies in digital patient services and strategic business development. Welcome back to the stage, Marcia Donziger. Can we get some dramatic music for her?
Hi, everyone. Thank you to Health 2.0 or 2.0. I've been trying to figure that out all day, but my other awardees called it 2.0 conference. It's been a really great experience so far. My passion is that people are happy and healthy at work. And so that's why I'm drawn to healthcare, because of all the amazing frontline work of caring for our society and all of you who take care of the rest of us. I thank you and appreciate you.
Congrats. Our next recipient is the founder and CEO of The Method, an accomplished entrepreneur and esteemed health and wellness expert. Please welcome to the stage, Matt Edwards. It doesn't appear Mr. Edwards is here, so we will accept this reward on his behalf. Congratulations, Matt. Our next recipient is the Director of Education and Training at Deer Hollow Recovery, a leading mental health organization. His dedication and expertise empower individuals and promote healing and resilience in the face of trauma. Welcome to the stage, Matthew Quackenbush, LCSW.
This is an honor. It's really cool. I've worked with first responders and an extremely underserved population for the last decade, and we've tried to change the stigma around PTSD in that community, and it's been a huge challenge. And they're like this marginalized population that gets left by the sidelines, and working with these guys has been an absolute privilege. And so I'm dedicating this to all those first responders, veterans who are underserved and in that population. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Matthew. Very honorable. Our next recipient is the SVP and Managing Director at Simpler, where he leads the Workforce Solutions Division, overseeing strategy, product development, and go-to-market initiatives. Welcome to the stage, Michael Vipund. Michael, are you here? We will be accepting this reward on his behalf. Congratulations, Michael. Now, our next recipient is a healthcare business and digital transformation leader. He has a robust track record of enhancing technology, platforms, and products for startups, carve-outs, and PE-owned businesses in healthcare and life sciences. Welcome to the stage, Sanjeev Kumar.
Thanks, Health 2.0. I think it's been a great learning experience for me to be at the conference, and honored and humbled to be accepting this award. Thank goes out to my late parents, my wife, and our fur baby, Dory. Healthcare, as all of you have mentioned, has its own challenges, but couldn't be more excited with the technology interventions and the way we are moving forward is actually also able to reach out to a lot more people. So I think it's a good ecosystem, and thanks a lot for recognizing that.
Excellent, excellent. Our next recipient of the afternoon is the Vice President of Human Resources at Arcadia Care and is a passionate HR leader dedicated to fostering motivated and compassionate healthcare teams. Her strategic and empathetic approach sets her apart as a trailblazer in the post-acute long-term care industry. Please welcome to the stage, Savi Rajput.
I'd like to say thank you to Health 2.0 for recognizing me today. It has been a very long journey to come here, but I've dedicated my career to bridging the gap between clinicians and executives, and it's so great to be here today to be able to be recognized for my leadership. I also want to say a quick thank you to my mom and dad. I don't know how you have as much belief in me, and I don't even know that for myself. My brother, who's my best friend, and my self-appointed therapist at this point. My husband, I don't know how you put up with me either, and my brand new baby boy, Adi. This one's for you.
Excellent, congratulations. Our next recipient is a manager at Portfolio Strategy Department of EA Pharma. His current responsibility is searching for and evaluating licensing opportunities. Welcome to the stage, Yuki Kamiya.
Hi, everyone. It is a great honor to have such an amazing award. Yeah. So my name is Yuki Kamiya, working for EA Pharma, a Japanese domestic pharmaceutical company. Yeah. So I'm a portfolio strategy manager working on a collaboration with academia and startups. So I'm very happy to be here and to be evaluate my past experience. So I would like to say thank you for everyone, including my family, friends, and colleagues. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Congratulations, Yuki. Now, our next recipient, you met him earlier. He has a PhD and an MPA, and he is the founder and CEO of the iVictory Group. He is an executive scientist renowned for his leadership in U.S. medical foundations and groundbreaking research at Vanderbilt and Cornell. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Zahir Nal. Would you mind telling everyone your name? I messed his name up earlier today, too.
Is great. Thank you, Health 2.0. Long live Health 2.0. The best thing about getting this award is meeting the wonderful people of this conference. So thank you all very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Doctor. Our next recipient is the president and CEO of Lockman Community Development and Consulting Services, LLC. He is a renowned healthcare leader and advocate for underserved populations with over 50 years of experience. Welcome to the stage, Barry Lockman.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Health 2.0 for this award. I want to thank my wife, Jane, who's here with me in the audience. She always wonders what I do at these meetings, and now she knows. I know I've seen a lot of people here who are very passionate about helping people at filling out the concept from the Hebrew of tikkun olam, healing the world. And I encourage you all to keep up that process and keep going. We've got a lot of work to do, but we can do it together. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Congratulations. Our next recipient is the co-founder and chief medical officer of Evidence Care, a thriving digital health company. With extensive experience as an emergency physician and physician executive, he is dedicated to enhancing clinical workflows and improving patient outcomes. Welcome to the stage, Brian Fangler, MD.
I'll just have this award be in remembrance of my mother. She passed away 3 years ago, but was a labor and delivery nurse, and the whole reason I'm in medicine is because I got to hang around the hospital when I was growing up and seeing all the healthcare being delivered. And so healthcare is run by nurses, so I'm doing this in remembrance of my mother.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for sharing. Our next recipient is a business development professional at Encode Health and an NHS clinical entrepreneur. He graduated as a Gold Honor Humanism Society member from St. George's University, Granada, with a medicine degree on an international scholarship. Welcome to the stage, Carlin Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank Health 2.0 for this award. It's a great honor and very humbling to be up here. And I think everyone does this on their own. I want to thank my family and those that supported me through my career to date. And also a special word to my business partner who came up with the concept of Encode Health and has given me the opportunity to grow this business and our concept and really touch millions of people, which we aim to do in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlon. Our second to last recipient of the evening is the founder and CEO of System of All LLC, a company driven by his transformative vision. Recognized as one of the world's top leaders, he was featured on the cover of Brains magazine. Welcome to the stage, Igor Zijan.
Is it on? So I would Health 2.0 organization for this award. It's a big honor. It's already second time that I'm with you. So thank you. I would like to thank you as well to everyone who is working extremely hard behind our global initiative. Changing 195 countries was pretty difficult. And a good call as well to the others, European Commission, etc., to join us. Actually, that we succeed as well in the future and that we will receive even more awards, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, an alternative identifier is our final awardee of the evening. She's an accomplished mental health professional who's passionate about keeping families together and supporting mental well-being. She is the founder of the Care Counseling Center, providing trauma-informed care to individuals, couples, and families. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Marcia Rodriguez.
I would like to thank the Health 2.0 conference for your recognition. I am humbled to be amongst so many leaders. Thank you so much.
Excellent, excellent. Congratulations to all the healthcare leaders today for their dedication and invaluable contributions to health and society. Our Health 2.0 conference team offers its gratitude and hopes that you persist in being shining examples of inspiration. Throughout the course of this conference, our goal is to engage and inspire you. We've had a sensational beginning to our 3-day event, and we're excited to pick up where we left off tomorrow. Have a pleasant evening, and we will see you all at the networking cocktail event just outside. Have an excellent evening, and we'll see you tomorrow, everyone.